Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the March 27th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge we are here today on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations from across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, the Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and just as a reminder, I would ask that you turn off your camera and your microphone until it's your time to talk. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council from this meeting will be considered on April 10th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for that meeting is noon on Monday, April 8th. Can I get a motion to approve the public agenda, please? Councillor LeBlanc. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes from the March 13th, 2024 meeting of Executive? Councillor Stadnichuk, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, motion carries. Our first item is EX 24-17, the RD bid budget. We have a delegation with us today. Judith, come on down. You know the drill.
Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the Regina Downtown Board of Directors, my name is Judith Verisek, representing RD Bid, and thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed budget for 2024. The past 4 years have had an unprecedented impact on downtown Regina and on our members. Our mission is to act on behalf of our members to favorably position downtown as a unique, attractive, and desirable neighborhood for businesses, residents, and visitors. Our organization is needed now more than ever to support our members and advocate on their behalf as we continue on this long road to recovery. In January 2022, the RD Bid Board approved a 3-year strategic plan that recognized the impact of COVID-19 on our downtown community, and it supports the role the bid has in its recovery. In January 23, the board approved the Regina Downtown Vision Plan. This budget, 2024 budget, was based on the strategic direction and the vision for downtown. We respectfully request that a mill rate of 0.8214 be approved today. This is a 3% increase over 2023. Our proposed operating budget for 2024 is estimated to be $2,516,850. Of that amount, $1,305,619 would be fully funded by the Regina Downtown commercial property owners through the Regina Downtown bid levy. The remaining $1,211,800 would be funded through grants and sponsorships. Of this amount, $1,049,500 is actually confirmed, and the remaining $161,800 is still to be secured. We will not require any transfers from our capital reserve this year. Based on our proposed budget, our key 2024 projects include continued operation and expansion of the Community Support Program, which is soon to be renamed the Regina Street Team, production of the third year of Frost, which has already happened, communication and coordination support for the downtown Regina construction projects in partnership with the City of Regina, continuation and expansion of our Summer in the Square activation of Pat Fiacco Plaza, continuation of our cleaning operations with our sweeper, pressure washer, and litter picking, development of business recruitment and retention programs that support our business owners and encourage entrepreneurship, continued replacement of the seasonal holiday lights, maintain and operate the downtown Regina Visitor Service Chalet, continuation and expansion of the Downtown Urban Canvas Program to support beautification and vibrancy efforts in downtown Regina, and continued production of the City Building Speaker Series in conjunction with the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce and the Warehouse District bid. In closing, RD Bid respectfully requests a mill rate in the amount of 0.8214 for 2024, and that a provision for assessment appeals in the amount of $350,000 be allocated. We also request that the revenue and expenditures outlined in the 2024 budget submission, which you have received, be approved. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Questions from committee? Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, hello, good morning. I noticed that under placemaking, special projects, that's increased quite a significant amount in the budget. And it wasn't clear from your report what kind of special projects you're planning. So I'm just wondering if there's something that you could share with us.
Absolutely, through the chair. Thank you for that question. Our placemaking page, or I guess our placemaking allocation, includes the community support program. We were very fortunate enough to build a relationship with Community and Social Impact Regina over the past year, and they have funded a significant amount for the expansion of our program. So that program went from about $400,000 in 2023 to $800,000 confirmed, with another $100,000 that we're still looking to secure. So that would be a big chunk of the increase in that. In addition, when we set our budget in 2023, we did not have the holiday light allocation from the city, and that was spread out over 2 years. So you're seeing the remainder of that come into play into this budget. So those are probably the two big ticket items that account for the difference in 23 to 24.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Sakidniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hi. So I just wanted to ask you about some messaging in response to some concerns that I regularly hear from some residents. So that they don't feel safe downtown, they don't go downtown, and questioning why, questioning support of continued investment downtown. So I guess my question to you would be, what would you say to those folks? What do you suggest I say to those folks? What would be the rationale for why we should continue to invest downtown, and what can be done or what is being done to improve safety concerns?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. I think people in not just your ward, but pretty much every ward, have those same questions and concerns. The state of safety, unfortunately, is something that is not unique to Regina. It's something that every downtown across Canada is experiencing, in a lot of places worse than what we see here. In other places, not so bad. We have built, we're starting to build our relationship with our new police chief, Sheikh, trying to identify ways in which we can address this more proactively rather than reactively. The RPS has approved, I believe it's 6 alternate resource officers that will be coming online that will help with downtown policing, having a downtown presence. Our community support program, with that increase in budget comes additional bodies that we're in the process of hiring. And the great thing about that program is that it's offering something that's really unique to the field of outreach, if you will. We have been taking on social work practicum students and nursing students from both SciEst and the Sask Poly and the University of Regina. So there are more people kind of going through that program, and that means more eyes on the street providing assistance to the folks that need it the most. There also are ambassadors into our businesses, and they're just, basically they're there to provide assistance without exception and without any judgment. So increasing their presence is really key to keeping people feeling safe, if you will. The other part of it comes basically to a return to office. People feel unsafe when there are no other people around. So when we have offices that encourage more, like have a flexible work program, that can actually, while it might be great for the worker and all of that, it decreases the number of eyes on the streets and feet in the streets. So if, as businesses begin to bring more people back into the office, that will increase safety and the perception of safety, because there's just more people going about their business, having those eyes on the street. The other part to your question is, why should we continue to invest in downtown? Downtown is where you actually need to put your most investment, because that's your highest value property taxes. So with disinvestment in downtown, that creates a drop in your property tax capture. And basically, for however many 100 years since this town was incorporated, downtown has actually kind of propped up the investments in other parts of the city. So the stat that we always use is downtown is 1% of the city land area, contributing close to 10% of its property tax base. So if you don't want to protect that, I think that's a very poor decision. In actuality, we need to increase that, because it relieves tax burden on residential. So I think it's a long answer to give to your constituents, but I think it's a very complex question that people ask. And we just had a conversation with our street team yesterday, and there's some really uncomfortable questions we always have to ask. And the question is, do you feel uncomfortable or do you feel unsafe, right? There's two different things. So those are things I think as a society we just need to grapple with, and it's challenging. So.
Okay, thank you. That's great information. That's very helpful.
Yep.
Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Hi.
Hi.
Can you brought it up because it's already happened in 2024. How did Frost go?
Through the chair, this is a great question. We just had a debrief yesterday as a hub team. I think consistently across all hubs, attendance was a little bit lower, in part due to the warm weather. I never thought I'd be saying that, but it was quite warm, and it took out all of the outdoor ice rinks that are quite an attraction for our hubs. For downtown in particular, we hosted about 13,000 people over the 7-day event. That is down from 16,000 in 2023, although weekend one, when we still had a little bit colder weather and the ice rink going, we were tracking quite high. If that weather had continued, I would have predicted an increase over 2023, but as we all remember those sunny summer days that we had in February, we ended up having a pool instead of an ice rink, and we had to shut down the rink, and that impacted and forced us to retract some of the planned programming. So our snow sculptures kind of went away. Some of the ice sculptures were on their last legs by Thursday. But that's the nature of an outdoor event, and we are very grateful that people still came down to celebrate the programming we were able to have and the artists that we were able to bring in, and a good -5 is kind of the sweet spot. So let's hope for that for next year.
That's the target. Thanks. And in terms of planning for 2025 for Frost?
Through the chair, we will be putting together a proposal for consideration by both administration and city council in the coming weeks, months. As you know, the city commitment to Frost concluded at the end of this 2024 event. So will be coming with an ask for funding for I believe we're looking at your two-year budget cycle. Our presenting sponsor, FCL Co-op, when they signed on last year, it was, we still have one more year on that contract. So there is funding secured already for 2025. We would just be looking for the City of Regina partnership for 2025 and hopefully 2026 as well.
Thanks. Folk Festival. They're taking a break this year. Have you had thoughts about activation in the park this summer? I know that's probably what you go to sleep and wake up thinking about, but.
Through the chair, absolutely. We think about different festivals, activations that we can bring in, and I think part of what we're working around right now is just trying to understand when and how the traffic on the plaza will be impacted. And I know the city is still just working out what their final plans are in terms of barriers and barricades, and the construction on 11th Avenue will impact the ability to close the plaza, and that impacts the, I guess, the programming availability of that plaza. So once we understand that a little bit better, we'll be able to program around what the traffic accommodations will be. But yes, definitely top of mind.
Okay. I think it was at the C4 committee, maybe it was at council, I forget, but you're working with administration on an environmental scan of initiatives that other cities are offering for their downtown, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We are looking at development incentives right now and should be providing a report back to administration probably by the end of the month, because I think that's in the timeline that they were looking at.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
My last question, aside from approval clearly of your budget, which is why you're here today, what else do you need from council?
Through the chair, your love and support. Come on, spend some money. But I think you will see a larger ask, not just in terms of funding, but in terms of support and commitment to downtown in the coming weeks, coming months. We're still working out some details, and I want to be able to come to you and talk to you with a full plan in place. So don't want to create any speculation.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Judith. Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions in regards to the Scar Street. I know there was conversations and there was, I know some work being done and asking about, are we opening it, are we closing it? What is the status of Scar Street right now? Where is that at, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think that question is best addressed to administration, although through the budget process for the budget process that we went through in December, it looked like it had been pushed to 28, 29. So I think that question is best asked of administration.
Okay, thank you. It was really around kind of the businesses on Scar Street and kind of working with those businesses there. I think, I guess I'll ask the administration, but the last question I have is beautification. And we just talked a little bit. Do you know if there's anything in the budget here for beautification for the downtown? And is there any incentives that you have access to? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I think that's a great question. We are intending to install some additional lighting on FW Hill Mall. We just had approval from administration to install the lights on those lamp posts, which had, we just need to make sure that they weren't rusted out at the bottom. So limit liability. We always have some dollars there for murals and other beautification efforts in terms of public art. So we're just working out how to best spend those dollars and where the best impact would be. So we're having those questions conversations within our staff and with potential property owners that we can partner with.
Thank you. Do you know if other cities offer any kind of type of incentives or anything like that from the city for beautification? So if it's to businesses that can do flower pots and things like that, kind of just to get the downtown kind of, or their frontage of their storefront. Do you know of any other cities that do that, through the chair?
Through the chair, absolutely. There's quite a few. I'm not going to rattle them all off because pretty much all of them will offer some sort of facade improvement grant, which I believe is covered through some of the incentives that the city has, so you do have access to that. What I've been seeing lately are micro grants that are offered for programming. So usually they're between $1,000 to about $2,500 that the city or another governmental organization will offer to whether it's community groups or businesses to activate key areas within their downtown. So providing $1,000, $2,500 to do, I don't know, a night market, to do like a series of dance programs throughout the summer, that sort of thing. It's something that we've been exploring. We may dip our toe into that this year. We're just kind of working out the details of our summer programming right now.
Okay. And I guess the last question is, you know, I've heard the same thing about, you know, I don't go downtown. People just say, you know what, it's especially at night, that kind of thing. I guess the question and just a message from you, what would you say to people for this summer? What are you most excited about for downtown and why should they be downtown?
Through the chair, I want to say everything. We do have some programs that are in the works right now that will be able to go public in the coming weeks. So I guess my statement would be hang tight for 2 more weeks and we'll be able to provide you with like a more wholesome invitation to an unveiling or an event or what have you. So I guess the timing of this presentation is just too early in our planning cycle to be able to share all this wonderful information with you. I just don't want to, I guess, preempt some of the work that my staff is doing right now.
Okay, we look forward to that. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Morning. I'm on page 17 of your budget, 2024 revenue projections, grants, 1.2 million. My question, is that where the CSIR funding shows up?
Through the chair, that is correct. So CSIR has, Community Social Impact Regina, has funded our community support program in the amount of $800,000. I had mentioned last year the City of Regina approved the holiday light decor, so that's $122,000 that has already been received. The frost allocation for downtown was $92,500. Again, those checks have already been received. And we are a City of Regina community partner, and that's a 3-year cycle grant, and that is $35,000 per year. So altogether, we have confirmed actually in our bank right now about $1,050,000. So we are still looking at a few other grants. Some are, I always consider them to be medium risk, meaning that we've received them before, we just need official approval. Things like the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, we get that annually. So that's about $161,800 that we're still searching out.
Thank you. And then through the chair, I just want to provide the way I'm understanding pages 17 and 18 in terms of trend and ask you to comment on whether I'm accurately understanding it. So it's, your budget has grown 2021 actual to 2024 budgeted from basically 1.5 million to 2.5 million. It looks like incredible growth. Maybe one might say ballooning improperly, but actually most of that increase is on extra work you've been doing since 2021, like the downtown support program. Is that fair to say? Like your actual core management, it's not as though your costs have gone up 60%. You're just doing more things than you were doing in 2020, for example.
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. On page 17, if you look at the bid levy, that really is kind of a small incremental increase. That's the first row, a small increase. So our bid levy, the impact to our businesses, we went from 1.1 to 1.3 over 4 years. And some of that was due to reassessment. I think 21 was the year that they were doing the revaluation. And you are correct in that the additional income that we've received was very much project specific. And should those projects go away, our core mandate will stay the same, bid levy stays the same. So in 2022, we did receive significant COVID grants through the federal government. So I think there was one for about $300,000. That was for the chalet, and there was the street painting, that was another $100,000. So you are seeing some of those the successful grant applications we received. But like I said, if the program funding were to go away, then those expenses would most likely either go away or be significantly reduced.
Thank you. And final question is, as budgeted, page 18, under placemaking special projects, 1.1 million. I understand 800,000 of that is the sort of street team. My question is, if approved, what are the geographic limits of what the street team will support people within? Through the chair.
Through the chair, this is a great question, and one that I'm actually really excited to answer.
Finally.
Yes, yes, finally. So with the growth of that program, we were able to build some key partnerships, and we have been donated a van for that program. So we're in the process of getting it licensed, and kind of all the insurance is kind of taken care of. So the intent is that the foot patrol still be concentrated downtown, but the actually having a van will allow them to readily deploy on an on-call as needed basis. So if there is a call like further down Albert Street, to some of the businesses along there. We talked about Cathedral, we talked about Heritage. That will allow them to rapidly deploy there. It was very challenging. We did have a larger foot patrol area a couple of years ago, and based on feedback from the team, it was just too difficult for them to adequately respond to a call from, say, Dudney and Albert when they're at Pepsi Park and they're on foot. So, I mean, I wouldn't even know. So, and a lot of times when they're calling, it's timely, right? It's a time-sensitive thing. So having this van will really increase the coverage that they're able to do while still maintaining the original intent of the foot patrols at the same time.
Thank you.
Yep.
And maybe one more off that. I know there have been slight changes, I understand, in core hours of operation in the street team in recent years. Do you know, can you tell us what the core hours of operation will be if this is approved?
Through the chair, the intent is always to go 24 hours. I don't think we'll get there with this budget, but we are definitely looking to get to 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. From 8, I think they start at 9. So having a 12-hour shift is definitely a goal for this year. We're just making sure that the onboarding of people, making sure that we have adequate coverage, because we can't send out one person by themselves, especially at night. So we just want to make sure that we have people, enough people to maintain service during the day, also cover at night, but do it safely.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Well, this lovely new mechanism I got, so I didn't have to waste paper, has a dead battery. So my notes are on there. I'm going to try to remember them. Thank you for being here. The question I have a few questions. I'm going to try to remember all of them. Have you ever thought about bringing back a budget with a zero ask, and what would the implications be? Through the chair.
Through the chair, a zero ask, I'm not clear on that.
Just not asking for an increase in
So basically, the same mill rate as we had the year prior?
yeah.
I think we did that several years ago. I think our board considers that every year. When we go through the budget process, I present them with options at a 0%, a 3%, and then a 5% increase. Our board is recognizing the growing cost of living, the inflation, and the cost it takes to hire people to rent tents for events. Like, that has gone up quite a bit. So a 3% increase helps, I guess, address those increases in cost of doing business, basically. But yes, 0% is always something that is presented and an option to my board.
And that was presented this year, and the board had said, no, it wouldn't work this year? Am I correct?
Through the chair, you are correct, yes.
Okay. The cost of your street, what are they called? The street,
The Regina Street Team.
there you go. Can you tell me the cost, say maybe for the last 3 years, what percentage of money has gone into that street team?
Through the chair, the first year in operation, I believe it was in the range of 200,000.
Okay.
That was for staff. The second year, that was the year that we partnered with the city provided 400,000, and that increased coverage. We partnered with Warehouse, and that was the year where we were having issues with just how big the area was. So the feedback was the next year we would refocus on downtown, and that last year's budget was about 409,000. This year, and that had a team of 6. So this year, we're looking at 800,000 confirmed, with an additional 100,000, so to bring it up to 900,000. And the intent is to get up to 8 to 9 staff. I say 8 to 9 because we're playing around with part-time, and I'm not sure how that's going to shake out. And, we want to respect people's availability. We want to make sure we have the right people. So I would rather have 2 part-timers with the right qualifications than perhaps one that maybe isn't the best fit, so.
Okay, so in 3 years, you went from 200 from 4 staff to 409 with 6 staff, and now this year, we're 2024, 8, possibly 9 staff and 900,000.
Around there, 8 to 10, I don't know. Like, we'll have to play around with that.
So can you tell me what the decrease in crime has been for the downtown with the increase in money spent in this program? What has been the decrease in crime to the downtown area? Do you have any stats of that or comments back from?
Through the chair, I'm unable to answer that question, partly because the team is they're not police officers. A lot of times they're providing support to the folks that just need help but are not committing crime. So Sometimes, especially in the summer, we have folks that perhaps are dehydrated, they're acting a little off, and the businesses notice that something's just not quite right. They call our team, and simply it's a bottle of water. Sometimes it is de-escalation. We are working on our annual report, but if you'll bear with me for 1 second,
Yeah.
I just want to put this one thing. So in their draft annual report that they provided to me, they recorded over 19,000 street-level contacts and engagements, which range from simple questions about directions, that sort of thing, to minor disturbances, to administering Noxalone. The most calls and interactions are outreach-based, so ranging from suspected drug toxicities, so overdoses, mental health checks, accessing food and water, providing first aid. They provide education and harm reduction to businesses, and they've documented 534 requests for services. And they're saying that close to 750 engagements have potentially prevented non-emergent safety concerns from escalating to EMS, RPS, or other safety services. So
Sorry, what was
that's
that
the
number again?
deviation.
700?
750.
Okay.
So that's diversion from
Diversion. Okay.
whether it's an EMS call or a police call.
Okay, thanks.
So we're still cleaning up the annual report for the team, and we should be able to have that produced by end of next month, or end of April, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. And just a statement, when I was in Chicago, there was a police
Serena,
officer.
questions?
It's going to go into a question, but it's a statement. There was a police officer at every corner of the street in Chicago and downtown. There was nobody downtown because nobody comes downtown. Is that something that you guys have thought about in the downtown district and enhancing the police presence in the downtown? Doesn't work in Chicago. Do you think it's going to work in Regina? And if you think it's going to work in Regina, why do you think it's going to work in Regina? Through the chair.
Through the chair, that, I believe last August, the RPS did, I guess, a presence blitz, if you will, where they did have increased presence for a 2-week period in downtown, a little bit more. I do have their report from that experience, which I'm happy to send to you. The response back from our businesses was extremely positive. They felt more safe, their staff felt more safe, especially since the RPS officers that were here were also directed to pop into businesses, introduce themselves, engage in conversation. So that created that feeling of safety with the business members we have. With respect to deployment of police presence on every corner, I think that question is best directed to RPS.
And rightfully so, but what I'm trying to understand is if you did this 2 weeks police presence in downtown Regina, the feedback, you'll supply us with it. So what I'm trying to figure out is the police presence better in the downtown, so should be more money be put that way than into your $900,000 street team? It's just a question. Have you guys asked that question to your board? Has that been a thought? Has that come up in conversation through the chair?
Through the chair, I think they do two different things. So the police are there to prevent crime or address criminal activity, and our team isn't. They're there to provide service to people who need it. So they're actually addressing things in, like, from a different lens, if you will. So for us to say, for me, I could not say do away with this program and throw it all over here, because there'd be people left behind, either way you go. So I think that's, I don't think it's an either or. is what I'm saying. I think they need to work together. And that relationship with the police is something that we're continuing to grow. Our steering committee for our Regina Street team has a police representative on there. Police Chief Shake has been invited to sit on our board. So those relationships are being built with the police. And I think understanding what the police do and what their limitations are, and designing our program to kind of fit in lockstep with it, but not replace it, is key.
So when will we receive that report from you through the chair?
Through the chair, we talked about 2 reports, so
Yeah.
I can send the report on the increased police presence from last year. I can send that when I get back to my office. The annual report for the community support program will be able to deliver by May 1, which is the same deadline we have for our own annual report. So I'll deliver both of them at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Judith, thank you very much for your Q&A. So I'll ask Mr. Lacey to introduce the report, and then I'll ask for a mover.
Good morning, through you, Mr. Chair. Under the Cities Act, City Council is required to approve the proposed budget for the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District and the related proposed levy. The Regina Downtown Business Improvement District has proposed a mill rate of 0.8214 mills, which represents a 3% increase over the 2023 Regina Downtown Business Improvement District levy. The report recommends Council's approval.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just speak briefly. I think it's a sensible budget by a well-run, competent organization. So I think the bullet point, and we heard a lot about this from Ms. Verisek, is they're doing important work, both their core mandate work of providing direct services, promotion to members, activating downtown through things like Frost, and then they're also doing work that they kind of don't have to do, but it's very useful for us to have them doing, especially the community support team, the street team, and that expanded work we've asked them to do broadly accounts for what looks on paper like a very dramatic growth in their budget. So 1.5 million in 2021 to 2.5 in 2024, but all or almost all of that is attributable to extra work they've taken on that they didn't have to, frankly. So I think it's sensible. I think we've seen in past years and continuing good financial stewardship, and I think a fairness to the business members, especially with respect to the bid levy. The growth in that increase has been very slight. I don't have the math, but maybe at or lower than the rate in our property tax base increase, so nothing dramatic there. Yeah, I think straight down the middle, good program, good organization, and seek support. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any lights, so I'm going to maybe put this question to members of committee. There were inquiries directed at Ms. Verisek related to crime in the downtown. Could I ask a member of the Board of Police Commissioners perhaps to get that information? I have chapters of emails and data that the RPS has provided. I think it would be more fair for commissioners to address matters that is under their purview. Yeah, perfect. And I'll just advance what I have. Could we also get data from them in terms of the effectiveness, which is well cataloged, of the community support team? Perfect. Thank you. All right, seeing nothing further, I'll ask the clerks to advance the vote, please.
Through you, Chair, the motion carries unanimously with all 9 members voting in favor. Councillors Findura and Moll are away from the meeting.
Thank you. Our next item is EX 24-18 Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District budget. Lisa, the seat is warm and the light has been turned on. It's hot.
It is hot. Where's the Kleenex? I'm not gonna need to cry at this
It's been
one.
removed.
God.
It's part of a broad sweeping cost-cutting measure. So,
BYOK.
you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, my name is Lisa Gibbons, and I am the Executive Director for the Warehouse District. The Warehouse District comes before you with a request of setting the bid levy rate to .8214 as approved by our Board of Directors. The Warehouse District is just north of Dewdney, from the tracks to 4th Avenue, Albert Street to Winnipeg Street, and we represent approximately 600 businesses. The Warehouse District staff includes the Executive Director, a part-time administrative assistant, and a vacant marketing and membership position, which is currently posted on our website. So if anyone wants to apply who's watching, job closes April 2nd. Key projects and priorities for 2024 include the Dewdney Avenue project. Construction is slated to kick off in the spring of 2024 and be complete in the fall of 25. We're excited for the outcome of this major infrastructure investment in our district while realizing the need for strong marketing and communication to support the community affected during construction. Work also continues on our vision plan. In May 2023, Scatliff Miller Murray began work on building a vision plan for the Warehouse District in partnership with the City of Regina. The process has included a number of stakeholder meetings, the research of previous reports, along with engagement sessions, and we look forward to presenting to the City Centre Core Development Advisory Committee in June with our vision plan. Of course, there is the yards. We have signed an interim use contribution agreement with the City of Regina in January, and we look forward to building an interim use plan that supports the area during construction. This plan will be developed in coordination with the construction schedule. This will ensure placemaking opportunities support the future development of the yards while serving the present needs of businesses and the community. Our regular scheduled programming includes advocacy and marketing on behalf of our warehouse community, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I just asked for your comment. In recent years, it seems traffic and activity along 8th Avenue has picked up a lot. I wonder if you can comment on 2 things. One is, what other than sourdough donuts contributes to that? And the second is, what impact has the increased traffic had, on businesses and flow within the neighborhood?
Through the chair, the desire for sourdough is strong. There is also the desire for malt down the street with District Brewing just a little farther up. We've seen a few adaptive reuse projects that have built density along 8th Avenue. So a little farther up, we have the former Cloud Rider building, which West Oak, formerly Nicor, have transformed into a beautiful building that now staffs quite a few individuals. But we are seeing that shift of a corridor up to Winnipeg Street and folks using Winnipeg as an alternative route for commutes. The challenge that comes with that is that 8th is a lot narrower than perhaps other major roads like 4th Avenue in our district. And that street's about to bear a lot more traffic as we roll into Dewdney. So we're seeing that build out of density in our district, and I would say that is a big part of why we're seeing that increased traffic, but also sourdough donuts.
Thank you. And then maybe just a comment. So I hear occasionally, I'll ask for your feedback, which is businesses along 7th and 6th Avenue heading north don't have enough parking for residents, partly, or customers rather, partly because of businesses along 8th being busy, and partly because we regulate traffic and parking in that north part as though it's as busy as 8th. Wonder if you can just comment on if there's anything related generally to traffic or parking that seems to have a differential impact on businesses in different parts of Warehouse?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we are going to need to think about 8th, 7th, 6th truly in a different fashion for the next 2.5 years. And perhaps we'll have some traffic patterns that remain post-construction. 7th is even narrower and only allows parking on one side because of the narrowness of that road. And when you add winter, which traditionally happens for us about 8 months of the year, except when we have a winter festival, that reduces and restricts the parking. And so, yes, they end up in areas. And so I would sense that the answer to this is everyone's favorite thing, a parking study. Everyone loves to do research, but truthfully, we had areas, the avenues are a 1-hour parking zone, the side streets are 2 hours. The regulation of that often is call-driven, so my understanding is they don't have a normal cycle that they go through in our district like they would downtown in the same way that with enforcement, but it's literally someone's been parked in front of my building for 4 hours. Now, I have another challenge on Broad Street with parking. I could talk parking all day. With bus lane and how we meet that service if we're going to push people onto rows, for example, rows between 7th, 6th, and 5th could use some work, right? It's dim, it feels pretty dirty, it may feel unsafe for anyone who's going for a 3-hour hair appointment on the other side. So we just have to find those balances. I know they're not easy conversations around parking. Free parking on its own with an 8-hour and no customer turnover is also a challenge. We see that along Dudney Avenue with folks currently parking, enjoying their free parking and walking downtown, which is great. I'm happy they're supporting downtown. When those spaces are gone, as we do Dudney construction, they may try to park on side streets, and then that takes the space of potential customers. So it's a bit of a balance. There's no easy answer. There's always someone who's going to be unhappy with the results.
Thank you. And then, final question. We occasionally hear some big activations in the city, Grey Cup, say, don't lead to this sort of economic activity, busy bars and so on Dudney that we'd like to see. My question is just with respect to Frost this year. Do you have feedback from businesses in town of how that went and whether that's going well for Warehouse, whether that's, driving up business for folks?
Yeah, through the chair. My board asked me the same question because Frost takes a lot of time and effort to plan, and as the incoming chair for Frost, even more burden comes to my plate. What I see and hear from my businesses is that during a traditionally slow time, they do see an increase in patrons in their spaces, which is great. And as construction moves, our plan for Frost will still have some key outdoor elements. Everyone loves a good fire. But also we will focus on our brick and mortar, so making sure that we're getting people into those live music venues, into those restaurants, bars, breweries, retail. The retail patterns have completely changed post-pandemic, and so we definitely need to find solutions to that to ensure that there's value in our community. Everything that I've heard has been great, and in fact, a great metric of that is that we have a number of businesses who on their own have started to do work for promotion for Frost. So whether they're offering a Frost special, whether they're doing an event like YQR Vintique hosting a special vintage weekend crossed with Frost and Aliens. I don't know how that connection came to be, but it was hugely successful. And it's a great metric of a successful event actually finding its way into the community.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Statenchuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Lisa. So my question through the chair is just regarding the mill rate increase. It's, what I understand is it's the same as the Regina downtown bid. Is that now a decision of your board to maintain the same levy rate as the downtown bid?
Through the chair, there was a time when we chose a different path. I'm not saying that the board is committed to always matching that bid levy of downtown, but there was a time where we needed to do a bit of a catch-up to make sure we were competitive with market rates. And so as a result of waiting, our businesses took a big hit in 2022 when we did a 36% increase. At that time, I did not have one call of complaint from the businesses who paid that amount. They are seeing value in our organization and what we do. So I can't commit that that's our goal every time, but similar to downtown, we're seeing an increase across the board in cost of living. So whether it's op expenses, whether it's paying competitive rates to staff so that we keep people, the cost of training and rehiring is expensive and exhausting and does not serve our members well. So those are some of the things that our board takes into consideration. They have not asked the city for funds at this point. This is strictly a request from business owners within the district.
Right. And through the chair, I do note that it amounts to like a $23,000 increase, and I think the downtown one was like 49, almost 50,000. So it's not significant. My question, I guess, second question is regarding the interim use of the yards. So construction will be starting in the spring. Is the grant just to develop a plan or to actually start to develop something in the yards for this year?
Through the chair, construction should start at the end of April. This is me rocking. The intent for interim use is to have activation this year.
Okay.
But for that to be complementary, so just understanding where they're working at what points in time, where we can find synergies with what they're doing that complements their work, but also supports businesses along Dudney Avenue. So now that we have a draft plan of the construction schedule, we're working to build out what that activation plan looks like for 2024. So you'll see events that will happen like food truck wars out on the yard. Some of those pieces we're going to move into that location.
Okay. And through the chair, I did notice in your expenditures that advocacy and fostering investment increased significantly. From 2023 was just over 8,000 to 143,000 this year. So what is specifically happening in that line item?
Through the chair, the $100,000 is related to that interim use of the yards.
Okay.
So that's what that funding is. And then you'll see $28,000, 299. That's the remaining of the vision plan.
Okay. Next page is what I was told. Okay. There we
good.
go.
It's all good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd just like to get some clarity from the chair moving forward in my questions that I'm asking. When I said that I was making a comment, you stopped me abruptly. Councillor LeBlanc said he's making a statement. Do I start out with saying I'm making a statement, go into a question, or do I start with comment and going into a question through the chair? Just asking for some clarity.
I wouldn't say either. If you have a preamble that is in advance of a question, just go for it. When you said that, it just seemed as though you were just going to make a statement. I didn't realize your question. Just go for it.
Okay, so to be safe, though, I should say statement.
If you need to have a preamble that is a statement before you get to the question, because it's required, go for it. Yeah.
Good, thank you very much. Just want to clarify that. So I'm making a statement that's going into a question.
I'm so ready for it.
Okay, the statement is, like I said with the downtown district, the cost of doing what you're doing, could this be done with a 0% mill rate increase through the chair? Like, what would be the, can I explain a little bit more? The board,
Sure.
have you talked about a 0%? Have
Sure.
you talked about a 0% increase?
Yeah.
What would be the impact of that 0% increase? And the statement is, can you possibly do it with only a 0% increase? I'm not saying you can or you can't, just getting your clarification
Yep.
on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, our board takes an increase extremely seriously, so they definitely look at a 0%. The average increase for properties in our district is under $50, so it's about $47 per business. But the overall impact year after year is where you really run into a challenge. So we're trying to keep that in a reasonable realm while ensuring that we can maintain staff, for example. It's one of our biggest assets as an organization is our team and our ability to mobilize during construction. We have the relationship with the businesses, so when there is impact to business, we're there back and forth trying to get those concerns over to the city and make sure that we're making those heard. So they've definitely considered a 0%. They have chosen to go with 6.18% increase, which is approximately $47 per business.
So I remember, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think I do remember, Councillor LeBlanc, didn't you bring something forward to say that the street group was going to go out into a broader area? Does that impact the warehouse?
So just to be clear, I don't mind the exchange, but the questions that you ask have to be addressed to the delegation.
Sorry, I was just asking for clarification if you know, I just remember Councillor LeBlanc had brought that up, but if you know that. I'm just wondering if it's out in the warehouse more, or how long has that been going on through the chair?
Through the chair, the community support program, now the Regina Street team, has been centered around downtown in that area. We saw some challenges when they were strictly foot patrol. Now that they have access to a vehicle, we have definite need along Albert Street of the services of the Regina Street team. We are reaching out to that organization through Judith to add them into that area, especially as we have urgent care about to open along Albert Street. We have some businesses that are really challenged with folks panhandling, some interactions within the business that just require perhaps a different touch than RPS. They're still working closely together. That is our first line of call right now, is RPS. We straddle two different areas for the Regina Police Service, which makes it challenging. The warehouse district is part of the north zone. Downtown has its own beat from RPS. We do not have access to that. North Central is the North Central Zone, I think it's what it's called, or Central Zone, and that cuts off at Albert Street. So my person of reference now becomes two other people of reference, and that was a very long way to answer. We're requesting support from the Regina Street team. Please continue to fund them. They're extremely important middle step into how do we make our community safe and vibrant.
Okay, so in saying that, then obviously we didn't bring anything forward to have the street team expand into the warehouse district like I thought, but it hasn't been. So is that something that you've been advocating for? Is that something that we should be advocating for? Can you speak to that a little bit, just to help me understand a little bit more, Judith? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair. The Regina Street team, I think over the past few years has really done growing as an organization, figuring out who they are, how they serve the community, and now have the resources to actually serve the community. So in our early days, we definitely, as Judith and I often do, build the plane while we're flying it. I think we're in a position now where we can fully assess the impact of the Regina Street team and look at additional functions like serving corridors within our district. We're definitely going to see that along Albert Street. I would anticipate as the city digs an 8-meter deep trench along Dudney Avenue that we may require their services along Dudney Avenue as well.
So thank you, and the reason why I'm asking this too is I had a company or a business reach out to me in the warehouse district, and the street team did go there and help them. So I just wanted some clarity as to what's going on with that. So
that's great.
So thank you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. What are the events, the annual events? Sorry, I'm gonna actually go to your budget first. So you got 378,000 and change in your levy, 242,000 for special projects, grants, and sponsorships. The levy covers what? Like there's a difference. I'm wondering if the special projects, grants, and sponsorships, where those come from?
Yeah, the bid levy, it's through the chair. So the bid levy itself covers the operations of the organization. So that includes administration, sort of our key mandates that we would function as every bid does. And then the special projects and grants are additional work that we take on that supports our district and our community as a whole. So in this year, what you're seeing is funds that we've already secured. So this is related to, actually there's a little bit of Canada Summer Jobs in here, which we do not have confirmed yet, but includes the intermuse of the yards, which is city funds, and the vision plan, again, funded by the city. We're doing that in partnership, which is fantastic. There's also additional pieces that we look to get additional grants for that you don't see in this. That would include things like Hop Circuit, Food Truck Wars, Road to Country Thunder, some additional events that we help facilitate for our district. So some of those things are not in here yet. Additional pieces that we're going to be looking for additional support in relate to Dudney construction when it comes to marketing and communication.
Sorry, thanks. Marketing and communications on Dudney Avenue construction. Can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah, I think as a municipal organization, the city has a comm strategy that deals with normal construction. But anytime we go into our city center in a major transformational project, I think we're investing at least $33 million. I heard the sign says 54, but at least $30 million into a project that's going to drastically impact over 100 businesses for 2 years. We better do a great job of making sure those 100 businesses are still there, or that we've evolved that space once we open. I would hate to open the street to an empty Dudney Avenue with no businesses at the end. So that marketing comms, we're just able to be a little more nimble, I think, than city is just by nature, to make sure that we're telling people how to navigate through construction, where it will be, and why you should come. Also telling part of the story of what historically has been on this site, what are we doing right now? Like, let's bring some big dig energy to this project and talk about the cool pipes that we're putting in the ground. It's pretty generational. I think the last time they may have laid pipe is 100 years ago, so we're pretty excited about it. So let's look into the past at what we were. Let's look at what we're doing right now, but also keep in mind of the future. Like, this is a transformational project that's going to have a huge impact on our city, something that we can all be proud of, and we should be proud of the process.
If we just had everybody be that excited about pipes going in ground, it would be an awesome thing for council. It'd be an awesome thing. I thought Councillor LeBlanc brought up some good questions about the plans for 6th and 7th. Are you thinking that part of that comms plan has to be the movement through the entire area? That has to include not just Dudney, but what's happening elsewhere?
Through the chair, yes. We are just waiting on the traffic accommodation plan to be approved. Once we have an understanding of what that looks like, we know that while 8th Avenue is a nice east corridor to Winnipeg, 7th is actually our corridor west down to the Louvain. And then, of course, 4th is the Great Connector. So finding ways to move traffic on narrow roads that perhaps were not intended for the amount of traffic they're about to have is going to be really important. Leading also into that conversation is pedestrian movement. So as we move the rider shuttle onto 8th Avenue from Dudney Avenue, we're going to have folks parking at the yards, walking down Hamilton to 8th Avenue, past the sourdough place, and then hopping on the rider transit. But we haven't improved the infrastructure in that area to make sure the lighting is better, for example. The sidewalks are the sidewalks, so they are narrower just by nature. So some of those thoughtful conversations need to happen in a quick fashion, and through some tactical urbanism methodology, we can probably apply and make some of those places feel a little bit safer and enjoyable for the general pop.
Okay, and you're working with administration on this right now?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. I asked Ms. Versuk, I'll ask you, what do you need from council besides approval of a budget?
Through the chair, this is always an exciting time. we, of course, look for your support. So while we'll come to you perhaps with funding requests for specific projects, I am a big proponent of Team Regina, and we're all here to make this city a better place. I have lived here for more years than I'm going to say out loud. And I think it's really important that we show up and we show out at these events so that we are present when there's things happening, whether it's food truck wars in the warehouse district, whether it's just coming for a coffee at the sourdough place or grabbing a pint at one of those malt places. Those things are really meaningful and have impact. So when I run into you at a coffee shop, it makes me very happy. We know Jason needs his caffeine, so.
Fair enough.
So I just appreciate your support, whether it's these questions and having these conversations or showing up in the district.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Morning, Lisa. I couldn't help but wonder when you mentioned that you and Lisa were building the plane as you flew it, whether you've been in touch with Boeing. My question is this. Would it be better, would it be advantageous if we had one bid covering a greater downtown than two bids? Are there synergies to be had if we had one bid, perhaps with co-chairs rather than two bids?
Through the chair, I love this question. Gets me fighty. No, truthfully, there are lots of cities that have a super bid where there is some synergy that makes sense. I don't see the cost savings at this current point that really make that make sense. I think our two boards see very different priorities at this moment. So I don't think our boards would agree to that, to be frank. And I think our businesses too see very different identities between the two districts. It doesn't mean that at some point there might be the case where a super bid is actually formed with different sort of precincts within that. I would just offer that the savings aren't huge on that front, but certainly always something that could be explored.
Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions. You may return to your other seat.
No crying.
I'll ask Mr. Lacey to introduce the report, and then I'll ask for a mover.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chairs. As the previous report, the Cities Act requires City Council to approve the proposed budget for the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District and related levy. The Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District has proposed a mill rate of 0.8214 mills, and this proposed levy reflects a 6.18% increase compared to 2023, and the report is recommending approval.
Thank you. Questions or comments from committee? All right, Councillor Hawkins, I'll consider you the mover. Is that okay?
I'm happy to move the motion, resolution. I just want to say that, as with the previous report, this one is very sensible. This is a diligent and hardworking group of staff and volunteers. I think that the mill rate request is reasonable. In all of these mill rate requests, it's critical to remember, as has been stressed, that there is inflation to be covered. Unless you cover that inflation, you are in fact decreasing the real value of the grant, which is something that we don't want to do. I think that the answer with respect to why we have two bids instead of one was interesting, was thoughtful. I do appreciate the fact that the two bids work together often to create synergies, and I think that that will continue and grow into the future, especially as Dudney Avenue is revitalized. So I'm happy to support this this budget.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to follow up on something Lisa spoke about in terms of the comms plan. How did she call it? Give it the big dig energy? In the case of something like Dudney Avenue, a major revitalization project like that, who would be in charge? Do we have an economic, someone who's a director of economic development? Do we use someone like that in addition to the kind of regular engineering side of things on the comms plan to make sure there's those points of contact Or do we rely on Lisa as exec director of RW Bid to disseminate the information that we have? So, yeah, I want a little bit follow-up on the comms plan.
Mr. Doney, go ahead, please.
Mr. Doney.
I will provide you what information I have. So for major projects like this, and as heard, this is a very significant project, we have a dedicated comms plan for it. And so it's not just the regular residential road project, it's significant. And so that will involve communication, obviously, with the bid on a regular basis. We're working with them to ensure that as this project changes, we're adjusting that comms plan, because there are 5 phases in this year. And so as you heard, the traffic accommodations are being designed right now and will be implemented, and so that comms plan will change as things, as construction progresses throughout the year. The other new thing that we just had a conversation about, and may not be implemented in this year, but it's something that we can think about in the future, is working with EDR to talk about the economic benefits of some of these large projects. And so we just had a very brief conversation of what inputs do they need to be able to run the model, to be able to communicate that in the future. So that's an opportunity for the future, and determining how early in a project cycle can we get them the information they need, like human hours working, how many people are local, that kind of information. So we're working with Mr. Lane to start to go through that detail.
That's great. Actually, that's really good. Thanks for joining, Ms. Johnson, as head of comms. But there's a piece of it which is I'm curious about. Do you utilize the services of the RW Bid as a representative of those 600 businesses in this case, and communicate with the executive director, or do you do outreach to the businesses directly that are impacted on Dewdney Avenue, like in terms of the comms plan?
Through the chair, we do both. And so we'll communicate directly with the businesses about any impact that they're going to see. So for example, we're inspecting their wastewater lines, we're talking to them directly because it's going to just impact that business. So then we utilize the resources that the bid has to connect to the entire bid community. So it's a two-pronged approach, and we are very appreciative of the connections that the bid has with the businesses there, because just because you're not on Dewdney Avenue doesn't mean you're not going to be affected by the project, and that's where the bid can connect with some of their businesses in the bid. And then we've got the largest communication plan for the entire city, because it will have an impact on everybody that drives in the area.
Right, yeah, thank you. One final question through the chair. In terms of that communications plan, do we design the plan and then take it to them, or are they involved in a little bit of the development of it for best, like in terms of what the businesses need to hear?
I'll ask my colleague to give some details on
Ms.
that
Johnson,
one.
thank you.
We're doing a combination, and I'd say it's still under development currently. But construction communications has been top of mind for us this year, and we have a number of major projects. So what we're actually currently doing, and I was just in a meeting about it this morning, is trying to pull together a master calendar of all of the ways we will communicate, both to residents and businesses, ensure we're identifying all of the impacted stakeholders and target markets, and then making sure we have multiple touch points on a regular, ongoing basis. So everything from, paid advertising plans, to communication directly with stakeholders, to communication internally to ensure that we all know that we're on the same page about what's coming up next, et cetera, social media posts, traffic updates, et cetera. So we're trying to create a really fulsome plan. And the meeting I was in this morning, we did talk about sharing some of the early marketing materials with the bids ahead of time, get their feedback before we roll them out, and have that continuing, ongoing conversation to ensure that we're meeting the needs both of residents and businesses and stakeholders.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sticks out more than blue anyway.
Through you, Chair, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
With committee's indulgence, could we perhaps take our 15-minute break now rather than waiting for the... Yeah, are you sure, Jason? Okay, all right, we'll take our 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll commence with delegations. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. We have two delegates related to the following item, EX 24-22, the Vision Zero Road Safety Framework. We're going to start with Nicole. Do you know how this works?
Not really, no. This is my
Okay,
first time
so-
presenting.
The light is on. I would ask that you just introduce yourself for the record. If you're here representing an organization, just say so. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Strandland, and I join you today as a Cathedral neighborhood resident. So I'm not representing anyone besides myself and my family. And I'm also joining you today as somebody who cares so much about this issue that I've taken a holiday day to join you. So I'm joining you today to express my support for the Vision Zero Road Safety Framework, the consultant's report, and more specifically, my support for the bylaw amendments that would implement a 30-kilometer-per-hour speed limit within the proposed community safety zone. So why this matters? The Cathedral neighborhood, as fully outlined in Appendix D, is a historic mixed commercial and residential neighborhood in the heart of Regina. The beauty of this neighborhood, and why many residents, such as myself, choose to live here, is the walkability of the neighborhood. When it comes to good urban design, this neighborhood got a lot of things right. Buildings are built to human scale, there's nice sidewalks that exist on both sides of the street, there's good urban tree coverage that creates shade for residents, there's mixed use, meaning that people can live here, walk to the library, walk to the schools, grocery stores, coffee shops, ice cream stores, pet stores, cheese shops, and much more. So that's my shout out for Cathedral. I know there's been lots of shout outs for the business district and the warehouse district. Shout out for Cathedral. It's a delight to live in this neighborhood, and I can't recommend it to people enough. So in addition to that, there are large green spaces established throughout the Cathedral neighborhood with parks, lawn bowling, basketball courts, horseshoes, disc golf, walking and bike paths, and even public fire pits. There was a shout out to people liking to have fires, so public fire pits. Unfortunately, what the neighborhood got wrong, or is rather lacking at this point, is that it has a ridiculously high speed limit for a dense mixed-use neighborhood with tight residential streets and a lack of protected active transport throughout. What this means for an ordinary resident like myself is that although 99% of the trips that my family takes for 8 months of the year could easily be made by walking or biking, my husband and I often choose to drive our vehicles because we don't feel safe walking or biking, especially when we have our 8-year-old son or our dog with us. When we walk, we often opt to head towards the protected path system for a recreational walk, rather than walking or biking for actual transportation purposes. I have to say, when you're biking a child to school and a city bus or a half-ton truck goes past your child on a tight residential street at 50 kilometers an hour, it feels extremely dangerous. If my son were to slip on the gravel or sand that we often see on the side of the streets where we have to bike because there's no protected bike infrastructure and he was hit by a vehicle, or if a driver can't see us because the sun is low and in their eyes, or if they happen to be looking down at a cell phone, many of the things that are addressed in the Vision Zero report, at 50 kilometers per hour, my son would statistically be killed. It bothers me to no end that we are unable to enjoy a morning bike ride to school, or that I can't enjoy a bike ride or a walk with my dog to the grocery store that is a couple blocks from my house because we're at risk of being hit by vehicles. And I was looking through some of the statistics that were provided in that report, and between 2015 and 2019, there were 384 collisions with pedestrians and 211 collisions with bikes. So me thinking that this is a safety issue is not like a fabrication of my imagination, it's a statistical potential reality. And so instead of shopping for, splash pants in the spring, I'm shopping for a safety vest for my son to be able to wear when he bikes with me to school. So what the research indicates, the Vision Zero 2-year action study indicated that a person hit by a vehicle at 30 kilometers an hour has a 60% chance of survival. At a speed of 40 kilometers an hour, a person has only a 20% chance of survival. And the speed limit is currently 50 kilometers per hour through the Cathedral neighborhood. So honestly, many people like myself, I don't even drive 50 in Cathedral neighborhood because it feels ridiculously fast. And it seems like it's impossible to get to these speeds safely. So to me, the research alone should indicate that the speed limit should be reduced to 30 kilometers as recommended by the consultant, but actually should potentially be further reduced to 20 kilometers if we were looking at the research. Another point to make is that reducing speed limits is not enough. as much as the majority of people will attempt to follow the law while driving, it's important that we design our streets to slow drivers down to protect pedestrians and bikers, cyclists. So what would this look like in the Cathedral neighborhood? Many of these recommendations have been made in the consultant's report, but on wide streets where stop signs have been removed, so like 14th Avenue from Pasqua Street to Elphinstone, implementing center medians and intersections, sometimes called mini roundabouts, would be a possibility, and I included a photo in my submission where these exist within the Lakeview neighborhood already. Protected active transportation infrastructure. Currently, there is a painted bike lane on 14th Avenue that runs kind of throughout Cathedral neighborhood. The paint is mostly worn off, so that's not even really there. And we know that painted bike lane infrastructure doesn't protect people. I watch people drive incorrectly through that multiple times a day, and I bike through it, and it's extremely frightening. And so just Cathedral is the perfect area to further develop active transportation infrastructure. It's a complete neighborhood, and many residents of Cathedral could make a majority of their trips by walking or biking, and I believe would choose to if they felt safe doing so. Another way this could work in Cathedral is creating additional bulb outs on busy pedestrian streets with high traffic. This is like the ones that are already being created on 13th. There's some temporary ones, but honestly, they should be at all intersections on 13th. And I just noted a couple of things here that they serve to shorten the distance across the street, make it more accessible, and really, they also can be a place where greenery can be added, beautifying the city in that way. And that the other thing I noted here is that they should be accompanied though by active transportation lanes as well, because bulb outs actually push people on bikes out into traffic lanes, so it can make it more dangerous for cyclists if there isn't protected bike infrastructure. Some additional things, creating raised medians, raised crosswalks, and adding speed bumps, or even a change in the texture in the roadway, such as brick, to indicate the need to slow down. And another thing that I would like to see implemented throughout the neighborhood, even though there aren't a lot of lights, I would like to see no right-hand turns at red lights. I live close to Connaught School, and I watch people turn right on a red light, even though they're not supposed to, during school hours all the time, and it's very dangerous for a lot of children that are walking to school. I kind of go on and on about this, but reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour would be a positive start to addressing the pedestrian and active transportation safety issues throughout Cathedral neighborhood. However, I hope it will only be the beginning of traffic calming measures that will be implemented throughout this neighborhood. I have no doubt that the engineers and architects at the City of Regina have plenty of excellent ideas that could be implemented. As Chris and Melissa Brunlett, who are both Canadian transportation experts, specify in their book, Curbing Traffic, well-designed, well-built, and safe pedestrian and active transportation cities don't just happen. These cities are designed, built, and then people adjust their behavior to a designed space. Many of the European cities that I've been fortunate enough to travel to, stroll around in, sit at outside cafes, admire human-scale architecture, and generally just enjoy pedestrian-friendly street life in, were once struggling with the same vehicle-dominated streets that we're discussing today. Brunlett and Brunlett, in specifically studying Dutch cities, state that if people don't behave in the space as it is designed, say for example by reducing their driving speed, the Dutch see it as a design failure, and they redesign the street to get the behavior that is desired. It's my understanding that the mayor will be in France this summer, and it's my hope that she is also able to spend some time in Paris. And while there, I hope that you will hop on a bike and cycle around and enjoy one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and marvel in what the city of Paris has been able to do in a few short years to move away from being a vehicle-centric city. The mayor of Paris and her leadership has transformed the city into a safer pedestrian city and an active transportation hub. I had the opportunity to visit the city in 2015 and then again just last year, and it was truly remarkable and inspiring. And it was honestly just lovely to be able to bike around the city with our 8-year-old and feel safe. So I hope that you'll have some time to enjoy that and be inspired by that. So I ask, what do we imagine for Cathedral neighborhood? And how will we design the space according to have people interact in the space in a desired way? As the human density of Cathedral neighborhood increases and the impacts of climate change intensify, the need to design a human-scale, safe, pedestrian, and active transportation-friendly street network could not be more important. So I thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter, and it's my hope that you'll approve the 30-kilometer speed limit within the proposed community safety zone, Cathedral neighborhood, and continue with additional traffic calming measures. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
This is a question.
Perfect.
So I was in the cathedral area the other night, visiting a friend, having supper. You can't actually go 50 because there are so many potholes and ruts, so she chuckled about that. But she raised something that I actually never thought of, and then I looked into it some more. The cost of homes and the value of your homes could potentially increase, being that it being a 30, it's going to be more, how do I say, desired by families. What would you feel about tax increase to your home, the value goes up because of this being a 30-kilometer zone, through the chair?
I mean, I already, am I supposed to say to the chair before I respond? I mean, we have, our home is it's an infill building, Cathedral, and we already pay, a significant amount, and we choose to live there. We've lived in other areas of Regina, and we chose to move back to this neighborhood. And honestly, the increases that could potentially exist in taxes wouldn't bother me. I'd be happy to pay that to live in a neighborhood. And I'm actually sure that many people would be, to live in a neighborhood that is less car-centric and is safer for people to walk around in and to bike around in. I think that a lot of people that live in Cathedral neighborhood choose to live there because of the walkability, because it's, there's beautiful buildings built to human scale and all of these amenities that we can enjoy within a few blocks. So I don't see that being an issue for myself, and I'm sure it wouldn't be for many other people.
So for yourself, you're saying if the taxes went up on your home, if this was implemented, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, I would be.
Okay,
I mean, if the value of my home is going up, I guess that's a benefit to me as well, so.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, that's all I want to know.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, and through the chair, the recommendation for having I can't remember now what it's called, a special
The community safety zone?
community safety zone, is that it would be the entire area. It's quite a large area that would be, that it comprises. Do you support that entire area, or do you think the concern is more on 13th Avenue?
I actually support the entire area, and I think that it actually, I would really strongly recommend that it be the entire area. The reason for that is because we've seen how as different traffic implementations have happened on particular streets, it shifts the traffic. So a good example of that is on 15th Avenue by Les Sherman Park, when the painted bike lane was put in on 14th Avenue, they removed the stop signs that had previously existed on 14th and put stop signs onto 15th Avenue. What that has resulted in is that people no longer take 15th Avenue to speed and cut to Pasqua Avenue to connect to Louvain. Now they speed down 14th. And so I think that it's important that people, or that the entire community has this speed limit, because people who are commuting from downtown to Louvain will just take the fastest route. So if 13th is slowed down, they'll move to Victoria Avenue, or they'll move to 15th. And so I think that or College even potentially. So I think that having it throughout the neighborhood is really important. And also there are 3 schools, soon there will be 2 schools, within the neighborhood as well. So there's always a large amount of children, and there's just lots of different activities and stuff happening at all times, kind of throughout the neighborhood. I don't think it's just limited to 13th, so I'd like to see the whole neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, you did point out in your submission and your presentation today that that it's not just a speed issue, but it's also a lack of good infrastructure for pedestrians or cyclists.
Mm-hmm.
For cyclists. So the 14th Avenue, what would you like to see improvements to that particular route, or do you think by reducing the speed that would also improve that 14th Avenue cycle route?
Yeah, so research indicates that paint lines actually don't work as bike infrastructure for active transportation. Regina actually is a perfect city to implement more active transportation, protected active transportation. So I'm talking about protected bike lanes. And I say active transportation though, because it's not just bike lanes. We know that cities that build this type of active transportation, allow for it to be more accessible. So people who are on motorized scooters and these kinds of things, seniors, people, with different disabilities can actually utilize these lanes as well. And so I would like to see it be protected. The speed limit is a key component, but we know that, as is addressed in the report, that there's a number of other elements. So reducing the speed limit doesn't necessarily help with aggressive driving, impaired driving, or distracted driving, whereas protected infrastructure does, and traffic calming measures do. And that is addressed in the report. So I would like to see those things implemented as well. The speed limit to me is a start of what I hope will be many other measures that are implemented within the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just am caught by your last comment. Reducing the speed limit does not actually, and can you finish that for me?
It's not sufficient. It's not enough. The measures need to go further than that.
Would you start with the traffic calming measures first to see how well they worked?
I would do, ideally, I would see both simultaneously. I would love to see the speed limit. I think reducing the speed limit is an easy first step. Implementing traffic calming measures obviously requires a larger, more of a budget beyond changing signs and education, advertising, that type of thing. And could potentially involve some construction. So I would assume that would be more difficult from an infrastructure perspective. So to me, changing the speed limit is something that can be done almost immediately and will have a significant impact. We know that, as I said earlier, that reduction in speed alone will save people's lives. 384 collisions in Regina with pedestrians from 2015 to 2019. We've had recent fatalities in Cathedral neighborhood. To me, it's just an easy start. So I think it's an important, a valuable, a necessary first step, but I see it as the first step in a necessary process.
In terms of your concern for speeding in Cathedral, have you been in touch with the RPS to ask them to monitor and enforce more vigorously?
No, I have not called RPS. One of the things that I've actually talked about with some neighborhood, other neighbors, residents, is that sometimes when you're in Cathedral neighborhood, the speed limit is 50. And so people might be driving 45, but because of how the streets are structured, it feels like people are going a lot faster. So people might be driving within a legal speed limit, but it's not a safe speed. So if you call RPS, they can sit there and, have radar, but they're going to get people driving 48, 47, those types of things. But it's not, it's still not a safe speed.
I want to get your opinion on something. There are other areas in the city, like Cathedral, with one exception. And I represent one of those areas, Harbor Landing. Mm-hmm. It's not a heritage area, but it has narrow streets through bad design way back when.
Yes, and unfortunately only has sidewalks on one side of the street.
And it has schools and parks and tons of kids. Do you think we should reduce the speed limit from 50 there to 30?
Well, I'm not a traffic engineer or a traffic expert, but the reading that I have done on this, I'll refer to, I'll use the Dutch cities as an example. Lots of times people think that, European cities have existed like this for a really long time, but the reality is they haven't. And in the Netherlands, there are different streets that have different designations. So residential neighborhoods and those streets are never over 30 kilometers an hour. Across the board. And so do I think that residential neighborhoods across the city should have speed limits of 30 kilometers an hour or lower? Yes, I do, because research indicates that is what is safest. That is what enhances people having pedestrian, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. Many of us probably have memories of when, the city was less busy and there were less cars, vehicles around, where you could go and play basketball or street hockey in the street. I don't know too many people that are allowing their kids to do that unless they live on a dead-end street or a cul-de-sac. So I think, multiple neighborhoods should have that. City streets like Louvain, like Albert Street, Ring Road, that are designed for different purposes should have different speed limits. But I think that Cathedral neighborhood is a great place to start. I do think you'll see positive reactions to it. I think more people will want to come into the neighborhood to walk around, to support the businesses. Maybe, as Councillor Nelson points out, it'll increase the value of homes within the neighborhood. I mean, wouldn't that be a wonderful problem to have if we had this beautiful, walkable, desirable neighborhood that other neighborhoods wanted to replicate and wanted to also have the same opportunities to have safer pedestrian and active transportation streets? I think Harbor Landing would be a great place, but there's lots of other neighborhoods too. Lakeview, Heritage, there's just so many, North Central, so many other neighborhoods where people walking around deserve to be safe. Not just in Cathedral.
Do you think before implementing a change such as the one you're recommending, the city should do an in-depth consultation with the people of your neighborhood?
I think that there's already been lots of opportunity within Cathedral neighborhood to have consultation. I'll give Councillor Stevens credit. There's been lots of information shared by him through a lot of different public means. The City of Regina has also hosted consultation for people to provide feedback on the Vision Zero framework. So people have had lots of opportunity to provide feedback. I've also seen on lots of social media posts that residents are largely responding, even on Reddit. There's really positive feedback and support for this initiative in Cathedral, I think, already. So I don't think that further consultation is necessary because it seems like the majority of people are supportive from what I'm seeing and from the feedback opportunities that I've attended.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
I can yell. I got a teacher voice. We're good. All right, so we had initially another delegation, Alex Keene, but there was a bit of a miscommunication. This individual has no intention to speak, but they did submit something that they wanted to see put on the record as a communication. I believe the clerks are going to read out that statement.
Through you, Chair, the communication from Alex Keene was written as follows. The mission statement, no loss of life or major injury is acceptable within Regina's transportation network, is one that any resident can easily support. Implementing a data-backed approach that has been working for other centers around the world for more than 20 years is a great first step in making this goal a reality. I hope that the committee will move forward with the Vision Zero framework.
Great, thank you. Do we need to accept that as a communication into the record? Yeah. Great. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to need a motion to, all right, Councillor Stanichuk, there are 3 communications. Any opposed? None, all right. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for, a PowerPoint presentation from administration about the report. And it's good to go? We had a few issues with it last night, but we got, oh yeah, sorry. Mr. Doney, go ahead, please. Oh, sorry. Good.
Through the chair. So while they're getting set up and the PowerPoint presentation comes up on the screen, I'll give you an opening few remarks and then we'll turn it over to the team to walk us through more details. So recognizing the importance of road safety in our community, Administration commissioned the work of a consultant to prepare a 5-year road safety strategy using the Vision Zero principles. Throughout 2023, CEMA, Canada led the work in developing the Vision Zero road safety framework for the City of Regina. And so as mentioned already, the Vision Zero program has the overarching goal to eliminate major injuries and fatalities within our transportation network. This framework report provides a good guided approach for administration to implement a series of road safety initiatives centered around 5 key focus areas that you'll hear about in the presentation. In creating the framework report, administration onboarded the consultant, services of CEMA, who also worked with Praxis Consulting and Moore Consulting. Throughout 2023, the consultant completed collision data analysis and engaged with key internal and external stakeholders to develop the framework report. The framework report outlines visions and goal statements with the 5 key focus areas and the actions planned for the next 5 years. The recommendations brought forward today seek an endorsement for the Vision Zero approach as outlined in that framework. Upon approval, and if approved, administration will develop a finalized framework document that is aligned with the framework report you're seeing in front of you today. In addition, administration is also seeking approval for a bylaw amendment to require to initiate the new community safety zone in 2024. So administration would like to provide you a brief presentation as outlined. With us today, we've got the Director of Roadways and Transportation, Chris Warren, the Manager of Traffic Engineering, Carolyn Kaleem, and the Senior Engineer, Kevin Wynn, and they will walk us through the presentation. So over to you, Carolyn.
So thank you for this opportunity to speak about Regina's Vision Zero Road Safety Framework. The goal for the presentation today is to give an overview of the Vision Zero concept itself, a look at some of the development of Regina's Vision Zero framework, and some highlights and details on the proposed 5-year plan. So to start, what is Vision Zero? Vision Zero is essentially a traffic safety initiative that looks at a philosophy that states that no one should be killed or seriously injured on a transportation network. And the Vision Zero is really focused around achieving the 0 fatalities and the 0 serious injuries. In Sweden, they looked at the rate of their fatalities on the road and decided that that was unacceptable and worked together with transportation experts and health experts to take a data-driven approach to targeting the fatalities that they were seeing on the road, by acknowledging that there was no benefit that they felt they could achieve in society that offset the life and health of their residents. And while something as lofty as Vision Zero might seem unattainable, what I wanted to do was draw your attention to the chart on the right-hand side that's actually plotting the fatality reduction rate since the implementation of this and the sustained investment over multiple years in Vision Zero principles, and that it really is trending to 0. Another thing when looking at Vision Zero, one way of envisioning it is to really contrast the traditional traffic safety methodologies with the Vision Zero. And so traditionally, there was an understanding that within our transportation system, some death may be inevitable. And what we were really striving for was achieving perfect human behavior on the roads. When looking at traffic safety, we were really focused on ensuring that we were preventing collisions. And there was a very high focus on individual responsibility as they moved through the transportation network. And there was an understanding that there was a cost to making large-scale safety improvements. When you contrast that with the Vision Zero mindset, it's really about focusing on the fact that traffic deaths are, at their nature, preventable, and understanding that humans are going to make mistakes on our roads, and we don't want their mistake to lead to the loss of their life or a serious injury. And rather than focusing on all collisions, it's really starting to hone in and target those serious injury collisions and the fatal injury collisions. And then contrasting again from the individual responsibility is beginning to take a systems look about shared responsibility in the safety network. And at its core, at the end, it's really focused on the valuable nature of society that society puts on people's lives. So you heard me mention a systems approach moving away from an individual approach, and this slide shows the 6 pillars of a safe systems approach. And so as you look at this, you can see some that really stand out as potentially municipal responsibilities are leading. So whether we're talking about safe land use planning, safe roads, safe speeds, and you can see safe users there, which is really encapsulating the traditional approach, is really focusing on the safe user. But you can also see some other pillars there that require us to go beyond our own jurisdiction and look to collaborate with other stakeholders, such as around safe vehicles and looking to Transport Canada federally or provincial regulations, or ensuring that we have excellent EMS systems to respond to emergencies and get good care in hospitals in a timely manner to try and mitigate the health outcomes. Looking globally, since the implementation of Vision Zero in Sweden, it has spread around, and this map just represents some of the countries that have either adopted it at a federal level or have multiple jurisdictions that have initiated it there. And on this slide, I was really just wanting to highlight some of the success stories that we're seeing around the world. So on this slide, we have some jurisdictions that have had sustained investment for a 10-year period between 2010 and 2020. And you can see the impact on the fatality reductions in those jurisdictions. I'll call out Edmonton, Canada, with almost 40% reduction in leading Canada in the improvements that they've been able to see. So that really brings us to how we put together our framework for Regina. And with us, we were able to onboard a consultant in SEMA Plus who has had a great deal of experience in road safety and building these plans and working with many jurisdictions on similar tactics. The Vision Zero process is very data heavy, and so there was a lot of work that went into doing some collision analysis with the data that we do have in our collision statistics. and bringing that forward to some stakeholder workshops with our key stakeholders, as well as sharing that information publicly with the general public. And that really led to using those two components to really put together a tactical action plan for the next 5 years with very specific countermeasures that respond to the data that we're seeing. So when it comes to our key stakeholders, you can see some icons there that kind of indicate the people that we were working with through this process. We were able to have 2 full workshops with them where we were able to deep dive into the data that SEMA had prepared for us and reviewed for us and work together to set some vision and goal statements for the framework, as well as reviewing the 5 focus areas that we wanted to look at for the upcoming 5 years, and then developing together an action plan to achieve success in those 5 focus areas, including deciding who could step up and take leadership roles on some of those action plans. In addition to the key stakeholders that we worked very closely with, I just wanted to capture that we hear directly from our residents on a daily basis, whether we're hearing about traffic safety issues through service requests, or whether we're on a committee or working with an organization that we frequently work with, or whether we have people come out to our information sessions for Vision Zero. We know that we hear a lot of complaints that at the heart of them are really about traffic safety, whether they're looking for more cycling infrastructure, whether they're looking for a different type of traffic control, whether they have issues with speeding and stunting. It all comes back to that road safety. And as we were engaging with the public on this, it was really clear to us that there is a baseline expectation that our transportation system is safe for them, that they're going to get home safely, and that none of them were interested in being part of that inevitable statistic on our roadways. So in the framework that you have before you, you can see our vision and goal statements. And the vision statement is as follows: no loss of life or major injury is acceptable on Regina's transportation network. And the goal is to reduce fatal and major injury collisions by a minimum of 10% within 5 years. And that 10% is a stretch goal, and it was very important to the stakeholders that participated in it that they strive for that 10%, especially when we look at some of the successes that have been achieved in other jurisdictions. So as we look at the, I had some statistics here they're not showing, but I'm trying to go back. The 5-year data set that we looked at was from 2015 to 2019. As we were beginning to onboard the consultant, we were coming out of the pandemic, so it was really important to us that we stayed away from 2020 and 2021 data to get an accurate representation of baseline data for the city, knowing that during those early years there were a lot of closures and working from home, et cetera, that really impacted the actual vehicle trips that were taking place. So over that 5-year period, we saw 26,000 collisions in the city. We saw almost 4,000 injuries, and we saw 19 fatalities. And while Vision Zero is a very data-driven process and we're looking at a lot of statistics, it's just important to remember that each one of those statistics represents a member of our community with loved ones that care about them. And that's something that we want to always keep at the heart of our decisions. So that takes us to some of the more specific data, and if you look through the report, you'll find many charts and tables and data that you can look at, but I wanted to capture this one because it's really the heart of our 5-year action plan. So in looking at the data, we really consolidated around 5 focus areas that we wanted to look at, and those focus areas are intersections, aggressive driving, vulnerable road users, so that's pedestrians and cyclists, etc., distracted driving, and impaired driving. And it's important to note that in these categories, as we look at the data, you can have a single collision that is represented in more than one category. So you could have a collision that occurred at an intersection that is also representing a collision with a vulnerable road user. The columns in blue represent the injury collisions, and the orange scale to the right represents the fatalities. So as you can see, vulnerable road users, distracted driving, and impaired driving might make up fewer of the overall collisions, but they're overrepresented in the fatal outcomes. And as well, one thing to note is that we do know that distracted driving is often underrepresented in data because it's very challenging to prove that after the fact, and it's not readily volunteered by drivers. So as we looked at those 5 focus areas, we wanted to come up with an action plan that would focus on them for the coming 5 years. And so in the report that you have in the Appendix A towards the end, we have a whole list of 114 countermeasures, which seems like a very large, unmanageable number, I'm sure. But if you look at the pie chart, you can see the responsibility breakdown and some of the collaboration work that was done. So the City of Regina is wanting to take the lead on just over 50% of those actions, with Regina Police also supporting about the next 25% of them. And the remaining quarter of those action plans that we have there are shared leadership between SGI, CAA, MAD, SAD, and WCB, which really speaks to the collaborative nature to actually achieve Vision Zero. On the right, I have a bar chart that also kind of breaks down the tactics that we're taking within those 114 countermeasures. So not all of our countermeasures are traditional engineering control solutions. We also have education and awareness initiatives, and we have enforcement initiatives. So if you look at the first column in vulnerable road users, you can see that we've identified 36 countermeasures to target that emphasis area. And we have a variety of education and awareness, some enforcement, and some engineering control solutions. Whereas if you look at impaired driving, you can see that we don't have any engineering control solutions identified, and we're focused heavily on enforcement and education. This next slide is far too detailed to overly, look deep into, but I wanted to give a snapshot of what can be found in the framework. And so this is what our countermeasure plan looks like. Each one of those focus areas has its own section. It'll highlight the % involvement in the collisions. It'll also speak a little bit to some of the performance measures, some of the, targeted populations that we're looking at, and then it'll start to actually lay out each individual countermeasure. And from there you can identify whether it's an engineering control solution, whether it's an education or awareness solution, or whether it's an enforcement tactic. And you can understand if it's something that we are starting new, if it's something that we're expanding on, that we're already doing, and it'll also identify the lead agency that is taking that on. You can also see the 5-year implementation plan for when it's rolled out, the total cost, and some details on the measurements of effectiveness that we would be looking at within that. There's an additional column there that's the crash modification factor, and so just a brief overview as to what that represents. It is a independently determined number through North American research that indicates the effectiveness.
Sorry, could I just ask you to pause for a sec? There's someone online whose microphone is on. Okay, sorry, continue.
Sure, oops. So the crash modification factor, just to sum up, a lower value is a more effective result that has a positive impact on reducing collisions with that type of implementation. So in talking about some of the tactics and the countermeasures, I thought I would share some of the work that's happened in 2023 as we've been putting together this framework and also trying to advance some of the principles of Vision Zero. So in 2023, we saw the launch of our radar backpacks that administration built and put together and launched in our school zones, partnering with CAA and RPS, met with great success and really bringing extra attention and visibility to our school zones. And we're looking forward to continue rolling that out in 2024. We also had more permanent speed feedback displays in as we're trying to get improved compliance in certain zones, and a pilot of some LED school zone embedded signs that also bring more attention. And we've installed these in some locations that we were having more challenges getting speed compliance in, and our initial data is showing that we've been very successful in improving compliance rates, as well as an example of some of the communications and education work that we're doing through our Every Corner is a Crosswalk campaign that is rolled out. Again, looking at some of the traffic calming that we're trying to achieve, we've continued to roll out traffic calming curbs, the yellow ones there. In 2023, we also piloted some rapidly deployable lower cost rubber curbing that we're still evaluating to determine the success of it, especially through winter. And of course, our ongoing speed feedback rotation program. So through this presentation, you've heard either as a principal or me talking about some of the work that we're trying to achieve, a lot of discussion about safe speeds. And so I wanted to share a graphic that I've taken directly from the City of Toronto's Vision Zero details that they have, because I think it just provides a very nice graphical representation of the importance of safe speeds. And so you've probably heard many times that a car traveling at 50 kilometers an hour that has a collision with a pedestrian is going to see a very high likelihood of a fatality. And when you reduce that to 30 kilometers an hour, you're reducing it to about a 10% likelihood of fatality. But the bars there kind of show how that happens and how the distance traveled while a driver is thinking and reacting to some sort of stimulus and then actually beginning to brake and come to a complete stop. You can see the distance traveled being significantly shorter at 30 kilometers an hour. Another thing that we know is we know that the human body has an upward tolerance for physical force implied on it. And we know that as speed increases, force increases. And so as speed continues to increase, the likelihood of fatality is going to increase as well. And finally, we know that as vehicles are driving at higher speeds, it's natural that their field of vision tends to narrow, and so they're less likely to be able to respond readily to peripheral stimuli, such as a pedestrian waiting on a corner to cross. So that really brings us to where we are at now with this slide here. And as we were going through our 2015 to 2019 data, it was really clear to us that we had several neighborhoods that had higher rates of collisions than was acceptable, especially with vulnerable road users. And Cathedral was one of them. And as we were putting this plan together, we also had the unfortunate experience of seeing 2 additional fatalities in this neighborhood in 2023. And so that's really led to us wanting to advance this in conjunction with bringing forward this Vision Zero framework. So the Cathedral neighborhood is a high population of vulnerable road users that are crossing at all sorts of locations. It's got a very busy commercial center. We've got multiple schools and daycares throughout. And because of the wonderful walkable grid network, it also results in having pedestrians crossing at multiple access points rather than consolidating around 1 or 2 crossing locations, which really doesn't make it possible to provide, pedestrian controls at every single intersection. We also know that with the density that we have there and the commercial aspects, there is high demand for on-street parking, and that continues to create challenges for sightlines at intersections. So our recommendation is to, within the bounds of the community safety zone, to reduce the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour in keeping with all of the data that we have and the evidence that we have around safe speeds. So that's not going to be including Saskatchewan Drive or Albert Street or those peripheral streets. It's really about the interior streets. And what we know in the interior streets is that many of the vehicles traveling there now are traveling at speeds less than 50 kilometers, just naturally because of the narrow streets, the on-street parking, and the frequent needing to yield to pedestrians that are crossing or looking for a parking spot or, queuing up behind a vehicle that needs to turn left. And so we understand that this will have more of a harmonizing effect, I think, on the expectations for pedestrians and vehicles as they drive through here, given that people aren't usually able to sustain 50 kilometers an hour throughout. But we also understand that 13th poses particular challenges in that it does provide that connection to the Louvain from the downtown, and maybe the more challenging one to actually get voluntary compliance on. So separate to this process, but something that will very support it, is we have large-scale, short-term traffic calming solutions planned along 13th Avenue in response to some of the collision data that we have seen. So we'll be looking forward to putting that out in 2024, which will also support this further and provide a vision for what future rehabilitation work could look like in terms of aligning and adding in more pedestrian features. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all of the wonderful work that went into putting this together, especially our consultants, SEMA and More Transportation Consulting, as well as all of our key stakeholders. And we're looking forward to 2024 with hopefully achieving council endorsement on Vision Zero, being able to release a public framework document that is really accessible to the community, to implementing that first community safety zone for Regina in Cathedral, and to really taking those first steps into launching our action plan for the next 5 years as we seek to truly achieve Vision Zero on our roadways. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, thank you. So before I ask for a motion, I just want to point out that we have representatives from the Regina Police Service. We have a consultant who put together some of this research. We got traffic engineers, we got lawyers, we got it all. So if you have a question about the data, the evidence, whatever you need, people are here ready to take those questions from you. Could I get a motion?
I wonder if we could have the questions first of the delegation and then.
Well, so we're going to, as I understand it, we'll consider them as representatives of the administration as well. So if you have any questions about this project, they're here. So we don't have to wait for that. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Can I get a motion? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. Appreciate the presentation. It's a lot of information to take in. I went through the report. A lot of movements there. First of all, going back a couple of years, we had a school zone study. It came with a 30-kilometer recommendation, as well as some attributes that we could implement, such as vertical infrastructure being delineated in school zones. I was moving a motion about that a couple of years back, and I was told to hold off for Vision Zero because it's got it. And I'm looking through Vision Zero, and it's nowhere in there. I was just wondering if you could comment on that. Was that laid by the wayside by a better recommendation? Was it considered? I know there was a lot of thought put into that previous report, and that was brought forward for a reason, so I just wondered how that tangled into this.
So through the chair, yes, we did look at that. And I think what it really came down to was understanding that with the existing school zone hours and speed limits, we'd done the research initially at the recommendations around that, especially around the times, trying to focus on that 7 to 7 period when the maximum number of activities were happening at the school, particularly with the younger children, as opposed to the evening hours.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah.
It's not the time of the school zone, it was the vertical infrastructure delineation, marking high visibility, making a school zone sacred ground, basically.
Yeah, so through the work that we've been doing some additional work about, I think we have a couple of school zones where we've implemented those changes. At the time that those went into place, we also made other changes to, adjusting the speed limit distances and making sure they were consistent throughout, adding consistent signage to indicate at the end of the school zone. And we have a couple of locations that have high visibility poles throughout the school zone. We're evaluating that and continuing to try and expand on that to other school zone areas.
So that's not part of Vision Zero though, but you're still looking at it. And I guess why isn't it part of Vision Zero? It seems to be an overlay in the same type of movement. I know it's not concentrated on the center of the city, but it's throughout.
So in our action plan, we do have a countermeasure that is around school zone safety. And so it's looking at materials to improve visibility, including LED warning signs, et cetera. So it is built in some of the LED school signs with the flashing, and there was also built into the 2023 and will likely become a part of that countermeasure moving forward.
And I guess that's a more updated method then is what's going forward.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Next part, going through the study, it looks very comprehensive. One thing I noticed is there's a lot of behaviors that lead to the accidents, the incidents they're talking about. But one thing I never recognize is the state of the vehicles involved in the accident. You know, there's no talk about time of year, weather conditions. There's talk about time of day. And I'm just thinking how that all leads in. How well have we studied this data?
Just before you respond, I want to make sure I'm following the proper process. So I'll ask Mr. Doney to take that question and then dispatch it accordingly.
And I'll try to ask through the chair as well. I'm sorry to stare at you and ask a question.
You shall
directly.
be forgiven. Yeah, that's all right.
My apologies.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Thank you, through the chair. And so just to clarify, the question was more around the state of the vehicles and ensuring that they're in good state of repair?
Just noticing that the information provided in the package has a lot of analysis to it. And that analysis goes back to person's behavior, knowing that there's a mechanical interface between the person, the road, and what we're trying to get here. I don't see any data about time of year for accidents or altercations indicating what weather conditions might have and how this overlays, as well as state of vehicle and repair in those weather conditions or otherwise.
Yeah, I'll ask the team to look into that or to provide any information we've got. The one key partner of this was SGI, of course. We're working with them on the data that they have, but I'll ask Ms. Clean if she has any more details.
So through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll maybe ask if our consultant could add some additional detail in that data. So we do have data that looks at time of year, which I think can speak to that, and we do have some that are tied to snowy and wet conditions, which I think would also speak to that. As far as vehicle condition, I'd have to defer to CMA to see if that was something that was part of the data that we were able to analyze. I do know that in our countermeasure plan, we do have something identified in there around trying to advocate for, the use of snow tires and stuff like that around different winter weather as well. But through the chair, I'll just see if our consultant can add any further detail.
Yeah, just thinking if there's 650 collisions, and are they all because of the person or the intersection, or does everyone have brakes?
Yeah. See if this will be a test to see if our consultant can hear us and respond.
So I understand the consultant's name is Reza. Is that correct? So Reza, if you're online, please chime in.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. So we looked at the data, but the data from the SGI does not have any information about the state of the vehicle. That is not something that at least would provide it to us. Maybe SGI would collect that through the police services, but we don't have that level of information. The data that we are getting is in a spreadsheet format, and it has different elements to it, but the state of the vehicle is not one of them. But as was pointed out in the discussion earlier, we looked at the time of the day and the weather condition, and in fact, if you look at the appendices of the report, we have a section dedicated for the collision data analysis in terms of different time of the day, different weather conditions, and we have reported that.
Yeah, I found the time of the day. I didn't find the weather conditions. My apology. I may have missed it.
It is part of the, essentially the phase 1 report, but it doesn't, it was not fit into the final report because the final report, we do talk about the focus areas. So we went through the exercise with the city and the stakeholders of which one of those elements are critical and ultimately helped us to shape the focus areas.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I'm just thinking, you know, being leaned on to provide safety through the city and put credentials behind implementing a speed change like this, I'd like to know the regulators taking the same responsibility and how they're assessing what's going on in our city, and that's where the question comes from. So, thank you very much. My next question would be, we're making a pretty massive change. I represent the northwest corner, so many of my residents, friends, family, and everyone drive through this section to get back home at the end of the day. What type of investments are we making to keep traffic flowing in our city along the corridors that aren't being affected? Making a rapid change within, are we doing something to offset it and give our ratepayers and taxpayers, you know, an offshoot to continue moving through the city?
Mr. Doney, do you want to take that?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll start and then ask the team to provide some more information. And so be very open with the executive committee is that when this came to ELT, there was a question of should we bring this forward now or not, or should we come forward in 2025? And we said, well, the data is there, lives, you know, will be saved if we're able to reduce the speed. So there are other areas in the city that could have reduced speeds for community safety zone, but then you start looking at a larger system. And so then I'll just ask Ms. Kleem and the team if they can talk about any of the other impacts that we may see on the major roads like Sass Drive or Albert Street if we are to implement this community safety zone.
Thank you. So through the chair, yeah, we anticipate that where areas have speed reductions, people that have no destination there will be less inclined to travel through them. So that could increase the traffic on arterial roads, which is actually what the intent of the road system is to try and push some of the heavier traffic volumes to expressways and arterials. Where we start to see, you know, congestion that is beyond what that road can handle, we would begin to see that through data and then have to take that away to make adjustments accordingly, whether it's through capacity improvement projects or looking to other detailed solutions depending on what the data is indicating to us. But it's really an iterative process that as we make improvements to both ensure that we are achieving the success that we thought we would see in that particular area and also to look to other areas to see how that's expanding. When it looks to opportunities for other neighborhoods to have this as well, I think that's, Mr. Doney categorized it properly, that we know that there may be other areas that benefit from this, but with the fatal record that we had in 2023, it really pushed us to advance this one now and continue to try and do more research and get larger data sets to be really clear about where we want to look next if there is rationale for it.
If I understand your response correctly, where you're looking next is where to implement this type of road dampening in the next area, correct?
I think that, as well as generally looking at the safety throughout the network for other reasons. Not every part of the city is conducive to this type of treatment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess one of my expectations would be there shouldn't be a mystery knowing how many people come in and out of the downtown, as well as all the traffic counts we have on these arterials for them to reach that destination, and how many people come from beyond the borders of the cathedral area. To make this large of a change within the area, we should be anticipating an offset somewhere else to provide taxpayers a good commuting option. It's a pretty large change. Do we really have to wait to get data back to start making improvements to complement this? Or do we wait for people to have efforts of rage and try to ticket them and berate them and, you know, people react as humans, much as the report said. When we expect human behavior, can we not plan for it?
Through the chair. Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. And so, yes, we would expect higher volumes on Sass Drive, Albert Street, roads like that. And so when we're doing upgrades or planned upgrades, for example, Sass Drive corridor, we'll take this data that we expect, but also that we actually collect over the next couple of years when we're doing the design of Sass Drive corridor to be able to accommodate any extra traffic that may not be going through Cathedral, but taking those higher speed traffic, higher speed streets.
Nice. Mr. Chair, in studying this, are there any other behaviors besides the outcomes of people's reactions to traffic that are being looked at and amended. One of the things I'm thinking of is on a sunny, beautiful, nice day in February in Regina with no ice on the streets. The light turned green on Albert Street and someone proceeds to quickly accelerate to 30 kilometers an hour for the next 4 blocks. And no one can ever line up 2 green lights on Albert Street. You know, are there any other behaviors that we're trying to address as we're trying to get these problems solved to regulate our roads better? Have we had any insights or learned any data, just as that one example, as we've gone through this measure?
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide any comments they've got. And what was important to us and what we've seen is that behavior drives a lot of these outcomes. And so yes, there's engineering things that can be implemented, there's education, but a lot of that has to go back to the behavior of road users. So just ask the team if they've got any details on that and how the behavior changes impact the Vision Zero framework.
Just to note, thinking that there would be higher traffic on the streets mentioned if we made this change, are there policies the police could adapt to help traffic move more smoothly and get those on the road who aren't confident in their driving, maybe to take alternate transportation? Knowing our corridor is going to become more important, I guess, would be the right way to frame that question.
So through the chair, I might ask if RPS could speak to some of their tactics around enforcement and education.
Thank you.
Great. Sergeant Gordon, would you like to take that question? Hang on, we just need to sort out the sound. Go ahead. Sorry, we can't hear. I think it might be an issue on our end. Just pause for 1 sec. It says that they're unmuted. Sergeant Gordon, could you try one more time? We just want to make sure we can hear you. No, and we cannot understand why. I have a favor to ask, Sergeant. Could you log out and then log right back in, please? Sorry about that.
Who takes that chair? Someone take the chair. Take the control.
So I'm going to feed my dogs.
We'll just pause for a moment until Councillor Stevens can return.
Where'd he go? Do we have the prompt sorted out with that sound? And is she next now?
Thank you. I think we have the sound problem worked out. We're just trying to sort out the sound problem. Sergeant Gordon, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, could you sign out and just call right back in, please? No, well, we're just doing it again. Okay. So,
For sure. Could you do that? And maybe we move on to the next question.
No, I don't want that.
I knew I shouldn't have changed it to Landon. Okay. All right, appears there might be a technical issue on Sergeant Gordon's side, so I apologize.
You can go on to someone else, Councilor
We'll work
Stevens.
it out.
I can come back later.
We'll come back, because this is actually really
I've had
important.
lots of talking time already. Let someone else go. I'm good to go, thank you.
Okay, well, you can come back. Let's see what's blinking here. Councilor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Both delegations mentioned this morning, and it's mentioned in the press and the media, that there were 2 additional fatalities in 2023 on 13th, I believe. Can you describe for us the circumstances of those collision fatalities?
Through the chair, I will see if the team has any details, but I expect RPS would have much more information available and be able to speak to it. But just in general, high level, do we have any details on that?
Yeah, so through the chair at a high level, the fatalities occurred in different seasons. One, I think it was around March or April, and then one later in the year. The second one was in the evening hours, not particularly late, but I believe it was quite dark at that period of time, given the time of the year with the sun setting earlier. And the other one was also a evening hour. They were both at crosswalks, and one had a ped corridor and one did not.
Sorry, one had a...
One had a flashing pedestrian corridor at its place, and the other one did not.
And what were the causes of the accidents? What were the causal, was it speeding, was it impaired driving, was it criminal activity, what's the background to these accidents?
Through the chair, if we have that information, we can provide it, but I don't know that we do. Go ahead.
So through the chair, I don't believe that determinations have been released publicly, and so I'd prefer RPS to...
I'm sure it has been released publicly.
Pardon?
I'm sure it has been released publicly.
So we can wait and see if we have police online, and then they can provide the information that they're
Thank you very
comfortable
much.
providing.
I want to ask a different set of questions. At present, regularly, a committee, and I don't know the name of it, brings to council recommendations for speed control devices, traffic lights, those kinds of things, traffic calming measures. Why do we need another committee? I think you called it the, I can't remember what you called it actually. Why do you need to set up another committee that would do much the same thing? Why isn't the current arrangement sufficient when you wish council to introduce additional traffic measures?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide more background on the, I'll make sure we have the name right, but the traffic control committee. I'm not sure if that's the right name, but what we're looking for here is endorsement of the Vision Zero framework. And so all these measures, if they're related to traffic safety, would go through that committee for conversation and for recommendation. But I'll ask either Ms. Cleveland or Mr. Warren to talk about that current committee, who's on it, and that structure of that committee.
Thank you, through the chair. So we have various different entities that exist today that look at traffic safety initiatives, but whether it's a traffic calming, or sorry, a traffic network screening committee or whatnot. The major change in addition to this is the inclusion of the external stakeholders that include, SGI, MAD, SAD, WCB, et cetera. What we would be looking to do is to leverage all of the contacts and the standing groups that we have now to continue to do that work, but then to add some additional quarterly meetings where we could include the wider group to report on our individual progress on the countermeasures that are in there. So including some of the initiatives that are actually being led by WCB or MAD or SAD, et cetera.
Can't that work be done through the existing committee?
So through the chair, yes, I think it could be. It's just it's more of a semantics, I would say, about how we're naming committees and structuring them. But the work, a lot of this work does happen. It's just taking a different approach to making sure that we're also having more equal weight with our collaborators on their initiatives.
My understanding in reading the material was that part of this Vision Zero would require an additional investment of money. I think 23.4 million over 5 years. I also saw 1.9 million over 1 year. I'm not sure of the exact number, but does this necessarily involve additional expenditure on traffic measures?
Through the chair, I will ask the team to walk through that because a lot of the funding is already in the current budget, and so there is a line item for Vision Zero funding, but also there's funding in the operating costs. So there is some extra costs that would come forward in future budgets that are for initiatives led by the city. Of course, if they're led by SGI or RPS, we wouldn't see them directly in the city general budget. But I'll just ask Ms. Kleem to walk through the budget at a high level and the extra costs that would be considered in future budgets.
So thank you. So through the chair, the $23.5 million is over 5 years, and it's made up of a few different components. So we already have 4.2 million identified in the budget for Vision Zero, and that will continue to support the ongoing initiatives around traffic calming, around the data analysis, and participating in some of these stakeholder groups that already exist and are ongoing. We also have identified through that countermeasure list all of the costs of the different countermeasures that are there. So doing the totality of that appendix would be that $23.5 million. We've already identified that some of this is already existing or planned in our upcoming budgets, either through capital budgets, through changes to scoping or reallocations, or in our existing operating dollars where we're just shifting the focus of existing staff members to prioritize Vision Zero activities as a means to achieving road safety, which was already the core focus of their job. We also regularly are successful in achieving some grant funding, either through ASE or other partnerships with agencies. So we've identified that we think that that will continue for $2.9 million, but of course we'll be looking for more opportunities to expand that where possible. The outstanding items total 7.5 million over the 5 years, and that would require us to come through the budget process for approval to execute on them. So our goal is to look at the initiatives that we have in here and to leverage the existing funding where it exists and to bring forward new business cases through the budget process for outstanding items, but where we don't have the money to prioritize within the funds that we do have to continue to advance the program.
Through the chair, and this is the last time I'll ask in this area, it looks to me like I've got an administrative structure that is already capable of introducing needed traffic calming measures. And it looks to me like I've got a budget and a budget process which will fund that. So why do we have to set up a new bureaucracy to get this job done?
Through the chair. So the Vision Zero framework is a principle of how we will bring projects forward through the normal budget process, and so you won't see any budget requests coming outside of that budget process. As Ms. Kleem has mentioned, there's about 7.5 million that we'd be looking to bring forward over the next 5 years to implement the framework. I don't see significant cost as far as a committee meeting. It would just be bringing in other stakeholders like MAD and SAD and SGI to make sure we're sharing data and having conversations. But the budgets that you see in front of you are not to set up another committee and to duplicate any work.
Thank you. On another matter, when the city brings forward large changes like this, which potentially affect the whole of the population of the city, we as a practice have normally conducted wide consultations of different kinds, focus groups in the public, surveys of the public, those kinds of feedback mechanisms. I first learned of this, and I suspect it's true of some councillors, over the weekend when we read the material. Why hasn't there been widespread public consultation to get feedback on what is a fairly major change in focus on what we do?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team just to provide a bit of an overview of the communication that has happened for Vision Zero, which is significant. However, the engagement for community safety zone in Cathedral has been limited to the Cathedral area, and so that has occurred. And so there is an option for council to defer this until 2025 if you'd like more engagement to be done. We did look at the data, and that's why we're recommending that we do it now because of the data that has happened. But I'll ask the team just to go over the Vision Zero engagement that's happened over the last year or so.
Thank you. I'll start, and through the chair, I'll just ask Kevin to add anything that I may miss. But so through this process, we had the appeals to the stakeholder group, which aren't the wider public, but do represent members of the public of their own right and the experiences that they have at their various organizations. And then from there, we created a Be Heard page with our communications team to go to the public, to share information, to share the data, to make that available, and to invite questions back and forth. We heard from some members of the public through that forum as well. We had, I believe, 5 sessions for the public to come to throughout the city, and we were able to engage with the public there, share feedback, and take their considerations from there. So that's the work that's being done, as well as specifically with the Cathedral Area Association as it pertained to the community safety zone. We've had those meetings and had positive reception there.
Through the chair, I'd like to explore this a bit because, frankly, I'm embarrassed that I missed this, and I suspect others have too. You say you had focus groups. Where were they? How many people came out? How were they advertised?
Through the chair, do we have that detail available? I'll ask the team.
So through the chair, I don't know that I would have the numbers that came out. We had 5 sessions, and they were at the Lawson Aquatic Center, the Sandra Schmerler Center, the Central Library downtown. Just 4, maybe that's what it was. And they were open for about 2-hour sessions. They were put up on the Be Heard page. They were shared through a memo, I think, internally as well. And we had some positive news coverage at the time as well.
Apart from administrators, through the chair, staff people, how many people came out to each of those 4 sessions?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team if they've got a round estimate or if we need to provide that information later to exec committee.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Nguyen to comment.
Yeah, so through the chair, for our stakeholder workshops that took place last year with the consultant, we had over 40 participants from different organizations. With respect to the info sessions with the public, we had an average about 20-30 participants come out, and drop-in residents come by and just listen to what Vision Zero is and learn more on what the focus areas are for the framework.
And when they were invited to come to these sessions, were they told that there could be recommendations like reducing speed limits, in neighborhoods, that kind of thing?
Through the chair, and so reducing speed limits is one tactic within Vision Zero. So that would have been included in the framework. I'll ask the team if that was talked about in detail at all during the actual engagement.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Nguyen to comment further on the content.
Yeah, so through the chair, with respect to the info sessions, we focus a lot on the focus areas of the framework. So aggressive driving is considered speeding, and we did have conversations behind what possible recommendations could come out of it, and then we would take that back to our consultant and put forward any potential countermeasures that would feed into safe speeds within the city.
Do you have written reports on each of those public meetings?
Through the chair, I don't think there's no public reports on those workshops or those meetings, no.
Be Heard Regina, what was posted? How big a response did it get? What were the results?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Nguyen if he has that, but I'm just looking for our comms team, but I don't have that. We may need to follow up with you, Councillor Hawkins, and exec committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm concerned about the lack of general public consultation here. What I'm hearing is that there may have been consultation with stakeholder groups, but I'm not hearing, as in the smoking consultation, for example, that there was a general call out to the public to respond to rather specific measures. When it's time, I would like to refer this back so that a full and complete public consultation can be held. More than just Cathedral area is involved in this, and my area certainly is involved in it. And I think we need that kind of feedback to know, first of all, what sorts of measures should be prioritized first, to know what sorts of measures are acceptable to the public and what aren't acceptable, to know how groups other than, say, pedestrians or cyclists or even drivers will be affected. What about the business community? How, do we have any feedback from them? So I think there's a real shortage of public feedback, which makes it very difficult to make a decision here. I'm very reluctant to see this happen in one city zone in isolation, because we're then going to get into a problem where people push back and say, well, this is a stealth attempt to achieve a broader effect. I'd rather people understand in advance what it is that the implications of this are. So, Mr. Chair, I think others should have a chance to speak, but I think a referral motion should come in due course.
Yes, thank you. So we're inching towards our lunch break. We could, or no, 12:15? Okay, perfect. I would then, yeah, all right, we can switch to Councillor Stanachuk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of short questions and then some bigger questions. One was in terms of the partners, I noticed that Regina Catholic was listed but not Regina Public, so I'm just kind of curious why both school divisions wouldn't have been involved through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll ask the team if that was accurate and if there's a reason for that.
Or if it was missed.
Yeah, through the chair, both school divisions were involved. With
okay.
Yeah.
Their logo's missing. Anyway, regarding the fatalities from collisions, so we have a lot of really good data here. But I didn't see, and I'm just kind of curious, if we have any information, and this might be something the consultant can answer, is whether or not we have any data showing how we compare to other cities. So we have a goal to reduce, and I think one fatality is too much, right? We do want to have 0 fatalities. But how do we compare to other cities would be kind of interesting to know through the chair.
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Kleen to provide information and then the consultant if needed.
Thank you through the chair. I'll ask SEMA to add further detail, but my understanding is that we're not completely out of step with collision rates, but we haven't been making the same progress that maybe other cities have been, so we're plateauing a little bit in our progress.
Reza, if you're still with us, if you wanted to respond to that question.
Yes, so through the chair, we have looked at when we were investigating where Regina stands compared to some of the comparable municipalities in terms of the size, population. Winnipeg came to mind, and also some other jurisdictions in Ontario and Halifax. Regina was in par, as was noted, was not off. So it's not the worst city in Canada by any stretch, but we got to keep that in mind that this is their first iteration of Division 0, and as things will progress, the countermeasures that are being implemented, you will see positive impact on the community and reduction in terms of the fatal and serious injury collisions, and that's considering the fact that we are at the first iteration. It is very comparable to other municipalities that they have started their Vision Zero program.
Okay, thank you. I'm expecting Winnipeg has got to be pretty bad because I was just there on the weekend.
Yeah.
Oh God, how many people went through red lights? Anyway, in terms of, okay, I'm looking at my questions here. In terms of bad behavior and design, I'm going to describe a street that I'm sure people in our traffic team understand very well. Pasco Street, specifically from Regina Avenue to Parliament, that stretch, and probably Regina Avenue to 13th is probably considered there too. A week or so ago, Regina Police ticketed somebody, it's 50-kilometer-an-hour zone, ticketed somebody at 108. Now, that's an example of bad behavior. They got a ticket. But is there something about the design of that street as well? And is that something that you're looking at as some of the countermeasures that creates, that kind of incentivizes people to speed on that street? Through the chair.
Through the chair. So yes, the Vision Zero framework, that would fall under kind of the engineering aspects of what can be changed on a road design. And so some of the pictures were shown on there from curb extensions, different things like that. So don't have any details on that exact road. The team may have that, but that is exactly the aspects that go into the Vision Zero framework to figure out, can we have engineering controls, can we have education, what works best? And I'll ask the team if they've got any details on that particular location.
So through the chair, we know that roads that don't have active use against them, which Pasqua does not, primarily on the one side to the west in particular, that are more open are naturally going to induce people speeding up because there's no constriction that is being felt. And so, trying to achieve safe speeds on those types of roads can be challenging. It really comes down to those pillars that we're looking at around both safe land use planning, so deciding how we want to design certain roads, what the speed of the road should be at the onset, and what type of land use activities are going to be off them, where multi-use paths are being placed, et cetera, will be important. And where we're retrofitting, that's where we may require more traffic calming techniques to achieve that successfully. But for new areas, there's opportunities to do different approaches to infrastructure.
Right. And what I have noticed on that street, it's a straight street with very few intersections, and it just kind of encourages people to speed. I think that without even thinking, they speed because it's just a straight runway. So any design that can break that up would be wonderful. In terms of discussions of the injury rates, when I was looking at the charts, and again, they're in both the report from administration and then the consultant's report. So it was on page 6 and 7 of the report from administration about collisions. So we don't see too much difference in total collision numbers. They don't vary very much from 2015 to 2019 in figure 1. But in figure 2, we see quite a change in the severity of injury and fatal collisions in that time period, where at the first 2 years it was high number of minor injuries, and then that changed. Do we have any understanding of why that shifted so much?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team if they have any details, and just for clarity, I think you're looking at the green bar that dropped significantly from 2015 and 16 down to lowers for 2017 to 19. So ask the team if they have any clarity of that.
Through the chair, I'll ask our consultant if he can provide some additional information on that trend.
Well, it's also moderate injuries is the majority in 2019 instead of minor injuries.
Rita, do you want to provide a response to that, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, so through the chair, this is something we discussed with the city, and what we have found, because we have double-checked and triple-checked the data, we have found there was some substantial increase in public road safety education and some visible enforcement that have occurred since 2016, and they may have contributed to the approximately kind of a significant reduction in the fatal and injury collisions across the city. But that's the furthest that we could go and take a look at the data. I mean, that insight came from the discussion with the city. As far as we know, we don't know exactly what contributed, but it seems those education and enforcement effort that took place in the past few years had a significant and positive impact on that front.
Okay, that's great.
Could I pause for a second just to do a sound check to see if Sergeant Gordon is online, and they might have a response. Sergeant Gordon, could you try speaking and see if our mics are working?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. We're cooking. There was a question asked about, maybe Cheryl, you want to ask the question directed at the sergeant?
About Pasqua Street?
No, you'd
Nope.
asked about the change in injury rates and numbers.
Oh, okay, so between 2015 and 2019, in both 2015 and 2019, the minor injuries as a result of collisions was very, very high, 638, 617. Then it drops down to 332, and it's the same as moderate injury. And then in 2018 and 2019, moderate injury is higher. So you've seen a drop, but it's actually higher number of moderate injuries. So it seems like it'd be more serious injuries, somewhat more serious. So there's an
Through the
overall
chair.
drop in injuries, but more moderate than minor.
Through the chair, yes, thank you for the question. I don't have, I'd have to go through those files and actually see kind of what happened at each one of those collisions and what the contributing factors were to properly answer that. I apologize.
Okay. Anyway,
We know
okay.
how Mike works. We're good.
And I think, I don't know if Edmonton has done this, so another question through the chair, but I know that they were contemplating reducing the speed limit in all residential streets to 40 kilometers an hour. Was that contemplated when you were going through this report, either through some of the recommendations, the public consultations, or through the consultant?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team just to comment on what future speed reductions were contemplated and how that ties to Vision Zero framework.
Yeah, so thank you. So through the chair, yes, Edmonton did make a change to reduce their residential speeds essentially to 40 kilometers an hour holistically. Some of the initial data that they've released has shown that that has been incredibly effective. When it came to putting our recommendations forward, we were looking at a countermeasure of exploring a similar tactic in terms of residential speeds for 2025. That is something that we continue to still look at and have opportunity to pursue. The community safety zone was a response to a very pressing issue in that particular neighborhood that we felt we could address before waiting to do that higher look.
Okay, thank you. And another thing that I noticed is there's a lot of really good data, like on time of the collision, time of year, the time of the day, whether it was at intersections or mid-street. What I didn't see was any information on the costs of the collisions. So either the cost to the healthcare system, the costs for SGI, WCB in terms of injuries. Was that information collected or considered at all during the discussions of this report through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. It's important that we had the partners like SGI and WCB on there. I'm not sure if that data was provided, but I'll ask the team if they have any insight into that.
Through the chair, I'll just ask if our consultant can speak to that data. I do know that the cost data is available to us. I'm not sure how it was contemplated within the framework report that they provided.
Okay.
So we can just ask the consultant to see if they can provide some information.
So through the chair, the cost of the collision was not considered. That's not the area that we are too concerned about, because for us, from the road safety engineers, one collision and one fatality is way too many, and we look at the numbers at the end of the day, and we are trying to reduce that number. Obviously, collisions will have social costs and also the cost to the SGI and to the city itself. But it's not a factor in development of a specific countermeasure, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering, like through a communications campaign, whether or not that becomes a factor as well, through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, it's definitely something we can look at in the future as far as collaboration with SGI and others to communicate, the common good, whether it's reducing fatalities, obviously is the number one priority, but there's side benefits to that also.
Okay. Second last question, and this is perhaps for the police officer. the police, like, there may not be a collision, but there's been a lot of ticketing for speeding, stunting, risky behavior. Do we factor any of that information in terms of where that's likely to happen? So that when you're developing a plan that you know whether or not there's been collision, but there's been risky behavior happening on this particular street. So is that something that's also looked into through the chair?
Sergeant Gordon, can
Thank
you
you
take
for
that?
that. Yes, thank you, through the chair. I came into this project in January, so I don't want to speak to what consultation and what considerations were had as part of this project towards that. But what I will say is, since I came into this position in January, risky behavior driving is high on our list, and so we keep track of what areas of the city citizens are calling in and reporting that type of behavior, and then we make sure that we're in attendance to deal with. And Cathedral area is one of the areas that we do receive calls from, primarily because those are long, straight roads, and therefore risky behavior is more likely to occur for driving.
Yes. And complaints, I assume you get complaints about Pasqua as well?
Through the chair, yes. Pasqua Street is another one that is quite frequently, that we receive calls.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I don't think I have any more questions, but I do just want to say a comment that I think the report is very well done. I was aware of when public engagement was happening, because I saw that on social media, through some of the city advertising that happened. And I know that since I've been elected, that concerns about speeding, traffic calming, stunting, has been an issue since, right from the beginning. And I've had numerous complaints from residents about some of the traffic issues in the Lakeview area. And I held a community meeting specifically on this issue last fall, because it is a really big concern for a lot of people. People do want to see lower speed limits overall, I think, in residential areas. There are a couple of streets that have the traffic calming centers so that people can't speed through them, because it's no longer a straight, narrow street that you can just speed down. So I do support the recommendations in this report. I think it's a good start. It's going to be a 5-year plan that will be receiving a number of recommendations throughout the next 5 years. So I actually am in support of it. So I really want to thank all of the work that the city administration has done and the consultant has done, and all the partners who have participated in this, so that we can have safer streets.
So I'm just looking for, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'll just start by echoing that I've also heard a lot of concerns since being elected in relation to safety of our roads, and whether that has to do with excessive speeding or school zone safety. And I would imagine that all of us could find relevant components of this report that we've heard from our residents, at least this term and in previous terms. My first question is specific to an ongoing concern I've heard. I know that you've been implementing, our team has been implementing changes in school zones. Some of that was outlined in the 2023 actions. Some of it is proposed for additional work in the future. Can you just go over, not all of it, but some of the highlights of perhaps touching on some of the changes that have occurred, but more importantly, what will be continuing to happen? And the context for this is that I was at the AGM of my community association last night, and school zone safety came up once again and was flagged as something that, in the opinion of the person asking, still is a major concern. So I said, we're talking about this tomorrow, I will ask a question to highlight some of the work that's being done.
Through the chair, and so yes, school zone safety obviously is very critical and is one component of Vision Zero. And I'll just ask the team to highlight maybe what has been done, but like I said, more importantly, what things are planned in the future, because it's an area of focus definitely.
So thank you through the chair. Some of the work that we've done in 2023 and will be continuing to do is our campaigns around yielding to pedestrians at intersections. So whether that's in a school zone or at any location, we've used portable billboards throughout the city and radio ads to support that. We also will be continuing to do our speed feedback sign rotation program, which is based on some data to see where some of the non-compliance is happening and to put it there to try and achieve some voluntary compliance. We continue to do some screening to see where speeds are exceeding what is acceptable on the road or would be expected normally, and implement traffic calming solutions through a variety of techniques, primarily through temporary traffic calming curbs, and we have some of that obviously planned in 13th, but other locations as well. We've been piloting some rapidly deployable rubber curbs, which are lower cost and faster to implement, don't require a crane truck to install, and so we're currently evaluating to make sure that that is an effective solution in combination with delineator posts, and we'll continue to work on that as long as it's giving us good feedback. Our education, such as our radar backpacks that I talked about, where we have a we have a radar sensor that's actually built into a sign that can be put into a backpack that a child could wear along the sidewalk or as part of a group with CAA and RPS supporting, just to bring that extra attention to the school zone. I can say that when we did the initial rollout there, I didn't see a single vehicle going faster than about 25 kilometers an hour with all of the focus on that speed feedback sign. Some of the work that we've done as well is looking at specific challenges in particular school zones. So while we want to achieve that in all school zones, we know that some have worse compliance. And so we've been looking at doing the LED embedded sign to draw extra attention to that as we're going in. And we've had, I think, additional signs installed in 2023 and can continue to roll that out based on the success of that program. The other thing that we really do, particularly around school zones, is our school zone assessment. So anytime a school has a concern with the school, we're happy to send staff out to walk through with the principal or anyone else from the SEC that's involved in that, and to do a walkthrough of the zone, identifying not only what we see, but some of the things that they can identify, and we can have a better understanding of what the function of that is and make recommendations for safety improvements to roll it out. And then in general, anytime we have any concerns that come to us through service requests, we generally are responsive to that, evaluating the concern and making recommendations for sign or control improvements, in addition to our standard process to evaluate where all-way stops need to be considered and traffic signals and other pedestrian crossing devices. There's probably a lot more that I've forgotten, but I might leave it there if that's satisfactory.
I took notes, and so I'll be prepared to answer that question next time. Now, within these documents, as mentioned, some of this work is, first of all, already ongoing, already budgeted for. You mentioned that to implement all of these recommendations would require $7.5 million over 5 years. So what if council doesn't adequately, if council doesn't invest that $7.5 million over 5 years, would that then just mean that we have an incomplete Vision Zero framework? Would it extend the timeline? What would be the impacts of that?
Through the chair. So yes, as mentioned, there's approximately $7.5 million over 5 years that would come forward in future budget requests. And if that's not approved, administration will reprioritize like we do every year based on the budget that's available. So we would look at what we can do with the budget that's provided, and we look at other things that maybe don't cost as much. So instead of doing engineering improvements, for example, maybe we would be able to focus on more education or things that are a bit cheaper. So we would just reprioritize, but we would not achieve the entire outcomes over those 5 years.
Okay. Now, in terms of the recommendations we're being asked to endorse today, most of them are pretty broad. Like when I look at the report, it says that we would be endorsing Vision Zero, directing administration to publish a framework, future budget implications to be brought forward. So those, I see most of it as just being general endorsement of Vision Zero, except for the community safety zone. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is accurate. So the Vision Zero framework is a high-level framework, provides context for what we'll continue to work on in the future, and the community safety zone is a very detailed recommendation, and that's why we pulled that out as an option. And so if council does not think that's the right time, that cannot proceed. However, we're recommending that it does proceed based on the data-driven framework that we have in front of us.
And is it accurate that through the engagement that you've done so far in relation to the framework and what we've heard today from delegations, but the feedback you've heard specifically about the community safety zone, is my understanding is that folks in general have been supportive of that measure. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that's generally accurate. And also I'll just ask the team to provide some comments of what they heard from the community association when we talked with them. And also just to highlight that what we have in front of us here is really a data-driven framework, and so community engagement is always important, but it likely won't change our recommendations if we're looking at a data-driven framework. And so I'll just ask the team what they heard at the community association when they had that conversation.
Yeah, so thank you through the chair. Specifically with the Cathedral Association, we heard very positive feedback from that. They were very supportive of it. There were a lot of questions about what some of the specifics of our 2024 plans were to support that through temporary traffic calming curbs. So we were able to walk through a look at all of the specific intersections and why we were making the recommendations that we were. In general, the concerns of the people that are living there and visiting there are supportive, and I think, again, that speaks to the fact that many times people aren't driving the full 50 kilometers an hour on those roads anyway, so it's not necessarily identified as a significant change in behavior.
Okay, and just for the sake of clarity, there has been, because there was talk about whether the speed should be reduced before traffic calming measures are implemented, there has been some additional traffic calming measures implemented on 13th just within recent months. Can you speak to those?
Yes, through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide some details of what's happened over the last year or so on 13th Avenue to try to improve traffic safety.
Yeah, so through the chair, at Angus and 13th Avenue, we had a capital construction project that saw the implementation of concrete curb extensions as kind of a gateway to 13th Avenue off of Albert Street. So those have been in place since the summer. And then following the collision that occurred further down, we did install some temporary traffic calming curbs over the winter. It's kind of out of our standard processes, but felt that that was necessary for this time. And so those two are in place, and you can continue to see similar treatments rolled out with some other additional changes that we're looking to try on that road.
Okay. I'm going to pivot for a minute to something.
Councillor, I suspect you have a lot more questions, so I'm going to ask that we
say
take
I
our
have a lot more.
Well, I'm going to ask we take our break. Yeah, we're a bit over, but I suspect I don't want to rush it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back here at 1. ready? All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, so as another question, currently, if I'm using some sort of map navigational device, and I'll put an address, depending on where it is downtown, in my phone from my house, it will instruct me to go through 13th. Is that something that the city can, if this goes ahead, is the city able to redirect the navigational system so that it's not encouraging folks to cut through 13th Avenue?
Through the chair, I will start and ask if my team has any more information. Over time, I believe, Google Maps and things like that look at the fastest route, which would be based on speed. And so if this is approved, it won't happen tomorrow, but as they do their updates, they would know that it's going to be 30 kilometers instead of 50 kilometers. So I expect if there was a faster way, then that would be adjusted over time. But I'll just ask my team if they have any more detailed information than that.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just concur with what Mr. Doney said. We don't have direct control over that, but that it does adapt to travel pattern behavior.
Okay. And, I mentioned at the beginning of this concerns that I've certainly heard concerns in relation to speeding with certain areas of my ward. And so I just want to note one of those that's been ongoing as one of the most consistent concerns I've heard, and that's speeding on Dudney West. And so what I want to know is that on our radar when we're talking about Vision Zero and those changes and which areas of the city to be focusing on? Has that emerged as a priority?
Through the chair, and so the Vision Zero framework obviously is a high-level framework. I'll ask the team just in general if they've got any information about Dudney Avenue and how that fits into higher priority locations potentially. Of course, Dudney Avenue is a main thoroughfare, and so just ask the team to comment on that.
So through the chair, as we look at Dudney, we do have data there. I don't have statistics here today to speak about the speeding data or anything like that, but I do know that we've looked at it on several occasions, so it would be factored in through our network screening process to see where it ranks compared to other sections of the road. With the Vision Zero framework and the focus on aggressive driving, for one, there would be countermeasures that would be applied accordingly there, as well for the sections of Dudney that may have more vulnerable pedestrians using them, so further into the city, there might be different tactics that we would look at in those particular areas, and that may look different from some of the more western section that is more strictly arterial.
Okay, and then there was talk of a referral motion. I don't know that anyone has asked administration yet what, I assume you don't support a referral, but if you could speak about the impacts that would have on the work that you have done and this framework and just in general.
Through the chair. So what we have brought forward to Executive Committee is the Vision Zero framework, which is really guidelines for our traffic safety initiatives. So some of the actual work is happening in the field, happened in 2023 and will continue to happen in 2024. But this really says to the community and to our stakeholders that we're moving forward together with the Vision Zero framework and looking for that implementation as we move forward. The community safety zone is another very particular recommendation that we have put forward. And if council doesn't think this is the right time for that, then I recommend you just not approve that community safety zone portion of the report. But referring it as a whole, we would just need some clarity of what you're looking for to improve for next time that we come forward.
Okay. Now, in relation to not approving the community safety zone or referring that for more consultation, is it accurate that there's a real danger that there could be more pedestrian fatalities in Cathedral, which has already occurred in recent history, while we wait to discuss this further, knowing that your recommendations are unlikely to change? Is that accurate? Like, that's a risk?
Through the chair, so there is safety concerns obviously in this area, and that's why we've brought forward a data-driven framework, and in particular, this recommendations to reduce the speed. If we were asked to go and engage with the community, we would inform them of the recommendations, we would inform them of why we're recommending this based on data, but we wouldn't be looking to engage to hear their opinions and see if they agree with the data or the safety aspects that we're presenting to them.
Right. Okay, thanks. So we talk about the importance of data to inform our decisions, and I think that's what you're saying right now, is that this was informed by data. That's where these recommendations are coming from. We have heard from the community today. We've heard from the Community Association as well, and there's been lots of positive engagement from folks in Cathedral about in support of these changes. I understand that folks sometimes use 13th Avenue or cut through parts of Cathedral to get other places, but there are other options for these folks. And personally, like if I'm trying to get downtown, I will go out of my way to avoid 13th because I don't find it to be a very good way to get, like, it's not very fast. SAS Drive is quicker and safer to drive through, and it is intended to be used in that way. And I haven't found it too congested or too slow. Like, I think that this is a solution that makes sense and is one that we should move on. And I suppose if we feel that we've made a mistake, we can reevaluate that at some point, but I'd certainly rather move forward with this data-driven solution to prevent more fatalities and injuries to pedestrians and folks in general. So I see no reason to delay. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through the chair. So just a quick question in regards to what we've done in the past, and you know, we've all get requests to go out and have staff go out and do traffic counts, look at sidewalks, intersections for crosswalks, things like that. So can I ask, how will this enhance that process going now towards again, this Vision Zero approach? Like Councillor Hawkins asked the question as well, like we've already kind of got something in place. How is this going to enhance that process? Because I struggle with our current process, I'll be honest. I've looked at crosswalks last term, and they've been asked again this term, and you know, they're close to schools or maybe a half a block or a block within the school. How is this going to improve the process?
Through the chair, I'll start and then ask the team to provide a bit more information. And so what you'll see going forward is some of the aspects that have happened in the past where we'll continue to use data to make decisions and recommendations. However, there'll be more individuals or more parties at the table. So for example, if we're seeing drunk driving as being a major concern, Matt is there to try to do education on that front. If SGI has a role, they're there to support. So in the past and going forward, we will still use data to make decisions. And so I think that's where some of the frustrations may be, is that yes, there's could be unsafe intersections in different locations, but we'll continue to use the data that we have and that we collect in the future to make those recommendations. And typically they're engineering or education recommendations. I'll just ask the team if they have any more detail of what may change if this framework is approved.
So through the chair, I would just also add that this is moving us to more of a proactive data collection response where we're making decisions ahead of time rather than being reactive and having people need to approach us and share a concern about a particular intersection.
Thank you, that's music to my ears. So that's really good. So does that mean that we would actually have an action plan ahead of us with which streets and roads would go ahead?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide some details, but yes, there is an action plan that will be put together. Just not sure if we're detailed down to the individual streets, but I'll ask the team to share what information they have at this point.
So through the chair, our action plan is listed in the countermeasures in Appendix A towards the end of that package from the consultant. So it has individual items that are called out underneath the various emphasis areas that we're looking at that speak to when we're planning to implement them, the costs, and the effectiveness that we're looking to achieve through them.
Thank you. I think where I was kind of going with that, and I think it's good if we are going to have a bit of a plan to say, okay, here's the action plan for the streets or the intersections, pedestrian crosswalks, that kind of thing. So residents can actually see that it is on the list somewhere. I think that's imperative because it kind of falls off and then nobody knows where it goes. And it's almost like you start over again and again and again. So I really appreciate that piece if that's going to be there. The other question I have is in regards to if number 4 is passed, where we actually decide if the cathedral area becomes a safety zone, does that mean that that would be the priority first for putting everything into that area because we've designated that area first as a safety zone?
Through the chair, so if number 4 is approved, the community safety zone, we would move forward with the implementation of signage, so dropping the speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour, but it would not dictate that we're going to do other engineering or education efforts focused on there. Those efforts will be focused on the data-driven locations that we have throughout the city, so it does not change the prioritization if the data doesn't support it.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. That's really good. If this moves forward with the what kind of data would we collect after this goes through? Like in a year or so, would we come back to say, okay, within the cathedral neighborhood, like what have we learned, or even 2 years, or what's the plan for that? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah, so data is very important and that's how we're making the decisions, and so it's also very important to keep collecting that information once we make changes, whether it's speed zone reductions or engineering or education campaigns. So I'll just ask the team to provide some details of what kind of data we would be collecting and how that would be communicated.
So thank you through the chair. The types of data that we would collect would include the actual collision data as it's released from SGI to see the overall trends in the reductions of fatal and severe injury collisions, as well as the data that we can see that's supporting safety in the neighborhood, such as speed data, volume, etc. As we do that, I think that we're looking for opportunities to be transparent with that, and so we're looking to hopefully have opportunities to share that publicly, whether it's through our Vision Zero page or other mechanisms to count on that. And we would expect to at some point be back with council talking about what we achieved over the 5 years and where we want to go from there.
Thank you. So in previous years, I think it was we had about, I think, $300,000 kind of in the fund. Is that accurate to kind of move some of these ahead?
Through the chair, so as we mentioned a bit in the previous conversations, there's about $4.2 million in the what we call approved Vision Zero funding, and so if you go to the budget book, you can see that over the 5 years. And then we've got money that's in existing capital work that will be implemented in context of the Vision Zero framework. And then there's funding and grants that comes from other areas. And so the new funding that we'd be requesting through the budget process would be $7.5 million over 5 years, but there is still a substantial amount of funding in the current budgets, both capital and operating, to keep moving forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I do remember, the only reason I asked that is because I know previously we had asked about, again, this whole plan about Vision Zero, and there was some funding, but it wasn't a lot, and it was kind of dispersed in different areas. So I actually appreciate seeing this kind of now almost be more transparent for council as well as the public. I'll just make a comment, and I'll end there, but I think this is very beneficial. I will say that I myself, as the councillor of Ward 4, continually hear about speeding, racing. When I hosted my community meetings, all on the one priority that always came out from residents was the speeding on roads. Chuka, Arcola Avenue has been highlighted, and I'd like to ask the staff from SGI and from Regina Police Service, that roadway has been highlighted many times. Do you know if that is going to be at some time highlighted through this process?
Through the chair, I'll ask if the team has that detail. Obviously, they wouldn't have it detailed out to the year, but just if that road in general is
Sure.
on the radar.
So through the chair at a high level, we do have some capital funds identified to support our COLA and some of the safety improvements there, particularly at intersections. So those would be the things that would be the earliest that would fit within that 5-year plan.
Okay. Okay, because again, just this, we see that, and I think Councillor Stadnichuk had asked it earlier, why do you see that the collisions and but they're coming more severe? It's because of the speed, and it's becoming because traffic is getting, it's just back to back. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for the work.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
You're missing me, buddy?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm getting my counting wrong. I don't know. Regina, you cut your hair.
Yeah, buddy,
Yeah,
on this
go ahead, John.
quarter
Sorry.
of the morning, and all of a sudden I'm not here. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your humor. To the administration, the delegation spoke to the right turns on red and all that. I know that the administration has been doing work for years now about different kind of traffic calming areas, stop signs, yields, different things. It's an ongoing process. This is not going to stop. This is just enhancing it. If I'm reading this correctly, you're just getting a little bit further ahead and you're doing more. I'm thinking, is that where this the next 5 years? This is what you're going to be undertaking. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. So there's currently lots of traffic safety work going on with respect to the red lights. Of course, we have the campaign rolling red light campaign. And so that's an example of work that's happening, but it'll continue to happen, and if approved, it'll happen under the Vision Zero framework with partners that we've identified.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, to you. So then with the red light or the no right turns on red light, or I know that the enforcement is pretty difficult. You kind of have to be on the spot to catch someone in the act. It's still happening. So I know that education is happening, but I think we need more of that. Individuals still completely ignoring that, and this is where, especially the way I believe our roads were designed, it's kind of we've kind of created that problem for ourselves, how we redesign and how we allow certain flows. So part of this 5-year thing, within the police and the administration, the city is doing the enforcement on and education on there. Don't roll through a ticket, whatever that means. The right turn on red, especially marked. Is there going to be, or is there going to be more enforcement in that sense? Where I know you can't put policemen on every red light with the no right turn sign on. Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, I'll start and then ask the team to give more details. So we do have in certain intersections cameras that do look for if you're not stopping at red lights, and so those are in place. We did a news release to talk about that campaign, and we will be moving towards enforcement in the very near future on one of those locations. So that's where we have technology that can actually see that happening, and then I'll just ask the team to provide any more details about that or other options for enforcing rolling red lights.
Thank you. So through the chair, yes, as we are continuing to do different advertising campaigns to bring awareness and attention, we have also been working with RPS through the Vision Zero lens to achieve some additional support with that. So as we're moving to more enforcement with, say, our digital technology solutions, we're also looking to complement that with police throughout the city, and not just at locations that have that location, as well with the aggressive driving that really also encapsulates some of that non-compliance with traffic controls as well as speeding. And so that's a focus area that they're going to be looking at to ensure that we've got the proper compliance at our traffic control devices and that they continue to hold the proper weight in our city so that we can see the safety that they provide actually realized.
Okay, so I just follow up, Mr. Chair, administration. So mentioned about cameras. I know that we have cameras, but you're not thinking. So right when you say camera, I'm thinking, I'm going to see a camera on that corner sometimes soon to control that, because I mean that is important, because if something like this controls that intersection, it leads to no accident, leads to no injuries, leads to so. So I'm thinking about the investment that's being put in for the next 5 years to the injuries, to the insurances and the premiums and the, the sufferings of folks and all that. The balance, so I'm asking the balance of the camera, the cost of the camera to the other costs, what that weighs it. So would you be going through that? I mean, I don't see it in the report, but would you be going to that sense then if you have a high traffic problem area?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide details on the 3 intersections that currently have cameras and how they're used, and then obviously that cost-benefit analysis that is done for the future and whether or not that's something we've contemplated or not.
Yeah, so thank you. So through the chair, we had brought a report forward not too long ago that looked at the program itself and the success that we were seeing with some additional analysis from SGI and the collision reductions that they were seeing that warranted continuing with that. So we brought that forward to council, which was approved. One of the things that we did commit to doing and we will continue to do through this Vision Zero process is to work with our partners at SGI and RPS to identify other high-risk locations and to do some additional data analysis to determine if it would be like a red light camera would be a proper solution for the types of concerns that we're seeing in that location. Before moving forward with any expansion to that program, that's something that we would bring to council for approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've probably heard, if you've been around for a while, you've heard me talk about speed bumps. And my question would be is, and this is my opinion, we as a city have gone away from implementing speed bumps. You did few up in the Northwest, I think Jason's area, and the residents have been asking for, and I've been asking for as a councillor for speed bumps. Looking at it, you've kind of went away from the speed bumps, so I would like to hear the rationale, the pros and cons for or against speed bumps to some of the things that you have implemented now with the narrowing, the yellow little bumper things, whatever you got. First of all, speed bumps, why not? Second of all, this new calming measures, has that improved? Has it given you more better protection of the roads and how the traffic moves? Mr. Chair?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask the team to comment, and before they do it, it's just really important to think about the solutions that you put forward and what problem you're trying to solve. And so that's where the engineering team analyzes and looks across other jurisdictions to see what's working and what's best for us. So I'll let them talk about the pros and cons of all the different options that exist for traffic calming.
So thank you through the chair. I think at a high level, speed bumps do slow traffic at the point of the speed bump, and so they were widely used in many communities, and communities are beginning to move away from them because some of the cons that also come with them. So at a high level, the placement of speed humps does need to be reasonably close together to ensure continued speeds at that rate. And there is some evidence that states that people, because they've had to slow down so abruptly, they tend to accelerate rapidly after them. And so there's some concerns about the constant pros and cons of slowing down and then speeding up and slowing down again. Additionally, they have a lot of impact on noise issues for residents in those areas, and they don't fit in all neighborhoods, especially where you have a lot of driveways and it's not really practical to put that right in front of someone's driveway. So they are still used in some areas. A lot of newer things that are in a similar vein are around things like raised crosswalks or raised intersections, which have a better approach and can be navigated without as much wear and tear on a vehicle or the loud noises. Another issue that was probably our main reason moving away was just emergency response times and having them on some roads that were not really appropriate settings for them, where they were higher traffic roads that we want to make sure that we're having fire and EMS response times. And of course, navigating with someone on a gurney in an EMS like ambulance is kind of challenging over those. When it comes to some of the other types of solutions that we've been employing, they also have been shown to slow speeds, but also to provide extra benefits to some other users. So for example, by using curb extensions, you're not only narrowing the road and slowing traffic, you're also providing better sight lines for pedestrians by clearing up that space at the intersection for visibility, by raising them up, and by actually shortening the crossing distance from there. So those are some of the reasons that we've looked at some of those solutions over the older method of speed humps, but we'll continue to explore different technologies and efficacies to really make sure that we're picking the right types of solutions for our roads.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more and I'll cede the floor. Neighborhood design, road design, how we build. how we move ourselves to and from. We build something and then we put road to it. I mean, that's what I've been seeing. So my question is, the mission, the Vision Zero and the committee, working with the province and probably province and federal, school building. It seems like we always put the school on a high arterial, busy road. Do we, as a city, from this point of how we design our neighborhoods, we have some kind of a voice to say, like, let's just pick, we have a school on Chuka now. We're thinking about building more. We have schools like on Dudney Avenue. We have Judge Bryant, which is on a, and you have a Husky House right next door, just about to it. And you know what kind of trouble we're asking ourselves for, correct? So as a Vision Zero, as a committee, as a city, what voice do we have when it comes to designing the road, designing the school, designing the parks, designing things like that for, because I mean, once we build something, I mean, we will implement and fix some of the issues that we're trying to fix now that's already existing. Mr. Chair, the administration?
Through the chair, so I'm not going to ask the team to talk about school placement and school locations necessarily as in context of Vision Zero, but Vision Zero does look at the complete system, which includes building and designing new neighborhoods. So just ask them to touch on more in other cities and the system as a whole, how things have changed to improve traffic safety when you're looking at new neighborhoods.
Yeah, so thank you through the chair. I think to answer your question, I would say that the Vision Zero framework gives us the, with the approval of council, would give us a voice to go and continue to have those conversations and make the wider changes that are needed to be made. There's some things that we have direct control over, I think in terms of our design standards and construction specifications, that would be very beneficial to have that safety factor built in at the time of development. And then for items that we have less control over, like school placement, where we really need to work with the province, and of course we definitely need schools in our communities to continue to have that voice and to have those conversations to try and make decisions around that. But then once a site is identified, to make sure that we're applying the proper construction standards and specifications that are needed to support, you know, an elementary school or support a high school.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I wasn't sure about this. I was asked, and I just looked at my notes here, the warrant system. It seems like we always work with the warrant system. If it's not warranted to put something there, we will not, because it's a national-based, how we design, for instance, why we put a stop sign here, why we put a speed here, why we do this, and they always have to go on that base. Why do we have to follow, for instance, why can't we have like Regina designed? I mean, every city has its own issue, own problem. The national, I know you have to follow some kind of a national pattern, but anytime I've asked for, let's say, reduce the speed or do something, it doesn't warrant to have this because the speed is 60% of the time at 57 kilometers or at the 57th percentile of whatever. How does this? I mean, I'm going to ask you. Do you know what we know about the warrant system? So how is the warrant system warrants what we're doing with Vision Zero? How does that impact our decisions as a city to deal with things? Because residents are asking for these things, and yet we're going to come back to them saying the warrant system doesn't warrant this. How do we change that? Sorry, I'm looking every which way, but Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, I'm going to start and definitely ask my team for some support. So for the traffic engineering work, it's very detail-oriented and data-driven, and safety is #1 focus. So they'll look at national standards, which I think is what you're referring to, like the warrant system, making sure that safety is top of mind. And so if you're getting a response back that doesn't warrant it or it's not needed based on the standards, the other limiting factor is budget. And so obviously there's only so much budget to go around, and so that has to be prioritized with the locations that need the most safety improvements. However, there can be unintended consequences by putting something in place that's not meeting standards. So if you're putting a stop sign where you don't want a stop sign, you're going to make that traffic shift somewhere else and have unintended consequences. So that's a high-level overview, and I'll ask the experts to give a bit more detail.
Thank you. So through the chair, I think that was a good overview of the system. I think the other thing that I'd say is that sometimes we use the word warranted when referring to several different things. So it might be a very specific standard for a warrant for a traffic signal that we're going to want to make sure that we're more in compliance with national standards. But when it comes to a warrant for speed reductions or traffic calming solutions, I think those are internally administrative decisions where we really do have the ability to look at our community, look at our safety data, and make some decisions about when we would move forward with different solutions, whether you want to call that warranted or not warranted. So I think there's an opportunity to do that through this process. Maybe not so much with the very specific stop sign warrant or a traffic signal warrant, but in terms of taking a concern in, and if a recommended solution is put a signal in and we realize that that's not the proper solution, it doesn't stop us from looking at other safety improvements that we can make there under that Vision Zero lens and the different tactics that we have to really look at what's going on in the community and address the actual underlying safety concern there.
Councillor Nelson, go ahead. I think I got the right number here.
Thank you very much. So during the discussion, it raised a lot of questions because we always talk about how it's community engagement that drives what we do. And I was like, well, if there's no community engagement or there's 120 people over the course of your 4 town hall meetings, it doesn't give a good spectrum of what the community wants. But then I hear, technically, this isn't community-driven, this is data-driven, so you can do all the community engagement that you want, it's not going to change the end result. Am I correct in understanding that?
Through the chair, it will not change the recommendations that administration provides to council.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. So then that goes, my other thing is business consultation. I was worried, not worried, but I was thinking of the businesses in the, 13th Avenue and stuff like that. And I've talked to a couple of them that were like, well, this is ludicrous. They didn't think it was okay, but obviously their opinion's not going to get brought into this because there's data that shows that this is a good thing for the cathedral area, correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. So through the data, we believe that in this particular situation, the community safety zone, if it's reduced to 30 kilometers an hour, will improve safety. So there may be impacts to businesses that they're concerned about, but that wouldn't change our recommendation to council.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Then I had a lovely person email me and make me feel very, very horrible because if I don't approve this, I might cause somebody in a wheelchair to be damaged or hurt or killed. But I see here under the vulnerable road users, we don't even have any data for anybody with that are in wheelchairs. It's all cyclists and pedestrians. Is there any data as to the accidents that have happened with people that are in wheelchairs through the chair?
Through the chair, so just before I ask the team to answer that question, I just want to be clear that if this is approved, it's to improve safety for everyone, of course,
right,
and so all road users. But I'll ask the team if they have any detailed data about the question that was asked.
So through the chair, if our consultant's available, I might ask for a confirmation of this, but my understanding is that wheelchair users would be considered with pedestrians in that data, but it wouldn't be broken out separately. And then cycling data would be generally captured separately from that. But if SEMA is available to confirm that, that would be helpful.
So through the chair, yes, the data from the SGI do not break down the road user, the disability of the type of the road users that are involved. But we always include people with any kind of disability as part of the pedestrians. And it's part of the vulnerable road users. And the countermeasures that kind of come out of it will be tailored for all of the road users and not for a specific group.
So is anybody on from the police, the Regina Police?
Yes, Sergeant Gordon.
Would you be able to, or would you know if anybody in a wheelchair has been injured in the cathedral area? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you. Not to my recollection. The two collisions referred to earlier through this meeting were both pedestrians not in wheelchairs, and I can't think of one off the top of my head. Not saying that there wasn't one, but I can't think of one off the top of my head that involved a wheelchair.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know. So I just want to get these numbers correct. It's $7.5 million over 5 years and asked in the budget. Is that what is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, that's the amount that would be put forward in future budgets, 7.5 million over 5 years. And it may or may not be exactly split evenly. It'll depend on the projects that are ready for construction or design and construction.
So is this an actual estimate? Is this an actual cost, or is this a type D class?
Through the chair, this is an overall framework, so this is a very high level estimate, class D. Much more work, detailed design has to go into every project. This is a starting point.
So can you explain to council what a class D estimate is, through the chair?
Through the chair, I am not prepared to get into that detail, except for class D is, I believe, the highest level of class of estimate, basically. I don't think I had those flipped around, but it's very high level.
Yeah, so it's an estimate of about 20% more, plus or minus. Okay, just so we know. So the $7.5 million might not be the actual cost. It might be 8.5 or 9 million, but that's a round ballpark figure. Over the course of 5 years, so it'll be divided into the 5 years, and you'll ask that in the next council for the budget.
Through the chair, yeah, it'll be included in our 5-year capital plan, and we believe right now we'd be asking council to approve 2 years of that capital plan.
2 years is what you're asking us right now?
Through the chair, yes, that's the current thought process. Is when we come forward in December of 2024, we'll be asking for 2025 and 2026.
So that's the next
future.
council, that's not us. Okay. I think that's all I have. So the other, well, I guess just to go from that, because I'd heard that from some realtors and from some people. Is there an opportunity that this would drive the value up of homes in the cathedral area by doing this, through the chair?
Through the chair, so I don't have any information that saying it would add to the value or decrease it. The recommendations that we have before you are strictly around road safety and traffic safety.
Okay, thank you. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Mancinelli.
Thanks. My second time up. I know I had a couple questions I didn't get answered last time. Is now the appropriate time for me to ask you?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you had a question for a member of the RPS.
I did.
Yeah, this would be a great time.
Just to reframe the question, I noted that Vision Zero really denotes a lot of behaviors of drivers in our city. I noted that it comes into addressing it strictly through infrastructure and from the city's investment. I also noted that some of those behaviors that lead to the outcomes might be something that might be enforcement based. And one example I gave was on a bright sunny day with no ice on the road and nothing in sight, someone takes 3 blocks to get up to 50 kilometers an hour on Albert Street, wrecking the timing of the lights. Is there anything we can do as a community to, kind of help that along to keep our streets flowing and alleviate some of the road rage we experience for such a small community?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you for your question. One of the things that I recommend to anyone that calls in or emails in with traffic complaints is it's always best to call in at the time when you're seeing those infractions. If you can pull over and especially if you can grab a license plate number, you can always call in to the police station immediately, which will assist us in responding in a much more timely manner than going out after the fact. And it can lead to further investigation into why some of that behavior might be happening. There might be some background issues there or some other issues going on other than just the unsafe driving that we're seeing as another road user. The other option is to notify us. We ask community partners and members of the community to email in regularly with traffic concerns going on in their neighborhood. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, it's impossible for us to be everywhere all the time. And so when we know that there is a concern in a particular area that needs some extra attention, we're more than happy to send members of our traffic safety unit and some other members available to us through the agent or through the police department. We're more than happy to send them out to those areas and bring more enforcement as required. If we don't know that it's happening, that's a great way of bringing it to our attention.
appreciate that.
Did that answer your question fairly?
The information's very welcome, but I think my question had more to center on, generally we always have enforcement to do with either a registration problem, a speeding problem, or someone acting crazily in the lanes on the road. As the RPS, do you ever watch the flow of traffic, see someone encumbering many drivers by driving too slowly compared to the flow, and stop to enforce on them and try to enable, like rush hour traffic, to move properly without two guys going 70 kilometers an hour side by side on Ring Road? Do you ever have effect on people not meeting the flow of traffic, and is that something that's ever considered?
Okay, my apologies for misunderstanding your question.
No problem, it was very good information. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is one of the areas that our officers do just kind of sit on the side of the road in various areas and monitor the flow of traffic, just to watch for infractions and anything that they see. When it comes to those driving slow, the way our Traffic Safety Act is worded is that they're driving in a way that is creating a road hazard. And I can't think of the exact wording right off the top of my mind, but it's something about, driving reasonably for road conditions and all of that. And so, unfortunately, with the way roads and weather contribute and collide with each other in this province, sometimes it's very hard to register convictions when people come to court and say, well, I was afraid of black ice, so I was driving much slower than the posted speed limit. Not to say that we haven't laid those charges when we have grounds to believe that they are being committed, and what happens in court happens in court. It's outside of our realm of control. So the short answer is yes, we do enforce those. Long answer is we will write the enforcement ticket under certain circumstances. Others are a conversation with the driver roadside to explain to them that some of the major thoroughfares are designed to move traffic at a particular speed, and perhaps if they are uncomfortable driving at that speed, they find an alternative route, and we'll kind of help guide them through the city on some of those slower streets where they may not be creating the hazard that they would otherwise.
So as part of Vision Zero, and to make this much of a dramatic change to a neighborhood as proposed, could you see RPS actually having a push or a sting operation per se to have effect on those behaviors as well, to help buy-in from Regina drivers and to help things flow better than it does in our city? Just as a crazy question. This is a pretty big change. I'm just trying to think of some of the wraparounds that might help people adapt to it.
Through the chair, yes, fair question. I think from an RPS standpoint, we would look towards enforcement as we do with a lot of the other big changes that happen within the city, where there would be a time of public education campaigning, then followed by some interactions with police for more of a warning, and kind of building up into the actual writing of those speeding tickets. And I can see that there being appetite for it, particularly in the summer when there's a lot more parking, a lot more driving through that area, as we have events like at the football games where a lot of people are parking, driving through there, and there's a lot of pedestrian and just everything going on. The Cathedral Arts Festival coming up. I could see an absolute need for targeted enforcement during some of those periods. And then just in the greater scheme of throughout the entire year, I can see enforcement on some of those streets, maybe not every residential street, but for sure some of those busier roadways that, like I said, once that education and that change starts to be explained and introduced into the city, and then through warnings, and then ultimately through financial enforcement.
Thank you for that information. Another one of my questions had to do with some of the reports we had of accidents, types of accidents, and what all feeds into that data and the recommendation. I had asked if, people's reaction time is cited. There's lots of responsibility put back to drivers. I had asked how much inspection for these cause of accidents had gone towards the actual vehicle that the driver was using. When you have the type of reporting you have, do you ever report back on the safety systems of the car that was involved in the accident, something even as basic as bald tires? It's a lot of infrastructure to invest in if all we're doing is running around with bald tires and hitting each other. So just a thought. Thank you, sir, to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Through the chair, yes, very good question. When it comes to any major collision where there's serious injury or fatality, all vehicles are subject to a vehicle inspection, and that is done through contract outside of police service mechanics. It's done or done by an outside mechanic, and they are gone through top to bottom as far as the brake systems. The vehicles are weighed so that a proper calculation can be done for speed versus stopping distance based on the weight of the vehicle. So there is quite an extensive vehicle examination that is done after the collision as well.
And that's after a major collision, if I heard you correctly?
After a major collision, which would be any collision where there was significant injury or risk of significant injury, for instance, perhaps an elderly victim, where what can appear to be minor at the beginning can very quickly turn to major, or where there is a fatality. Okay. So not every single collision, but one where there is significant injury.
Okay, appreciate that. In the data we were given, if I remember right, on rear-end collisions alone, which was attributed to following distances and speed mainly, there were 639 collisions. The state of the vehicle or tires or even the weather doesn't seem to be part of that data figure. Am I misunderstanding that? And do you guys collect that data?
Through the chair, that data would be collected on our reports that we fill out to SGI. So those minor collisions, we generally tend to only attend to collisions where vehicles are not drivable or where there's injury or suspect of impaired driving. So there's a lot of collisions that happen in the city that are never reported to police or only reported to SGI. But when we do attend, as part of that SGI reporting, we do document the weather, road conditions, lighting conditions, all of that, and by road conditions I mean even things like potholes. It's not just weather-related road conditions, it's much broader than that. So that would all be captured on that through the SGI reporting.
Thank you very much.
And then when it comes to our officers in the traffic safety unit are very well versed and big supporters of the vehicle equipment regulation, and so they will have conversations and issue what we call inspection tickets, which is you're given a particular time frame to comply with vehicle regulations, at which point that person would come into the police station, show that they have made the necessary repairs, that they are now complying with it, and then there's no financial enforcement after that. And I just recently bought them tire pressure gauges just because you had mentioned the bald tires, which is one of the infractions that the unit wanted to enforce more, as far as you can't stop if you have no tread on your tire. And so the tire gauges give them, they're not, I wouldn't lay a ticket on them, but they give the officers enough confidence to say, yes, this does need to go to a garage and you need to get it looked at, and if they fall below, you must comply with getting new tires.
Oh, I'm very, very happy to hear you say that. I'm glad to hear someone actually heard me. Thank you very much. And just to bring the point about, anyone who drives a vehicle has to pay SGI premiums, and we all pay for accidents. If we're not having any inspection on why the accidents are happening, and we're all blaming it on one thing without looking at the basics of what we're doing on a road with a vehicle, I think we might be paying a lot of premiums and putting a lot of infrastructure investments where there might be a simpler solution at times. So thank you very much for having that, and you've answered all my questions. One last statement. I appreciate all the changes suggested here, and I can understand the safety of the neighborhood, and I enjoy the cathedral area, and I've been through the neighborhood, so I get the feel of it and how important that is. As I said before, I represent Northwest Regina. The people I represent have to commute to this neighborhood and through this neighborhood to get to their destinations. I think with a large change like this, there are some really common sense recommendations that could be implemented to help that transportation continue with these changes in mind without having to wait and have it jam up reactively and make changes in the future. I know I'm not a road planner, but just thinking of my comments on Sask Drive and thinking that's going to be a major corridor, I know there's a couple of entrances to Sask Drive that could clean up in a heartbeat, especially considering how the changes to the neighborhood being proposed. And I would like to refer this for those changes to come out hand in hand so we can come through and together better rather than broken up and disjointed, which kind of what sounds like when we're reacting years later from one change to another might well happen. But I get the plan and where we're going with this.
That's the first time I've ever seen you go over time. Well played. That's right. Had the hand on the gavel just in case. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. In addition to the goals of a reduction of 10% in serious injury and death, what are the other goals of this program? Stated goals.
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to walk through those goals and maybe some of the metrics that we're looking to measure, if that may be an upcoming question.
So through the chair, in addition to the 10% reduction, we're looking to see ancillary benefits and other reductions as well. So while we're not focused on collision, property damage only collisions, we're expecting to see reductions there as well. We're also hoping to see improved compliance with our speed limits through the various educational and enforcement tactics that we are taking, and in compliance with the actual regulatory devices that are out there, whether they're traffic signals or stop signs, et cetera, to make sure that we actually have that compliance. Another goal that we have is increased stakeholder collaboration. So with this, we know that we have many jurisdictions in the city that are concerned about health and safety, whether it's our healthcare system, whether it's SGI, whether it's RPS. And so the goal with this is to be focused on the same things and working collaboratively to support each other and sharing of resources where possible to achieve better benefits at lower costs.
Thanks. How do you measure improved compliance?
So through the chair, when we look at improved compliance, we have a few different opportunities to collect data. We have SGI data when it comes to the collisions to see if there was a actual violation that contributed to the incident. We also have RPS data in terms of the speed that they are going out. The city itself also sets out speed collection devices, et cetera, where we can regularly gather speed feedback to understand what is going on our roads. We use a new similar device to RPS as well that also allows us to then target problematic areas at problematic times.
Thank you. So if my math is right, according to your report, 89% of injury collisions fail to yield, follow too closely, traffic control disregarded. That's 89%. So how many of those were speeding?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team if they have that detail or not. We might need to dig forward a little bit or ask the consultant. 1 second.
Through the chair, I just ask if our consultant has that data handy while I look as well.
Through the chair, that information, I don't have it handy. I have to go back and take a look at the spreadsheet to see what was the proportions.
There was a comment made that Cathedral was one of the areas. There were others in terms of neighborhoods. What are the other neighborhoods?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to talk about what other neighborhoods are on their radar and ones that we did not bring forward at this time, but if they can provide a high level of what those ones look like.
Thanks, Chris.
So through the chair, we looked at a few neighborhoods, but the next top two that we saw were North Central and as well the downtown area, including Heritage.
Councillor Hawkins had asked a question about organizational structure. On page 35 of the report, it's organizational structure, it's a task force, it's a road safety lead. Do we not have a road safety lead right now?
Through the chair, we have a traffic working group that reviews all issues with respect to traffic bylaw. I'll ask the team if they can comment on, and just repeat that, Mayor Masters, what was that question?
In the report, it lays out on page 35, there's an organizational structure, there's a task force to be established, there's a road safety lead, and so who ultimately is the person accountable for road safety? Who's the person accountable within the City of Regina for road safety right now who will most likely be the lead on this?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to answer. I think we're looking at one of them right now. But.
Through the chair, we have a senior engineer position for Vision Zero that is the road safety lead, ultimately reporting to the manager of traffic engineering.
Through the chair, we've had some opportunities where senior engineers have moved on, and in addition, the manager of traffic engineering is now going to become the water and waste director, and so we're in the recruitment phase.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And so in terms of what has to be done according to this report, the stuff's already done?
Through the chair.
So through the chair, the road safety lead is in place. There is one position that we would look to potentially bring forward through the budget process, which is a data analyst specialist to handle the data needs of this program.
It seemed like there's a 32% in terms of the report, 32% increase in the overall budget, and I appreciate that you guys have been moving things around, 32% increase, or over the course of 5 years, $7.5 million. What does the public get for that $7.5 million? What are we going to point to?
Yeah, through the chair, great question. I'll ask the team to provide some details of what that will look like as far as new money that we'd be asking in the next 5 years.
So through the chair, in our Appendix A, after what is labeled as Appendix B in the consultant framework, we have our countermeasures laid out. And so we have all of the costs there that are for the 5 years. The primary considerations, it's a little bit hard to break down right now what is already allocated in the budget and what would be part of the new request. But in general, I would suggest that there's a lot of active transportation infrastructure upgrades that would be a part of those improvements. Additional traffic calming and hoping to move to higher quality traffic calming, being able to develop a program to transition from temporary solutions to longer term solutions. There's probably a number more there as well, but I would also suggest that there's a lot of opportunity for more targeted advertising campaigns as well through our educational components that would be supported through those monies.
And just to provide a bit more detail is that what's in front of the committee right now is the framework, and of course before we ask for any budget, you would have detailed business cases and detailed line items that you would be reviewing as part of the budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Because I was going to ask, if safety is so important, what do we give up in the budget in order to move this forward, hypothetically?
Through the chair, so this work would generally be funded from the general reserve, and so lots of services are funded from the general reserve, and the council would need to look at those priorities and determine what services could be reduced to improve traffic safety, or if a mill rate is required to meet all the needs.
Thanks. Following the lines of Councillor Mancinelli's original question it's about the thoroughfare that is Cathedral, essentially either Vic Avenue or 13th Avenue coming in off the Louvain. So what does the data show, because this is very data focused, what does the data show for the additional time? What does 30 kilometers an hour add to the commute time if someone's going through the neighborhood?
Through the chair, that is a question that we asked. I know the team has that available, so I'll let them tell you how many seconds that adds.
Through the chair, I'll maybe ask Mr. Nguyen, he's got the information right here.
So through the chair, we did some preliminary calculations, and based on a 1.6 kilometer stretch between Albert Street and Pasqua.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Just hard, yeah.
Okay. There would be a 77-second difference if we don't take into account the stops for traffic signals or pedestrians crossings. It'd be about a 77-second difference.
All right. And was there any way to measure if that would displace traffic onto Sass Drive? Was there any, and I don't know that analysis can be done, but is there any estimation for how much traffic gets displaced out of Cathedral if this goes ahead?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to comment. I don't think we've got that precise information as far as 77 seconds and how many cars are going to change, because it's human behavior, and so it'll take time. So day one, nothing's going to happen. Just like a bypass around the city, people start to change their behavior. So I'll ask the team if they have any estimates, but I don't think we've got detailed information yet.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. We don't have any detailed modeling done that would give us a very specific number. This is also the first time we've implemented something like this. So I think our baseline modeling data probably couldn't accurately predict exactly how many people are going to shift and to where, but we do expect that there will be some shift to other road networks, particularly SAS Drive.
Okay. So here's my curiosity. I do have my own timer running too there, Mr. Chair. Here's my curiosity is that, so Winnipeg last year I think did a pilot program where they picked 2 neighborhoods to reduce from 50 to 40, and they picked 2 neighborhoods which were not thoroughfares to reduce from 50 to 30. They were literally just kind of stranded neighborhoods. And so Worthington and Richmond went 50 to 40, Borkavale and Tyndall Park dropped to 30K. But the city did a survey in advance to say, how open would you be to a longer commute time if we reduce the speed? And then they did a mid-year check-in, and they were seeing some reasonable shifts. Clearly the neighborhoods that were sort of stranded that had no thoroughfare, there was nothing running through them to connect them to other areas of the city, way less issues. Edmonton was singled out in the data and in the presentation that you did, and a significant, like a third, reduction of injuries and fatalities. But Edmonton's model, Calgary's model, were from 50 to 40 in all residential neighborhoods. And so why 50 to 30 is my question.
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to clarify this, but I think 50 to 30 is really around the force that the body feels when if they're impacted by a car. But I'll ask them to see if there's any more information than that.
So through the chair, when we looked at this neighborhood, we were looking at the population of the vulnerable pedestrians that were there and understanding the impact for survivability with 30. So in looking at that, we did consider going to 40, but felt that to achieve the full benefit and the goal that we had stated in the plan, that 30 would be the right number. Obviously for some thoroughfares that would not be an appropriate number, but given the particular setting on 13th, we felt that it would be appropriate given the busy commercial corridor that's there, the number of people crossing and visiting businesses, and really setting this up to be more of a destination rather than a commuting route.
I apologize, can you repeat that last sentence you said?
Setting 13th Avenue to be a bit more of a destination with the different commercial businesses there would align better with the 30 kilometers an hour as opposed to focusing it primarily as a commuting opportunity.
So long term, there are no plans in terms of the 13th Avenue connection into the bypass?
So, it's SAS Drive, right? So through the chair, I'm not with the planning group to know for sure, but at the last time that I reviewed it, it was my understanding that 13th would ultimately terminate and SAS Drive would become the major connection through to West Terra.
Got it. But just to double check again, you did 4 sessions in Cathedral, and at each of those sessions you had 20 unique people show up?
So through the chair, we did 4 sessions on Vision Zero overall throughout the city, and we did 1 session in Cathedral with the community association there.
Through the chair, I'll just give a bit more details because the team was able to pull it up over the lunch hour. So on November 14th, we issued a PSA advertising Vision Zero with inviting everyone that's interested to come to 4 workshops. They were on Thursday, November 16th, Saturday, November 18th, Monday, November 20th, and Wednesday, November 22nd. Different times throughout the day to encourage people to come forward and I'll say be informed about what Vision Zero is and the reasons why we're looking to bring forward this framework.
And those were all held in Cathedral?
Through the chair, no, they were held. So the first one was in the Sportsplex, the second one was Sandra Schmiller Leisure Center, the third one was Regina Public Library, and the last one was Northwest Leisure Center. But I will clarify that in that discussion, there was not detailed conversation about the Cathedral speed zone reduction. That was a decision that we brought forward in basically February and March, and we decided to bring that forward to council to consider it because the original plan was to look at it in 2025, but based on the recent data, we didn't think there was a need to wait.
But by that argument then, wouldn't your data say that you should reduce every residential neighborhood to 30 kilometers an hour by that data? Isn't that the argument you're making?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team kind of their thought process of why we didn't bring forward the other neighborhoods, whether that was data-driven or just the amount of change that the community would feel.
So through the chair, there was a thought that there was a very specific and unique concern in this particular neighborhood that would be well addressed by this speed reduction that wasn't necessarily exactly modeled, and we didn't have data to support to that granular level of detail that we did in Cathedral. We also felt that looking at a wider systematic approach, there's not a lot of data for a widespread 30 change. There is for smaller neighborhoods, say in Winnipeg or Toronto. So that if that was the case, we'd be looking more at probably looking at something like 40 and then trying to make some work to determine which roads really need to stay at 50 because they're going to function as those major traffic movers. So that was the approach that we took here, and advancing this outside of a conversation about should other roads change their speeds as well. When it comes to the other two locations that we had identified, we recognized that we were lacking some data and probably some further engagement with the community there, particularly North Central, to understand more about the travel patterns that pedestrians have in those neighborhoods, and as well to understand what the impact is on Dewdney specifically, because Dewdney does bisect that neighborhood, and it's a very challenging road to work with, knowing that it does need to still function in some capacity as an arterial in the current model that we have for our transportation network.
Councillor Stevens, can I ask you a question? This is your ward. Can you give us your general sense of this? Are you at all concerned that there wasn't a bit of a survey sent out to neighbors?
I think it's a good point. I'd say that pretty consistently for the last 8 years, there has actually been fairly routine ad hoc correspondence with me asking for precisely what administration has before us. So far, I've heard 2 voices that I could say categorically are opposed to this. One is Pierre Hawkins and the other is my wife. And I don't know who he's related to. Would there be people opposed to this? People are opposed to everything, right?
No, fair.
I'd say I was struck by how much support there has been consistently for the last 8 years. I'd say that I received a lot, dozens or more emails when the second fatality hit Cathedral, asking for more than what we're proposing here. And the fact that there's been 2 deaths on a street, I've had to yank my children away from corners where we should build the bulbs. So I've seen near misses with strangers, with kids. When we talk about community safety at community safety meetings, we talk about traffic more than people will talk about what is conventionally understood to be crime. I think there was a sense at the association meeting, which wasn't a big town hall to be fair, where residents actually wanted these initiatives, the actual SEPTED and infrastructure investments to go all the way to Louvain, and so there was a frustration that there wasn't enough in the hard infrastructure investment. So if you're going to find a neighborhood where you're probably going to find some popular support, if it's 50% plus 1, this is it. So politically, I get to wear this. I think it's actually a pretty good idea to go ahead with it. My question would be, I don't see the downside to it. So that's my take as someone who has had to field the calls and the emails.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Councillor Stevens. Is there any merit to implementing on a pilot basis and coming to revisit it back in October just to see the feedback? Or, and I'm actually not opposed to it at all. I'm with the delegation in terms of driving these neighborhoods. You drive slower anyways. It's the 24-hour element to it, which, does that make tons of sense? But it's more on the thoroughfares. I'm with Councillor Mancelli. It's actually more on the thoroughfares, but 13th needs to slow down. Totally agree.
I'd say everything is feasibly a pilot, right? Like council can vote to do anything in terms of implementing and withdrawing. I'd say that if it's a pilot, that we have to have a fixed start date.
Yeah.
There has to be a concerted effort at investigating and we have to commit resources to doing the study, and then we would say, I'd say a year, because if you introduce it in May, you're going to want to see it throughout a season. Yeah. I would say that at the very least has to be a 12-month process. And then council would see the feedback, and in that whole time, that's when I would start doing the focused, be heard, the focus surveys, and so you balance the outrage over the unknown with, oh, how did this disrupt?
Yeah.
And you can say, well, it cost me 77 seconds. So I would do it for a year, and then have a report come back and we analyze the data in a very coherent fashion.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Without calling it a pilot project and doing that, you're going to get the feedback anyways. I don't disagree. I was just puzzled by the 30 kilometers versus where every other, like, if Edmonton was pointed out specifically, it dropped to 40, Toronto's 40, most of Ontario's 40, Calgary went 40 in their residential zones. And so I was just a little bit curious about that, knowing that there's a whole stretch of 13 that should be 30. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. There are other speakers. I'm going to indulge. I haven't had a chance to ask questions yet. I would ask administration or maybe the clerks who control the PowerPoint. You had a slide there that showed kind of the current ethos of traffic engineering and then where we're trying to go. Can you pull that up, please? Or just keep going back and I'll say when to stop.
I think I've gone too far.
There. Yeah. That one. So this seems to be the most important part. So the traditional approach, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we're thinking about the people who plan our streets, the traffic engineers, the predominant idea here is that there's collateral damage and we just accept it. People will die on our roads. And then what and this is what I'm asking to be clear, Vision Zero is, no, it's not acceptable. Zero is the vision, much like our WCB commitment with Mission Zero, which is, no, we don't accept anyone dying on the job. And that means there's a culture shift in our organization as well as in the community. Would that be a fair assessment of big picture what we're trying to achieve here?
Through you, the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I'd like to know, like internally, I'm seeing a massive shift. So before it seemed to be, so long as the traffic's flowing, I earn my 77 seconds, someone gets hit, we'll live with it. What is changing internally? I'm seeing a change, but I wonder if you can comment. What triggered the thoughts of senior leaders and rank and file folks in the city to say, we need to really reflect, change how we make decisions on this file as well as how the community thinks about it? What triggered that?
Through the chair, I'll ask the team to provide the background of Vision Zero and how we got to this point, because it is a big change.
Through the chair, I think there were numerous factors, obviously, that went into that, but to identify some major factors, I think it was feedback from our residents. Obviously, whether it's city administration or whether it's RPS, we have to handle the requests that come in when people have lost a loved one. And it was challenging to try and tell people to their face that that was an inevitable outcome of a transportation system that moves vehicles efficiently. And when we look at other jurisdictions, we see that they've been successful in actually bringing those down. And so looking at what's been successful and wanting to replicate that here so that we don't have to continue to have those conversations with residents.
Thank you. Yeah.
And through the chair, I would say the team there, their passion and their education of the senior leadership team, we have said out loud that as administration, our recommendations will be based on prioritizing safety first, based on data and a successful program. And so I think, it's always council's decision to decide which way to go. Internally, there was a conscious decision based on the work done by the team for the senior leadership group to say we will prioritize safety first, knowing that there's always some resistance to these measures.
Thank you. Not infrequently when we have this conversation, whether it's in school zones or elsewhere, the traffic deaths are inevitable constituency comes out. And that's my worry, is that's the public opinion that hasn't been heard yet, and I don't need to hear it anymore. It's the blame of the cyclist and the pedestrian. When I'm going through your data, I'm seeing something else. So, and this would be a question for administration, but also Sergeant Gordon. In incidents involving pedestrians and cyclists, we know based on the data that you're likely just going to die, right? So if you're getting involved in an accident, you're probably dead. Who is to blame in these cases? Is it the casual person walking out, or is there something else going on that we can attribute to the driving patterns and the motorists themselves?
Through the chair, I'll start with that. So the mindset that we're trying to shift under Vision Zero clearly says that humans make mistakes. And so when they make mistakes, we don't want that to be a fatality. And so the comment about being hit by a vehicle means you're going to die at 50 kilometers or higher, yes, that's what it means. If you reduce that, then there's a chance of survival. So that's the shift that we're trying to make. And then I just ask RPS to provide some details if they have any more information.
Thank you. Sergeant Gordon, if you could.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I have been an impaired driving specialist investigator for pretty much the entire 23 years of my career and a drug recognition expert. And we teach in those courses about all the things it takes, all the multitasking that needs to happen when we operate vehicles, from observing other vehicles to pedestrians to just sitting in the vehicle. Do I need headlights on, signal lights? Is the temperature right, seat right, mirrors right, just everything that we do instinctively. And I think part of what we're seeing in society today is everyone is so busy that there are outside factors that are adding into that are distracting from the already very busy task of driving. So things like not stopping at that red light before you make that right turn, and all of a sudden a cyclist is going in front of you, but you're busy looking to the left to clear traffic and not looking for a pedestrian to the right. And so, in my opinion, any time that we can slow down the weight or the speed of a vehicle, we increase the chance of any collision involving another vehicle, involving a pedestrian, involving a cyclist, involving an e-scooter. As soon as we can slow that vehicle down, we increase dramatically the likelihood of survival, and honestly the likelihood of very minor injuries, being the only thing the pedestrian suffers, that goes through through the roof, essentially. We look at school zones. The slower the vehicle goes, the more time they have to react, and the more time that they have to even decrease that speed that much more by hitting the brakes. And by the time they actually make contact, if they've had a chance to apply the brakes, it most likely is going to lead to a very, very minor collision. And so that would be, I guess, my best answer to your question of there's all sorts of things with cell phones and everything that's going on right now in our driving population that we're trying to target enforcement and trying to have people make those smart decisions, but yet to protect, like you said, the innocent pedestrian just walking across on the red light. I think initiatives like this are very important in giving them the best chance of survival and hopefully very minor injuries, but also giving that driver, although they're making an error of, say, using their phone in that moment, we're still giving them the opportunity that maybe at that slower speed they're not going to cause a death, and they maybe will be able to reduce that speed enough that there's not going to be serious injury. And then we'll deal with the infractions as they come as a result of the investigation, but at least that pedestrian, cyclist, person in the wheelchair, whatever the case may be, at least their safety is hopefully the priority, and the risk to their themselves is hopefully lessened. Again, if that answered your question.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to flip this around. So all of the evidence, all of it, from Sweden to the United States to Canada tells us that this framework and its function works to reduce injuries and fatalities. Is there any evidence whatsoever in any of the jurisdictions where these initiatives have been raised where there's a negative? Businesses shutting down, people just, God forbid, getting out of their cars and maybe biking, walking instead. Like, what are the negatives, anything, that we can attribute to this policy framework and a special zone with 30 kilometers an hour?
Through the chair, I am not aware of any negative feedback that we've received or that has been received through Vision Zero framework implementation, but I'll ask the team if they've got anything that they've heard of, or is there something that we should discuss?
So through the chair, I'll start, and then maybe I'll ask if SEMA can give a broader picture of other jurisdictions that they've worked within. But from our cursory understanding, there's no data that indicates that the shift to this movement has any negative impact to other societal things, but certainly it is controversial when it goes there. And so certainly you can find concerns and worries, whether there's been studies to be done that when it says there was a slight reduction in parking, whether that really did impact the business. I don't know that that data is there to support that, but it's certainly a valid concern that is raised in many jurisdictions when we talk about this. And I'll just ask if SEMA has any broader lens that they can add to that.
Thank you. So through the chair, we haven't seen any negative impact of implementing and adopting Vision Zero across the country. We have been doing that for the past 15 years for most of the jurisdictions in Canada. There's always, as was discussed, there's always going to be controversy that safety is going to be in contradiction with the flow of the traffic. But that's not why we are here. We want to make sure the road users are not getting exposed to serious collisions and unfortunate fatalities. So flow of the traffic would always be something that comes to mind. Some of these countermeasures, you might say that it will have a negative impact on the operation of your traffic signals or the general movement of the traffic. But again, the ultimate goal here is to improve the safety for all road users. And even the leaders in this area, Sweden and Netherlands, they have started about 30 years ago. They haven't even reached the zero by the definition of the zero fatalities, but they're getting there. They are getting very close to making the fatalities almost disappear from the roadway network. So I think it speaks to the fact that it will work. The only downfall would be, and I think this is something that we discussed throughout the development of the framework, that we need to set out realistic expectations. And we put a goal which is feasible by implementing the countermeasures of minimum 10% reduction in your fatalities and serious injuries. If you set yourself about 30%, and you won't achieve it, then it will have a public backslash, and people will start asking questions about the whole process. And I think we kind of stay away from that and make sure what we set out to do for the city is something realistic and doable. And as you progress in the next iteration of the program, once this program came full circle after 5 years, then you can reassess where you are right now in terms of the goals and objectives, and then maybe for the next round you can have a little bit more aggressive targets and goals. But that's the only thing that comes to mind, and I think we stayed away from that fact.
Okay, thank you. Just so everyone knows, Amber's keeping me honest with my time here. I'm not self-regulating. I have no interest in referring this. Man, I'll take 1,000 angry calls because someone has to go 30 rather than taking calls about people dying. So public engagement at the same time is important. Could I get a commitment? Because we have a bit of a buffer here between this decision and council. If I wanted to have a town hall in Cathedral, which is the most effective area, it would be open to the city, would I be able to get a commitment from city staff to co-host a town hall where we'd have a discussion about this between now and when the, when this could come back to council if it goes ahead?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So folks, send your angry residents my way. If this goes ahead, I would be happy to take that. Few policies are so categorically positive in their effect, so I thank folks for that. And I just want to be clear about what we have seen and what impact it had. So the discussion about Vision Zero, I think, goes back to budget 2022 for implementation in 2023, fall of 2023, the Republic engagement sessions. How did this process inform what we see today? I know it wasn't dedicated to a special zone, but how did that engagement inform what you have before us? If you could comment, please.
Through the chair, just repeat the actual question that you're asking.
We've had a lot of public consultation in some capacity. Mm-hmm. How did that consultation inform your approach and the report today?
Sure. Yeah, through the chair. I'll start and ask the team to continue to provide more information. As you mentioned, council approved the Vision Zero funding for the consultant of $300,000 back in 2022. We then went forward and hired the consultant and started to look at all the data, and that's very, very data heavy, and so that was a lot of the heavy lifting. And I'll just ask the team to kind of provide more details of that process, and then when we did the workshops and I'll say informed the public of the data-driven recommendations that we have.
So thank you. Through the chair, I would say that we had the two kind of engagement streams. There was the key stakeholder streams, and I think that they were very influential in developing the very specific countermeasures that you see, because they're actually stepping up to lead some of them. But they're also stepping up to support us on ones that we are leading in as well. There's lots of opportunities for, as we have different communication teams communicating about safety things, to support each other in that, either through, you know, the provision of more infrastructure to put advertising onto, or whether it's cross I'm not sure what the term is, but promoting each other's social media campaigns, et cetera. When it comes to the public, I think what we really got out of that was an understanding that we were on the right path. Through that process, we had some people that intentionally came out to talk to us and ask questions, but we also had strategically tried to pick high traffic areas where people were passing through, and they had a lot of questions. And what we found through there was that as we kind of explained the concept of Vision Zero, it was really resonating with their own personal experience, and that they felt that this was a important approach, and they all had a story to tell about a safety incident that they had experienced and how this would be there. And when they had questions or concerns about what that would look like, we were able to kind of put it into perspective for them and walk them through what some examples of countermeasures would be. And we received a lot of positive feedback through there. So from that, I would say that it gave us the hope that when we're able to have these conversations with people one-on-one, that they truly understand what we're trying to do, and that they were generally supportive of it. And I think I said this in my presentation. I asked people as they would come through, you know, some questions, and no one was really volunteering themselves or their families as one of those statistics of inevitability. So we really looked at that as saying that at the end of the day, we really felt that the feedback they provided is that they expect that system to be safe. No one is expecting to leave their house and get into an accident. They're going to have concerns along the way about congestion or other bad behavior, but they're expecting that it is our job to keep them safe on that transportation network, and we know that we can't do that on our own, and so that's why we've taken this Vision Zero collaborative approach.
Thank you. One other engagement process I might add, several years ago there was a traveling Board of Police Commissioner set of meetings that we went from ward to ward. Many things were raised. What I found striking, maybe it's just my memory, but I latched onto it, no matter if it was an affluent neighborhood or an inner city neighborhood, traffic safety was a consistent issue that came up everywhere. And so in Lori's ward, in mine, and elsewhere, this is an issue that the city cares about, and I think the pilot-focused approach is a good, sound model. So thank you. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please. You're up.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did I miss a time? I was so excited there. I just thought we were on the roll. All right. Sorry. 15-minute break. There we go. Sorry, Bob. All right, 15 minutes, please. We'll get started here in a minute or so as soon as everyone's back in the room. John, is the mayor back there? Is the mayor back there? Well, all right, well, we'll just move really slowly here. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
This has been a good discussion. And for me, it's been a particularly difficult discussion to listen to. Difficult because I've spent a lifetime training as a lawyer. And lawyers live in a world of uncertainty. They call witnesses and they test the evidence of witnesses. They judge credibility. They balance competing viewpoints. They realize that there are experts, but they're often experts on two sides of a question. And as I've listened this afternoon, I wish that I hadn't been a lawyer at all living in a world of uncertainty. I wish that I'd been an engineer who knew for sure what the answer was, who had a God, and the God was data. And that caused me some discomfort. As I sat here this afternoon, I thought, maybe I should have been an engineer. But then I thought about data a little more. And I realized that there are gaps in data, that there are always holes in data. The data collection can be incomplete. I realized that there's bias in data collection which has to be striven to be beaten and overcome. That you always need to talk to more than one expert. I realized that data always ran up against whether it's actual data or whether it's simply ad hoc information. And finally, most importantly of all, I thought, data has no answers at all. Data has to be interpreted. Data does not interpret itself. And so I thought maybe engineers felt occasionally a little bit of uncertainty. In this discussion, there are gaps in the data. As we've gone along this morning, we saw that we weren't sure what caused various specific accidents which are frequently cited. We realized, and perhaps this is most important, that there are causation problems with data. Think of the bar graphs that you saw. Large amounts of data information were set out in categories. So you looked at the categories and you said to yourself, well, was it speed? Or was it drugs? Or was the night dark? Or what? Or were the tires bald? Or what was it? So that there are causation problems. And then this, and then this. Data won't really help you sort out your priorities. So when we're designing Mission Zero, Do we start by reducing speed limits? Or do we start by traffic calming measures? Or do we start in one area and not another? Where do we start? And the data has difficult suggestions with respect to that, but no answers. So I'm not, and then at root, of course, we have different goals. We have no goal, I think, we wouldn't agree on any one goal as being overwhelming. Traffic safety is hugely important. So do I spend money on traffic safety, or do I spend money making sure I've got the best pure water system in the world? Those are really tough decisions. And one of the features of a democracy is that we ask the public to have input into those decisions. And you say, well, oh, what do they know anyway? You say, I wouldn't change my recommendation if they came forward. I don't need to hear from the public. But what if someone comes forward in the public who is an expert, or is even just someone who's thoughtful, and says, here's a hole in the data that you hadn't thought about, or here's an implication in your data that you hadn't thought about? I think you'd want to listen to that person. I also think that you want to make sure for any program to work, no matter how pristine, no matter how utopian, you want to have public buy-in. So that when you consult them, you can't just say, I'm here to tell you the answer. You can ask questions, but you can't make suggestions. That's not consultation. So I'm troubled by the process here a bit. But not for, give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that safety is not important. So for that reason, numbers 1, 2, and 3, I'll let go forward. I'll vote for them because I just think it's a reordering of what we're doing anyway. But 4 is a different matter. And I would like to, and you're going to have to help me here, refer for public consultations. Now the chair, before he made his talk, made an intervention, which I thought was a very good public consultation, in fact. He said you've got to give it a certain amount of time, you've got to do the survey, you've got to do various other aspects. I don't want to design what a proper public consultation is, but I know the chair knows, and I know the city manager knows, because she has an expertise in this area. So I am going to move that we separate 4 and refer it back to the administration to do a consultation, public consultation. I'm going to suggest, as the chair had suggested, that public consultation cannot be too short because we have seasons in this country. And I would think perhaps something could be brought back on that during Q1 of 2025. I think we work in all the seasons if we cover that off. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to clarify your intention there, so 1 through 3 vote on as a block, and then 4 you want to refer back. And just to be clear about that, is it implement and then engage and then have the findings, or we do the public engagement and then bring the findings back before we consider moving ahead?
It's a fair question. I think in public consultations, we always consult before we start to implement, because once you start to implement, the possibility of unraveling becomes extremely difficult.
All right, so what I would suggest then is we'll start with number 4, which is effectively a referral motion. And just to be clear, Councillor Hawkins has suggested that we refer it back to administration. They come back in Q1 of 2025 with the results of public engagement. Does administration need any further guidance from us when it comes to what public engagement looks like, or can you follow a textbook pattern of what this would be like? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think my only concern is, I'll stand by the fact that we did do engagement. We did 4 focus groups. We did a Be Heard. We worked with the Cathedral Association. And so I usually prefer less prescriptive than more prescriptive motions. But because I'm baffled at the comment that we did not engage, what exactly are you looking for that we did not do?
Perhaps I can help clarify that,
Please.
Mr. Chair. It's one thing to hold 4 focus groups, have a modest turnout at best, and to suggest, as was suggested here, that the purpose of the focus groups was not so much to take back information, but just to give information. That's not the kind of public consultation that I think we usually engage in. The other thing is, I have tremendous respect for community associations. I've been closely involved in one for 15 years. But I don't think necessarily that a community association is representative of the totality of the population in any ward. And I think that a genuine public consultation has to involve some kind of survey consultation, as we've done quite frequently, of the general public.
Thank you. I can wrap my head around it. Does administration need any further guidance? Okay. Let's start with that. So if it fails, it would just go back into the churn of the full motion. But we'll start with referring number 4 back. Get the vote set up.
Through you, Chair, the motion is lost 6-4, with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, Fendura, and Mayor Masters. Those voting against are Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, and Stevens.
Thank you. So we're back to the main motion.
Could I ask that we vote on 4 separately?
You bet. Yep. So we're going to vote 1 to 3 as a block and 4 separately. Yeah. Take your time.
1 to 3?
You betcha. Yeah, 1 to 3. I would be more than happy to. I'll do it on all of the above. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that would be great. So just to be clear, what's up there is items 1, 2, and 3 on the report, and we'll do 4 separately. I like repeating it, so I know what I'm voting on. There's so much stuff. Oh. Ward 8. I'm not naming names. Shit.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the vote for recommendations 1, 2, and 3 in the report carries unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. And just to clarify, there was a fifth item, which is to approve these at the April 10th meeting. So we didn't technically vote on it, but that's where it's going to go, unless I hear any objections, but yeah. Okay. There's going to be a bit of an adjustment to the agenda here. Yeah, okay, sorry. Why does everyone give me these tough meetings in the last 24 hours? Sorry, yeah, number 4 now, thank you, okay. Listen, I got 5 screens in front of me here. Yeah, this is 4 by itself.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 7-3 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Stevens, and Mayor Masters. And the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, and Findura.
Great, thank you. Because there is a matter of urgency on the private agenda, I'm going to request that we refer item EX 24-20, the Regina Traffic Bylaw Amendments, and EX 24-19, Billboard Lease of 2605 North Railway. I'm going to recommend that we advance those directly to the April 10th meeting of Council. If we could, is there any opposed to referring those items directly to City Council and cutting our afternoon short? I see none. All right. So, Councillor Mancinelli, you okay moving that? Solid. All right. Our next item is EX 24-21. I don't see any delegations. Okay, the recreation facility accessibility improvements. All right, I was worried you weren't here. We're going to pass the matter over to Ms. Bryden to provide an introduction.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair. During the 2024 budget deliberations, City Council directed administration to perform engagement with the disability community and bring back a report with the engagement feedback and a recommendation for the allocation of the 2024 and 2025 adopted recreation plan funding. Administration gathered feedback through a public survey, 2 focus groups, and attendance at an accessibility advisory committee meeting. While opinions varied, a small majority of people expressed a preference for the upgrades at the 5 facilities that are outlined in Appendix A of the report. I will share up front that this was a very difficult engagement process for administration. Many of our recreation facilities were designed decades ago during a time when accessibility wasn't the consideration that it is today. We have a lot of work to do to bring our facilities up to today's accessibility standards. While our results suggest a preference to upgrade 5 of our older facilities, participants in the research found the question a difficult one to answer because they recognize the diversity in needs within the disability community. They recognize that choosing one priority over another means choosing one person's needs over another's. Despite the difficulty, most participants understood the intent behind the city's efforts to improve accessibility and asked us to start with those upgrades that they felt would have the broadest impact for the community. Based on these results, administration is recommending proceeding with the upgrades of the 5 facilities with the 2024 and 2025 funding. However, we also believe that the addition of an accessible high water slide in Regina should be a priority. As such, administration has included a recommendation to include an accessible high water slide in the new indoor aquatics facility,
which is currently being designed. I would also like to note that during the development of the report, we made an error in the financial section on page 2 of the report. And while the report states $875,000 is available in the adapted recreation plan in 2024, it should read $825,000. This also impacts option 2, where $875,000 was referenced at the top of page 4, and it should read $825,000. The implication is that should council choose option 2, the amount required in 2025 is $325,000 instead of $375,000. The team is here to answer any questions you might have.
Sorry. That's why I have 2 handlers here. Option 2, to read 825,000, not 875,000. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
And,
Wait,
sorry.
what did I do wrong?
My mic is still on.
Yeah.
And the reference in the financial implications.
Yes. As amended.
Thank you.
Councillor Nelson.
So just to double and clarify, I have unlimited time when I'm asking administration questions.
So based on the changes we approved, we have 5 minutes, but that clock only counts when you're actually speaking, not their responses.
Okay, I haven't spoke yet.
No, that doesn't
Okay.
count.
Okay.
That does.
Was the project tendered through the chair?
Through the chair,
Bryden?
I'll refer that question to Mr. Hansen. No.
Yep, through the chair, the project has not been tendered.
So, in knowing that the project wasn't tendered, what does city administration know about building an outdoor elevator?
Ms. Bryden, who'd like to take that?
Through the chair, I would refer that to Mr. Hansen.
Yep, through the chair. Others may want to offer comment as well, but I would say that this, the elevator solution at Wascana Pool would be considered a unique development, not something that there's much precedent for that we've been able to find. So we've engaged a design team to help us with the design details around that solution.
So because the city administration didn't know how to build an outdoor elevator, how would you then put the project out to scope as the scope of the elevator? Through the chair.
Sure, through the chair. We have an architect vendor roster that has a number of architects on it that we can go to for architectural services. And we engaged an architect through that process for this design work required at Wascana.
Can you tell me who that was?
Yep, the design team is P3 Architecture in Regina.
Okay. Do you know what the code requirements were for the outdoor elevator? Through the chair.
Through the chair, can you clarify what were the code requirements?
Yeah, so what to build this elevator and design this elevator, what built it up to code? What were your code requirements through the chair?
Sure, through the chair, the elevator would need to meet all of the municipal and provincial regulatory requirements through both National Building Code and the Technical Safety Authority of Saskatchewan, who regulates elevators in the province.
So what does the National Building Code have to say about capacity of the elevator, weight of the elevator? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure of the the minimum requirements that National Building Code would have around the capacity of the elevator. What we did learn was that through the design process, due to the height of the high water slides and the elevation difference between grade and the top platform of the water slides, it would require a full passenger elevator, and we couldn't use other lift options, more cost-effective lift options.
So what is the full capacity?
Counselor, can I ask that you just talk into your mic and then you can turn around? It's just really tough to hear online.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's on. I just
Okay.
need you to talk into the mic and then you can go back.
So what is the full capacity of an elevator that was required?
Through the chair, I believe we have, the design requires 3,500 pound size of elevator solution, and there's some dimensional requirements that go along with that to accommodate the wheelchair and attendant traveling in the elevator cab, as well as a stretcher, the dimensions to accommodate a stretcher if we needed to transport someone in the elevator via stretcher.
So that was a code requirement, or was that a design requirement through the chair?
Through the chair, I would say it's a combination of both. So some of that was learned through engagement and feedback around best practices for kind of the minimum size of an elevator. The code, I would say the minimum code requirement pushed us into the passenger elevator requirement due to the elevation difference between grade and the top of the water slides.
What I'm struggling with here is if the city administration didn't know what the requirements were, how was the contractor who's giving you a price able to give you a price based on what? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, our design team also had an elevator specialist as part of their team. So they were providing advice as far as the regulatory requirements for the elevator and provided input on the solutions, which then led to the development of the cost estimate.
So this design that was designed, was ever stamped and sealed by an engineer or an architect through the chair?
Yep, through the chair, that would be the expectation. The design as it stands is not stamped currently. The procurement approach, and I think this is somewhat typical with passenger elevators, would be that we would procure the elevator solution and the design would then be finalized based on the actual dimensions and requirements of the elevator solution. So then the design of the elevator shaft and electrical mechanical requirements would be finalized, and then that package would be stamped at that time.
So when you brought this back to council at budget time with an $875,000 or $900,000 ask, this was not a design that was stamped by an engineer or an architect. Am I correct in that through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Did you sign a contract through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. From a design perspective, we have a contract. Again, through that architect vendor roster agreement that we have in place for the design and contract administration of the elevator solution. We do not have signed contracts with an elevator supplier or a contractor to build the infrastructure associated with it.
So I'm trying to understand, if you don't have it signed, you didn't put it out to tender, you don't have it stamped, how do we as a council got the number that it was through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. So the estimate that we brought to council would have been considered a Class D estimate. We did engage a general contractor to assist in reviewing the design and the solutions in order to come up with a more accurate cost estimate to bring back to council. So although the design isn't stamped, I would say it's 99% complete, subject to some minor tweaks based on the elevator solution that gets selected.
So you came to us at council with a Class D estimate. Can you explain to council what a Class D estimate is through the chair?
Yep.
Please.
Sure. Through the chair, Class D cost estimate is, I guess from an accuracy perspective, would be plus or minus 15 to 20%, and based on a design and the specification package created to that point.
This is the contractor's estimated cost. Do you agree with that, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, it the cost estimate was generated by a local general contractor, was vetted through the design team and the elevator specialist, and validated internally as well.
Did you ever question any of the costs that came in on the design through the chair?
Through the chair, we did. We had significant back and forth with both the design team and the general contractor's estimate. There were certain things that we saw as being opportunities to reduce cost, and when our plan would be, when we go out to, if we go out to tender for the construction of the elevator, there would be a number of things that we would seek alternate or optional pricing on to allow us to evaluate things like the exterior finishes of the elevator shaft to determine if there is a more cost-effective solution that would still fit within the park and our long-term maintenance requirements.
Ms. Anderson, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, through the chair. I think I just want to, if I can, shift the line of questioning. I want to say that administration absolutely followed procedure. Nothing was done incorrectly or untoward. This follows our capital process, and I just want to acknowledge you're doing a really good job answering the questions, and I think we're never going to get to a place that satisfies Councillor Nelson's displeasure that the price has greatly escalated. It has gone up. It was an estimate. We were doing an estimate on something, frankly, that has not been done or has been done once or twice in the world. We had elevator experts. We had well-respected architects and building companies, and we really did the best that we could at the time to give an accurate estimate, as you heard, with a 15 to 20% contingency. we are sorry that that has gotten us to the place where we're at now, where we're having to pit different groups against other groups to figure out what we can actually fund. And so for that, I am truly sorry, but I have to come to the defense of administration and say that they have followed process, they have done the best that they can, and we don't know how to continue answering these questions that are trying to find faults with the process that was done as it should have been.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Administration just said that there was things that they saw that were maybe cost effective, that they seen that possibly they could go back and say, this could be lowered. Can you explain to us what those are, through the chair?
Sure. So through the chair, I mentioned the external finishes of the elevator shaft was one example where we saw maybe a higher price than what we were anticipating. So until we actually tender the work and get actual numbers on a variety of options so that we can evaluate, we wouldn't make a decision on what the exterior finishes would be, for an example. There's other areas that we're going to look at being more cost effective at as far as the construction approach, and there were some contingencies built in as far as working within the new facility environment and protecting the existing asset and protecting the parking lot and getting access with cranes and concrete trucks is difficult now on that site. So those are things that we would continue to work through and refine and see if there's some opportunity for savings. So there is risk, though, that there's other elements that may go up in price through that process. So while we may achieve some cost savings through some, there may be others that also go up and end up being a wash as far as the benefits of that.
So the $90,000 for the green lovely elevator, is that one of the costs that we could possibly look into to make it a little bit less, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, that is one area that we had flagged as an opportunity. There does need to be a finish of some sort on the exterior of the elevator shaft, and there is an aesthetic piece as well, the long-term maintenance requirements. So we'll be looking at opportunities there to still meet all of those requirements and also bring the cost down.
Right, and what I talked to you about is I didn't understand why the stairs didn't have to be pretty, but the elevator shaft had to be pretty. So is that something that we're going to kind of think about, maybe, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. Well, we would definitely balance the aesthetic of the elevator shaft amongst all the other infrastructure there, and it likely wouldn't look like some of the renderings that have been shared in the end.
Right, okay. So there's another one, and I don't know if you've touched on that much. We were talking about the $94,000 it's going to cost to replace the grass. Do you think maybe we can find some savings in there, through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. That was one of the items I had mentioned around protecting the site and working within a finished facility. We think there's some different ways of approaching that could lead to cost savings.
Right. Because I went to the site with a contractor and we talked about possibly using smaller equipment to get in there and stuff, and they had agreed that would be something good. Knowing now how this all went down, knowing now how possibly putting it out to tender might have given us a better price, Do you feel that there's anything that we could have done differently or better now that we know, through the chair?
Yeah.
Through the chair, again, I'm just going to reiterate that on very short timelines, administration did a good and thorough job of providing an estimate. I think there's always opportunity for improvement. But this absolutely followed how we do our cost estimates for our capital projects. Generally, we would come and do an estimate, it would be approved, and then sometimes there's conversations about fluctuating capital costs. As we know, most capital projects in the last short while have increased by up to 30%. And so do I ever think that we'll get to a place where we would be able to come to council with a absolute precise estimate on a future build, especially of something that's novel to, frankly, to Canada? Probably not.
We all know how passionate I am about this. We all know it came from me carrying my daughter up the stairs at the West Edmonton Mall. I was crying and my legs were in pain, and she kept going, "Mommy, please, again, again." We all know that I have fought for the basic human rights of children. For my daughter to play with her friends in grade 5 on the basketball team took us 1.5 years with human rights to fight for her to get on that basketball team. I'm still fighting with the University of Regina because they won't allow her to practice with their swimming team. We say when we know better, we do better. And I live by that because, man, have I screwed up many times. Administration now comes to us and says, there's $200,000 that we could possibly take off there, Councillor Nelson. I'm asking that this go back, this project be tendered, come back to us with a closer cost of what this could be. I have a bazillion people all over Canada. Thank you, CBC, for my TikTok. People are ringing my phone saying we want to contribute, we want to sponsor, we want to fundraise for this because we want this to happen for the city of Regina to be the first, because you have advocated and your council voted 100%. They all know that this should be done. Price gets in the way, I get it. I didn't get a nice big fancy house when I was growing up because we were poor. I get it. All I'm asking is that we can possibly put this back to tender, get a price that is a little bit more manageable, and then we have a discussion, and then I can tell the people, this is the price. Can we look into fundraising? Can we look into finding ways for this to happen?
Yeah, that's fine. So Councillor Nelson, I would ask what I've asked others is, that's clearly going in the way of a referral motion.
Yeah.
Would you be all right if we waited until others had a chance to ask questions and then we would come back to you? Even though you're very short on time, I'll certainly give you the grace period and we can come back to that later. I feel as though others might just have general questions for you, or they might have general questions for administration, and I just don't want to cut off debate. It is your call. You can certainly call the question on the referral, but it's a request.
But all I'm asking is this be referred back to be tendered out. I'm not asking for this job to be done. I'm just asking for it to be tendered out.
Okay. That's fair, but a referral motion doesn't have debate. So
I know. So I'm gonna, can you indulge me for a second here,
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens? Do my colleagues have questions about this, going back and getting a better price?
yeah, I would say yes,
Okay.
they do, and they might assist or take this in a different direction. So you're technically out of time, but I'll certainly give you that opportunity afterwards, and we'll come back to you for
Okay.
sure.
Okay,
All right.
I'm good.
Lori, I worry I've missed you, but I don't see your hand up. Okay. Any members have any questions around the table here? Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead, please.
Thank you. have a question about lessons we learned about consultation with the disability community through this process. I'm actually not convinced it's directly in order, so I just ask the chair if I can ask those types of questions. What did we learn through this consultation? What does it look like going forward?
It's in the report. It's fair.
Yeah. Thank you. So I suppose in Ms. Bryden's comments, you mentioned that some of this consultation since the time of budget with disability community was difficult in part because it seemed like, and it in fact was, us saying, you folks have to tell us how to divide between these competing priorities, and there's not enough to go around to meet all the upgrades we need to do, is what I heard you to say. I guess I'd ask administration through the chair off the hop, just to elaborate, have I characterized that correctly about what was the difficulty of the conversation, and can you expand on that difficulty a little bit more?
Looking all over the place here. Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll refer to Ms. Shaley to provide more detail. But I would say at a high level, you are correct in your interpretation. We know that we have a lot of work to do in terms of upgrading our facilities, and there's very diverse needs across the disability community. And so asking them to make a decision on items that impact others within their community was quite difficult. And I'll refer to Ms. Shaley. I know the team did learn a lot.
Ms. Shaley, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, so I maybe have a few things to share. First of all, one of the things I hear the disability community quote often is they'll say, nothing about us without us. They want to be consulted early. And so through this process, we heard a little bit about, hey, if you were talking about a water slide or making a water slide accessible, we would have liked to have been engaged earlier. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. The reason this was really challenging is we all know there are very diverse needs within the disability community. So two individuals who can't walk, one may rely on a wheelchair, one may rely on a walker. There are many other disabilities. A person who has a visual disability has very different needs. And when we pose questions to them like, would you prefer for us to do this bundle of work or an accessible water slide? It's really asking them to choose whether one group's needs are met and another group's needs aren't met. And so that was really difficult for the community. In the end, in the focus group sessions, what we heard is that they wanted us to choose those options that had the broadest impact within the community. And so we've honored that in the report. I think some of the questions that were really valuable to us that we asked in the survey were questions like, which facilities would you like us to focus on first? What types of improvements, wayfinding signage, making bathrooms accessible, those sorts of things. And so we really heard about the kinds of facilities they want us to focus on and the kinds of improvements that they want us to prioritize. And so I think if we were doing engagement again, we would focus on really trying to find out more broadly where they want us to focus and then include that in our criteria for prioritizing what comes first.
Thank you. Maybe a bit disjointed, forgive me. I'm on page 5 of 9 of the report, survey results describing what's in Appendix C. There were 233 responses with 75% identifying as in the disability community. So on my math, that's about 170 people who identify as part of the community. I guess two questions. The first is essentially, is that a good amount of turnout? And the second is, have we engaged with the 172 people in the disability community at this level before?
Through the chair, so a couple of thoughts related to that. We were very targeted in terms of how we promoted the survey. So I think the report shares we sent information, the link to the survey to 190 different contacts. So that included organizations that serve individuals with disabilities, as well as individuals who had expressed interest in participating in these kinds of conversations in the past. We also distributed flyers at our recreation programs that are designed for individuals with disabilities. So we were quite targeted in the approach. We wondered the same question about whether or not that was good representation. So we did look back at some of the other work that the city has done, and the volume of responses we got, 233, is comparable to what the city got when we did our overall accessibility plan. It's also comparable to the level of participation when we were doing our adapted recreation plan. So based on that, it's very comparable to other work we've done in the past, which again has been a fairly targeted approach to getting people with disabilities to participate. The conversations that happened at the focus group sessions and the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting were really rich conversations. Those are individuals who have volunteered to participate in these kinds of conversations, and many of them are folks who work every day within the disability community. And so I think although the survey results show us what folks across the community are thinking, you can't really take them aside without considering the results of the focus group sessions and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, because those are the conversations where they really gave us insight on why people were thinking what they were.
Thank you. I'm on Appendix A of the report, which outlines the facility upgrades at 5 facilities. I just want to clarify, I'm working from memory from December. Am I right that these list of proposed improvements which were put to the community are sort of derived from a Rick Hansen Foundation or some other template about how to upgrade buildings as you go through the chair? So we didn't come up with these out of the blue, they were from some template from a national organization. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yeah, that's right. We had the Rick Hansen Foundation help us with accessibility audits across the majority of our recreation facilities. They also looked at a few other facilities like City Hall. And so they gave us some advice on prioritization. And then there have also been conversations with the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And we're also looking for alignment in the survey that we did on this project, and the results are in Appendix C. We actually asked a couple of questions to ensure alignment. One question, we asked people to select the top 3 types of improvements they would like the city to prioritize. People responded, 63% said improving entrances and exits, 61% said improving washrooms, 59% said improving facility interiors. So there's a high alignment with the survey results here and what the Rick Hansen audit showed. And then we also asked them to prioritize the facilities they would like us to improve accessibility in. And respondents, 79% said our indoor pools, 36% said neighborhood centers, 25% said the field house, 25% said outdoor pools, and then the list goes on from there.
Thank you. So just so it's clear, I think that's a rational basis on which to make suggestions, is to use the Rick Hansen Foundation audit as a starting point. I just want to ask about, if I can call it proactive consultation going forward. I'll put a proposal briefly and just ask for a response on whether it may or may not make sense, which is essentially in future budget years, in developing budgets in future years, is there any value to saying, community, assume for the sake of argument, there's $1 million to put into disability upgrades. What would you do with that money? So sort of proactively having them generate ideas, not on response to specific recommendations, but just on their own, and that we fold that into our budget presentation process. partly to get better data and partly just to demonstrate we're trying to be good allies in involving folks early. Through the chair.
Through the chair, I think we could easily do that. Right now, we have, because this council has, had asked us a couple of years ago to develop our adapted recreation plan, we have a few standing bodies that we consult on a regular basis. One we call our Disability Sector Reference Group, which is a group of individuals who represent organizations who serve those with disabilities. Then we have a second group that's made up of individuals with disabilities themselves and their caregivers. So we consult these two groups as well as the Accessibility Advisory Committee on a regular basis, and we can continue to consult with those groups as we're prioritizing these kinds of investments moving forward.
Thank you. With respect to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, forgive me, I believe it's Appendix C, there's some notes regarding a particular meeting held in February of this year. I just want to ask, I suppose, two pointed questions about it. One is, those read something like meeting minutes. My first question is, did members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee agree those were accurate minutes, or are those just administration summary of it? And the second, I suppose, related question is, was there any attempt by the advisory committee to sort of put pen to paper and whatever their decision-making process is and say, as a committee, we recommend option 1 instead of option 2, or any sort of holding feet to fire to make a firm decision and recommendation to us on this point? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Zellinger to respond. She facilitated the conversation with the committee.
Through the chair, the notes that are reflected in terms of the focus groups summary, so the ones that we did with the 2 community groups, we did feedback notes on both of those sessions and asked them to validate. Those have been combined into this one version. The Accessibility Advisory Committee, those notes did not go back, just in terms of process. Members of the committee were invited to attend as delegations. Each of the people who participated in the focus groups, as well as members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, were included as part of the interested parties list, and so have seen this report as part of that, that process.
Thank you. And then, just to follow up on that, was there, in the meeting with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, was there any attempt by that group to sort of reach a decision however they make decisions so that they could say, this is the position of the body, we want A, not B? Anything like that? Or conversely, was it framed as, we'll provide some general feedback as educated members of the community, and city, you sort of interpret and relay the data?
Through the chair, we approached all of the groups as though we were not looking for consensus. Just recognizing where the community was at, we were looking for opinions and validation of what they had heard so far. So that wasn't something that we did ask. We asked for advice from individuals. We said, what would your feedback be to us in terms of what we would advise council? However, we didn't ask the group to come up with a formal recommendation.
Thank you. Maybe just a comment on that is, sitting in this chair, I take Ms. Shaley's point, which is an adage I've heard before, nothing about us without us. Some of, when this came up in December, and to some extent now, it feels like we're required of necessity to make a decision without members of the community directly here. And just procedurally, it would be useful to me in the future if the Accessibility Advisory Committee would put something on letterhead or whatever that says, this is our position, we think you should do this. And, we could take it or leave it, but then we're not reading the tea leaves so much. So insofar as the committee would be willing to do that, that would be useful. Just two simpler questions maybe. One of those is Appendix A has a list, is titled as facility upgrades at 5 facilities. I only see 4 sets of columns. Is that because the Doug Wickenhauser Arena and the Northwest Leisure Center are separate as counted? They're simply connected but separate organizations.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. We had combined them because although they're 2 separate buildings, some people view them as one.
Thank you. And then just with respect to the last question, with respect to the idea to put an accessible water slide in the forthcoming indoor aquatic facility, we've seen that it's hard to estimate construction costs several years out. There's great uncertainty from various perspectives. I guess, can you give us a sense of, if you were to get council direction today, yes, we'd like an accessible water slide inside, what kind of uncertainty, both financial and I suppose technical, are we looking at there, if insofar as you can put a number to it?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start, and Mr. Hansen from our facilities department might have something to add. One of the things that makes Wascano Pool so challenging for us is the fact that we didn't include the design for an elevator from the very beginning. And so, as you know, we're already in the design process for the indoor aquatic center. This is something we've been talking to our architects about. Although it has its challenges, it's a lot easier to plan from the beginning, and we've learned a lot through this process. So we would purchase different slides, just as an example, that have a higher weight limit. Just being able to design a facility with an elevator from the very beginning makes this a lot easier for us than trying to add an elevator afterwards. And so I wanted to share that, but I'll maybe ask Mr. Hansen if he has anything else to add.
Sure, through the chair. I think I'd just add maybe a couple of quick things just around the design of the indoor aquatics facility. It is planned to be a 2-story facility and have at least 1 elevator, and through our design work we're hoping to leverage that elevator or other elevators to make the facility and these types of amenities fully accessible. And what was the other point I was going to make? I was just going to say to Ms. Shaley's point on building, designing this in from the get-go. Through the design process, we've heard that it'll likely be minimal incremental cost difference to do this. So, so we don't see it as a significant add-on to the overall cost of the project.
Thank you. As we go through the general design process for the new aquatic facility, am I right in assuming that the disability community group, as we've consulted here, will be consulted about the pool design generally and not simply the accessibility of the water slide as we go forward? Through the chair.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. I'm in favor of administration's recommendation. I think they did the difficult, important work of consulting on this issue, and I think I kind of have the same view or sense of it as Ms. Bryden was hinting at, which is there's something a bit unsatisfying in doing some of what ought to be done, but not all of what can be done. And I appreciate, in going back to the disability community after December, we essentially said, do you want bread or roses? And that's a really difficult conversation to have. And that's not my decision to make. I'm not, in the consultation group, but I trust the consultation administration did, and I trust their interpretation of the data. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote in favor of the recommendation, including the 5 facility upgrades, as well as the indoor aquatic center accessible water slide. So I think we get a little bit of both, but I appreciate that it's it's not as attention grabbing. I'm not saying that's what Councillor Nelson was for, but it's not as exciting as getting an outdoor accessible water slide. But community has spoken, community's been adequately consulted, and community, I'm hopeful, will get an accessible water slide that's available outside of the summer months, and something that they can play on, and that they can be proud of and we can be proud of. So appreciate the hard work and difficult work of administration on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So just to answer some of Councillor LeBlanc's questions, and I think, first of all, I just want to thank staff. Being able to sit on the advisory committee has been wonderful, because we actually get to hear from the consultant as well, as they have worked diligently to try and make this work to come back and answer all of the questions. And staff have answered exactly from Appendix E what the committee had indicated. And although they weren't given option 1 or 2 or what would you like to see, it was more their individual feedback on that piece. But I think the overwhelming response, and I think it's in there, that many agree that the 5 facility upgrades should be the priority. And there was a long discussion, and it was really important about what the dollars, because we have to, there's so many needs. And some had talked about just even accessing facilities to do that, and or washrooms and those kinds of things, more lifts to make it easier for individuals. So looking for the dollars that are going to be spent. I know in previous meetings, one of the concerns was the fact that this, if it's going to be utilized in the indoor facility, which is going to be great, the worrisome was coming after the fact, where now it's obviously going to cost more. But the other piece of it was to really look and say, you know, for that extra cost of 800 or whatever it was going to be, I think that where the committee was a bit worried was the fact that, you know, we're looking at 16 weeks a year of utilization, maybe compared to the 52. And so I think when, you know, if we had a whole bunch of cash and flush with cash, I think, you know, that would have been different. But I do have a question for administration, and I think this is important. In Victoria, and that was, I don't know if that was ever in the report or whatever, but there was another water slide done, but it wasn't outside. But they like, one of the questions they were struggling with was, how much is it going to be used? Like, what are we, like, what is that, you know, and so if it's done. So can I ask staff, you know, what was the response? Because I think we didn't have information, now we got some information. And what was that? I can't remember. Do we remember what that was?
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Selinger, please.
Through the chair, we had engaged them as part of our original report, and they had estimated that the use pre-COVID was about 24 uses per year of that accessible equipment. That is not a number that they do track on a regular basis. However, when we followed back up with them, they felt that the usage remained to be very similar to what they had provided back in their 2019 numbers.
Okay. Again, though, that was just one piece. That was, again, just trying to get an idea, and that doesn't mean that that's all it would be used here. But it was just trying to get kind of what has been done in previous years or previously done. The other question that I really think is important, and that came from the committee as well, was, again, you know, looking at being part of the discussions in the beginning, and Councillor LeBlanc, you'd asked that, and actually this administration, previous administration, the committee was involved from the very beginning. The water slide discussion came after the plan was done, so that's why this is here. And so I think that's the only, I think, concern is raised with the committee is now I think that was kind of the piece of, they have been there from the beginning though. This came in after. So it wasn't like they were considered from the beginning, because that was not the consideration from the beginning. The only thing I would ask is, in the future, and we're looking at the indoor facility, and when we brought the motion forward for the accessibility dollars, I guess the question I'd ask is, those dollars I see utilized for upgrades like washrooms and things that we have not done for eons and years. I guess I ask administration these dollars to go and put in the new aquatic, the new indoor. You're saying that those dollars would have to come out of the accessibility fund. But I question that, because I see this as we're not going to be, we shouldn't be dissecting. So I'd like a response from administration on that as to, we need to look at accessibility across the board as we move forward. And that means that when we move forward, it shouldn't be dice out. We don't dice out for Indigenous, or we don't dice out for seniors or whatever from different funds for in buildings. So why would we, look at that? So if we're looking for an indoor water slide, did I hear administration say that just the portion for that water slide or any upgrades would have to come from this fund? The chair?
Thank you for that question, Councillor, through the chair. To simply answer the question, you were correct in that the funding that's available in the adopted recreation plan is to fund upgrades in our existing facilities, and that as we move forward, adaptations for accessibility would be included in general overall project costs. So they will not be separated. And so in this case, the accessible water slide elevator would just be included as part of the overall project cost for the indoor aquatic facility.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I think moving forward, there's so many, and it was kind of shared at the committee level that we've got people that still cannot access rinks. We've got people that need lifts to get in, there's so many other things that need to be done. And I guess the other thing, I guess I'd just like to ask, in regards to the company that's doing the design, has there been any risks or any things that they're at risk with the water slide that they have flagged or anything like that? Or is that something that you're not aware of or at all? Any risks associated with it? Because that, again, I'll ask if I can just ask staff.
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Hansen.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. One thing we have discussed with the design team is if the project moves forward, we would need to define where their role starts and ends more precisely. We have that laid out at a high level now, but they've made it clear that they would not accept any liability associated with the water slide use, for example. They're fine with taking the accountability on the elevator solution and the pieces that they're designing, but what happens after that, they have raised some concerns around getting clarity on their role around that piece.
Thank you for that. And I guess the last thing I'll just share with council, it was also discussed at the Accessibility Advisory Committee that there was concerns of when people get up, who is the individual that's going to help them down the slide, and who's going to be the individual at the bottom to get them out, and how does the harness, there was a lot of questions that were still a little bit gray, and so there was risk that who decides can go on, those kinds of things. So it was still quite, there was still a lot of questions, but at the end of the day, I would say that people did say that that's what the general was, that they really truly felt that if they had to choose the 5 facilities upgrades, and they agreed with the public feedback is what also came back, and then also seeing it going into the indoor aquatic center. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, I'm going to pass it over to you as the mover who's going to get the last word, and if you had any remarks or motions in your final couple of minutes, this is the time to do it. I see no other hands.
Okay. So here's what I struggle with. have you ever asked the able-bodied community if they want a water slide or if they want to access a building? Administration, has that ever been a question? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I would say no.
I'm going to stay calm. This is a teaching moment. Teaching moment. I'm going to use rude sometimes, but just a teaching moment. I did not want to be a part, and I appreciate Councillor LeBlanc for bringing that up, so at least we could have the discussion. I will not be a part of pitting the communities against each other. Absolutely. If people can't get into 5 buildings, actually, that's a question to administration. With the upgrades to the 5 buildings, how many more people will be allowed to come into these buildings that couldn't before with the upgrades? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Shaley. I'm not sure that we would have that specific data.
Through the chair, yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. The accessibility improvements are about making the facilities more accessible. So some will be able to use a bathroom that they maybe couldn't use before. Some will find it easier around wayfinding. Like the benefits are fairly diverse. I can't say how many people would be able to come to the building that previously couldn't come to the building because of a specific barrier.
And I can get what you're going with that, because you can still get in, but maybe the bathroom on the 3rd floor you can't use, but the bathroom on the main floor you can use. So I don't feel that upgrading these 5 buildings is going to bring anybody more into, it's just going to make it more comfortable for them. Am I correct in understanding that through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe that's accurate.
Yeah.
There may be, I can't speak for everyone, but there may be barriers in our facilities that cause some people to not participate at all.
Right, so me being in a wheelchair might not be able to hit the fire extinguisher because it's not down low enough, because that was one of the upgrades.
So there, like I can't speak for everyone, but there may be facilities that people can't access because of an inaccessible ramp or an inaccessible bathroom. So it's a question that I really can't be specific about.
So, and that's the thing, like, I've lived the life of my daughter being in a wheelchair, my uncle's in a wheelchair, I've worked with people in wheelchairs. I get it, and I would never want to say, you know what, you can't hit the fire extinguisher because you're in a wheelchair. That's bloody rude. Rude is not a swear word. But the access to the water slide, nobody can access that if we don't put this elevator in. All I'm asking is if administration would put this out to tender. If there's no money, there's no money, but please allow the people in the community that I know to fundraise for this. Not asking for the taxpayers, not asking for you to divide the community into, do you want this or do you want that? I'm asking administration to please take this back, get this properly tendered, come back with a number, and let us do the work to fundraise for this. We can add this elevator on any time. It's not like it has to be done this year or next year. Kudos to building the new facility that's going to have the elevator. And I know when I came on to the accessibility committee, everybody was like, we never thought of that. So when people say, why wasn't this in the original design? It's not bad people. Nobody's ever thought of it. It just wasn't something, not one person that I talked to on the accessibility committee or administration or builders were like, holy man, why didn't we think of that? That's all I got. So like I always said to people, you're not bad people, you just didn't know. You never carried your child up the stairs at the water slide in the West Edmonton Mall. That's all. That's all it is. It's a lived experience, people. So great that we're going to start out the proper way with the indoor pool. I'm excited about that. And you know what? It's not my daughter that's going to use this facility, you guys. It's the little guys next to her. I have never fought a battle for my daughter to get any access. She's got access to everything. She was bloody on the Canadian swimming team. It's the next kid that doesn't have a mom that has a voice. It's the next kid that the mom doesn't know how to go to human rights. It's the next kid that doesn't know how to do all those things. And you know what? Crystal's school that I had to fight a year and a half for her to be on the basketball team, guess what? The next kid didn't have to. The next mom didn't have to. And that's what made us proud, is that next kid and the next generation. That's what we're fighting for. So, like I said, kudos, great work. I'm happy that this has been a discussion, because I really don't think a water slide is going to get built in Regina without an elevator. I really am hopeful for that. But I would ask that administration put this out to tender so the people that I have talked to, the people that have a whole bunch of money, can do what they really want to do. That, I think, is my final comment, and I did not swear. And that was a teaching moment, was it not? Kind of.
Initially, you had proposed a referral motion, but I'm not hearing that.
Well, I don't think the referral motion's going to go. I don't think it's going to slide. So now I'm asking, and I guess,
Well, so then it would be, if you don't want to do that, it's fine. It's going to be for or against the motion. If it fails, then I would allow for there to be a discussion about an alternative. So if
can I get some clarification from the clerk? Because I don't know how all this procedure stuff works.
So it's a simple matter.
Yeah,
If you wanted to put a referral forward, you put it forward. And I think the referral, based on what you were suggesting earlier, if you wanted to go back to administration, I'd have questions for administration for what that looks like. And then we would vote on that. Or we can vote on the motion, the report.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I can't hear you. Or maybe nobody can.
It's a long day. All right, so if it fails, then, sorry, if the existing report fails, then what I would allow for as an alternative to be put forward if you so propose, if that's your intention.
Yeah, because it's no difference, though, if we have it now in this referral motion or if we have it after.
It's an option, so it's up to you. You had indicated, I want to make sure that you had a fair shake at it, but I'm hearing that you don't want to put a referral motion and you just want to have the existing report read as it is and voted on.
So we would vote on the motion to say, hey, we'll put the money into the 5 facilities, and we
Yeah.
won't put it into the water slide.
It's yes or no on what we have, 1, 2, 3,
Yes or no
4.
on what we have. Or I can say, hey, let's refer this back, and I want to get Amber, what does it matter which way I do it?
Well,
Through the chair.
we'll sort that out when the time comes, but that's an option. Alternatively, this goes to council on April 10th. You could have a change of heart, and then that would be a time for you to put forward that referral motion or something else if you so choose. So we could vote on this, it goes to council, and then you have a couple of weeks there to make a decision about what your next move would be.
Okay.
If anybody's confused, that might be the best road, because it's not good to vote on things you're confused about. So I
No,
would suggest we vote on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, but then in 2 weeks, I'll just say, can we refer this back to administration to get a thing?
And you'd have time to work with staff and administration to prepare something if you're a bit uncertain about it, yeah.
I'm not uncertain about it, but, okay.
Procedurally only, that was the final word, so if this is a point of order, we can do that.
I was gonna, if you'll allow it, make a procedural recommendation to Councillor Nelson on
See?
how to proceed to get what I
There's
think
some
she's
smart
talking
people.
about. Is that okay? My understanding, Councillor Nelson, is it sounds like you're talking about moving an amendment to the recommendations, which is to add a 5th one that simply says, put the outdoor Wascana pool as an accessible water slide out for request for proposals, and
Right.
let's see what comes back, what the current market price is.
See? Never thought of that, did we? Thank you, Councilor Blanc.
Is that, does that
It
fit the
is,
bill?
yeah, I mean, I'm just. Oh, see, now we have somebody else that says there's a problem with that. So that's why I was asking for clarification from the clerk.
Okay, so I would ask the clerk to weigh in on the procedural question, and then to administration, there might be some logistics as to what that looks like. I think we need to have that information. Does the clerk want to weigh in on the procedural question first?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I do believe that procedurally what Councillor LeBlanc has suggested would be in order if Councillor Nelson wanted to move an amendment directing administration to go to tender or RFP for an outdoor water slide elevator. And obviously, if they did that, that they would come back to council with a report with alternative or possible funding options based on the results that come out of that.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, there's a bit of a conflict over the existing resources. Maybe I would pass it over to administration. What does that look like? What does that motion look like, and what are the implications? Barry, did you want to take that or give some thought first?
No, through you, Chair, I'll start. So if I understand, the item that would be added would be directing administration to go to RFP for an accessible elevator at the Wascana Pool. So I just have a couple of comments, and I'd ask Mr. Hansen if he has anything he wants to add. Well, legal apparently wants in here too. Maybe you should let legal go first.
Oh, yeah. I was worried there wasn't enough lawyers talking today. It's good.
So I'll just make a couple of broad general comments. So certainly, well, pending advice from legal and whatever Mr. Hansen has to say, that's an option. But I'll be realistic here. If there's not a budget attached to an RFP that's going out, I think you might not get any bids coming in, or the bids may not be very competitive, knowing there's no budget. And so it's about the amount of time companies will invest into competing for a bid around that piece. And while it is extra work for administration, I mean, we could certainly look at undertaking that piece. To do it in this manner as well, Mr. Hansen had indicated that we were looking at procuring the elevator itself, and then once you had the elevator, you'd be able to build the specifications for the general contractor to basically build and install it. Under this one, we'd have to ask, I think, the general contractors to actually propose the elevator as well. And you never know, but that's likely a more costly option when you add that cost in. Those are just my general comments. I'll ask perhaps the acting city solicitor here to jump in and then allow Mr. Hansen to provide comment.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, Mr. Lacey's actually commented already on the point that I really wanted to make, being the risk of the procurement itself going forward without the budget approval, and the fact that it likely will have an impact on either the number of bids you receive or the bid prices that come in without that certainty around budget approval, or a condition that it's subject to fundraising or something to that effect.
Thank you. Was there any further comment?
Through the chair, nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
I think I want to comment on that. But that design was not stamped, so that actually, you at the city own that design. Am I correct?
If I could, so we're going to get into a protracted debate. The time is up. Here's what I would suggest. There's a lot of moving parts with that. My recommendation is not to discuss this particular motion now. Give it some thought. When it comes back to council on April 10th, this is just me. I would then have that prepared, do further consultation with administration, and then we can have this debate again. We've basically exhausted debate. I think Dan's point is fair. I would suggest you talk about it, talk with administration, and in 2 weeks, you can bring that forward.
Ms. Anderson, can I get a comment out of you? What do you suggest?
Maybe one final word, because we procedurally, we need to move ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I think Councillor Stevens' recommendation is super reasonable, because it allows you time to make sure that whatever you put forward is precisely what you're looking for, and that administration understands what it is you're asking for. So I think that's a great recommendation.
Okay, all right, thanks, Ms. Anderson.
Okay, let's vote, please.
Just be crystal clear. What are we voting on, the recommendation?
You bet, yeah,
Okay.
as you see it before you. With the small adjustment to a number in option 2. You don't have to. If you don't want to vote in favor of it, I think the clerk would just change the technical system to allow you. I've been caught with that too. You can vote against it. Does the system not let you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Deputy Mayor, in favor. My system booted me out.
Okay.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 9-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Zakidniak, Hawkins, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Stevens, Fundura, and Mayor Masters, and Councillor Nelson voting against.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a motion for private session. Thank you. My request is normally there's a long break afterwards. Can we just jump in this as soon as possible? There's one matter. I don't want to lose